Section 34 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 34, Chapter 43, Part 2. This motion was seconded by some members, but the ministers and privy councillors opposed it, and foretold the consequences which ensued. The Queen sent for the Speaker, and after requiring him to deliver to her Morris's bill, she told him that it was in her power to call parliaments, in her power to dissolve them, in her power to give assent or dissent to any determination which they should form, that her purpose in summoning this parliament was twofold: to have laws enacted for the further enforcement of uniformity in religion, and to provide for the defence of the nation against the exorbitant power of Spain. That these 2 points ought, therefore, to be the object of their deliberations. She had enjoined them already by the mouth of the Lord Keeper to meddle neither with matters of state nor of religion, and she wondered how any one could be so assuming as to attempt a subject so expressly contrary to her prohibition. That she was highly offended with this presumption, and took the present opportunity to reiterate the commands given by the Keeper, and to require that no bill, regarding either state affairs or reformation in causes ecclesiastical, be exhibited in the House, and that in particular she charged the Speaker upon his allegiance, if any such bills were offered, absolutely to refuse them a reading, and not so much as permit them to be debated by the members. This command from the Queen was submitted to without further question. Morris was seized in the house itself by a sergeant at arms, discharged from his office of chancellor to the duchy, incapacitated from any practice in his profession as a common lawyer, and kept some years prisoner in Tilbury Castle. The Queen having thus expressly pointed out what the House should and should not do, the Commons were as obsequious to the one as to the other of her injunctions. They passed a law against recusants, such a law as was suited to the severe character of Elizabeth, and to the persecuting spirit of the age. It was entitled An Act to retain Her Majesty's subjects in their due obedience, and was meant, as the preamble declares, to obviate such inconveniences and perils as might grow from the wicked practices of seditious sectaries and disloyal persons, for these two species of criminals were always at that time confounded together as equally dangerous to the peace of society. It was enacted that any person above 16 years of age, who obstinately refused during the space of a month to attend public worship, should be committed to prison; that if, after being condemned for this offence, he persist 3 months in his refusal, he must abjure the realm, and that if he either refuse this condition or return after banishment, he should suffer capitally as a felon, without benefit of clergy. This law bore equally hard upon the Puritans and upon the Catholics, and had it not been imposed by the Queen's authority, was certainly in that respect much contrary to the private sentiments and inclinations of the majority of the House of Commons. Very little opposition, however, appears there to have been openly made to it. The expenses of the war with Spain having reduced the Queen to great difficulties, The grant of subsidies seems to have been the most important business of this parliament; and it was a signal proof of the high spirit of Elizabeth, that, while conscious of a present dependence on the commons, she opened the sentence with the most haughty treatment of them, and covered her weakness under such a lofty appearance of superiority. The commons readily voted 2 subsidies and 4/15, but this sum not appearing sufficient to the court, an unusual expedient was fallen upon to induce them to make an enlargement in their concessions. The peers informed the commons in a conference that they could not give their assent to the supply voted, thinking it too small for the queen's occasions. They therefore proposed a grant of 3 subsidies and 6/15, and desired a further conference, in order to persuade the commons to agree to this measure. The commons, who had acquired the privilege of beginning bills of subsidy, took offence at this procedure of the lords, and at first absolutely rejected the proposal; but being afraid, on reflection, that they had by this refusal given offence to their superiors, they both agreed to the conference, and afterwards voted the additional subsidy. The queen, notwithstanding this unusual concession of the commons, ended the session with a speech, containing some reprimands to them, and full of the same high pretensions which she had assumed at the opening of the parliament. She took notice, by the mouth of the keeper, that certain members spent more time than was necessary by indulging themselves in harangues and reasonings, and she expressed her displeasure on account of their not paying due reverence to privy councillors, who, she told them, were not to be accounted as common knights and burgesses of the house, who are councillors but during the parliament, whereas the others are standing councillors, and for their wisdom and great service are called to the council of the state. The queen also, in her own person, made the parliament a spirited harangue, in which she spoke of the justice and moderation of her government, expressed the small ambition she had ever entertained of making conquests, displayed the just grounds of her quarrel with the king of Spain, and discovered how little she apprehended the power of that monarch, even though he should make a greater effort against her than that of his invincible armada. But I am informed, added she, that when he attempted this last invasion, some upon the sea coast forsook their towns, fled up higher into the country, and left all naked and exposed to his entrance. But I swear unto you, by God, if I knew those persons, or may know of any that shall do so hereafter, I will make them feel what it is to be so fearful in so urgent a cause. By this menace she probably gave the people to understand that she would execute martial law upon such cowards, for there was no statute by which a man could be punished for changing his place of abode. The King of France, though he had hitherto made war on the League with great bravery and reputation, though he had this campaign gained considerable advantages over them, and though he was assisted by a considerable body of English under Norris, who carried hostilities into the heart of Brittany, was become sensible that he never could, by force of arms alone, render himself master of his kingdom. The nearer he seemed by his military successes to approach to a full possession of the throne, the more discontent and jealousy arose among those Romanists who adhered to him. And a party was formed in his own court to elect some Catholic monarch of the royal blood, if Henry should any longer refuse to satisfy them by declaring his conversion. This excellent prince was far from being a bigot to his sect, and as he deemed these theological disputes entirely subordinate to the public good, he had secretly determined from the beginning to come some time or other to the resolution required of him. He had found, on the death of his predecessor, that the Huguenots, who formed the bravest and most faithful part of his army, were such determined zealots, that if he had at that time abjured their faith, they would instantly have abandoned him to the pretensions and usurpations of the Catholics. The more bigoted Catholics he knew, particularly those of the League, had entertained such an unsurmountable prejudice against his person and diffidence of his sincerity, that even his abjuration would not reconcile them to his title, and he must either expect to be entirely excluded from the throne, or be admitted to it on such terms as would leave him little more than the mere shadow of royalty. In this delicate situation he had resolved to temporize, to retain the Huguenots by continuing in the profession of their religion, to gain the moderate Catholics by giving them hopes of his conversion, to attach both to his person by conduct and success, and he hoped either that the animosity arising from war against the League would make them drop gradually the question of religion, or that he might in time, after some victories over his enemies and some conferences with divines, make finally, with more decency and dignity, that abjuration which must have appeared at first mean as well as suspicious to both parties. When the people are attached to any theological tenets merely from a general persuasion or prepossession, they are easily induced by any motive or authority to change their faith in these mysterious subjects, as appears from the example of the English, who, during some reigns, usually embraced without scruple the still varying religion of their sovereigns. But the French nation, where principles had so long been displayed as the badges of faction, and where each party had fortified its belief by an animosity against the other, were not found so pliable or inconstant, and Henry was at last convinced that the Catholics of his party would entirely abandon him if he gave them not immediate satisfaction in this particular. The Huguenots also, taught by experience, clearly saw that his desertion of them was become absolutely necessary for the public settlement; and so general was this persuasion among them, that, as the Duke of Sully pretends, even the divines of that party purposely allowed themselves to be worsted in the disputes and conferences, that the king might more readily be convinced of the weakness of their cause, and might more cordially and sincerely, at least more decently, embrace the religion which it was so much his interest to believe. If this self-denial in so tender a point should appear incredible and supernatural in theologians, it will at least be thought very natural that a prince so little instructed in these matters as Henry, and desirous to preserve his sincerity, should insensibly bend his opinion to the necessity of his affairs, and should believe that party to have the best arguments, who could alone put him in possession of a kingdom. All circumstances therefore being prepared for this great event, that monarch renounced the Protestant religion, and was solemnly received by the French prelates of his party into the bosom of the church. Elizabeth, who was herself attached to the Protestants chiefly by her interests and the circumstances of her birth, and who seems to have entertained some propensity during her whole life to the Catholic superstition, at least to the ancient ceremonies, yet pretended to be extremely displeased with this abjuration of Henry, and she wrote him an angry letter reproaching him with this interested change of his religion. Sensible, however, that the League and the King of Spain were still their common enemies, she hearkened to his apologies, continued her succors both of men and money, and formed a new treaty, in which they mutually stipulated never to make peace but by common agreement. The intrigues of Spain were not limited to France and England. By means of the never-failing pretence of religion, joined to the influence of money, Philip excited new disorders in Scotland, and gave fresh alarms to Elizabeth. George Kerr, brother to Lord Newbottle, had been taken while he was passing secretly into Spain, and papers were found about him, by which a dangerous conspiracy of some Catholic noblemen with Philip was discovered. The Earls of Angus, Errol, and Huntley, the heads of 3 potent families, had entered into a confederacy with the Spanish monarch, and had stipulated to raise all their forces, to join them to a body of Spanish troops, which Philip promised to send into Scotland, and after re-establishing the Catholic religion in that kingdom, to march with their united power in order to effect the same purpose in England. Graham of Fintry, who had also entered into this conspiracy, was taken and arraigned and executed. Elizabeth sent Lord Borough ambassador into Scotland, and exhorted the king to exercise the same severity on the 3 earls, to confiscate their estates, and by annexing them to the crown, both increase his own domain, and set an example to all his subjects of the dangers attending treason and rebellion. The advice was certainly rational, but not easy to be executed by the small revenue and limited authority of James. He desired, therefore, some supply from her of men and money. But though she had reason to deem the prosecution of the 3 popish earls a common cause, she never could be prevailed on to grant him the least assistance. The 10th part of the expense which she bestowed in supporting the French king and the states would have sufficed to execute this purpose, more immediately essential to her security. But she seems ever to have borne some degree of malignity to James, whom she hated, both as her heir and as the son of Mary, her hated rival and competitor. So far from giving James assistance to prosecute the Catholic conspirators, the queen rather contributed to increase his inquietude, by countenancing the turbulent disposition of the Earl of Bothwell, a nobleman descended from a natural son of James V. Bothwell more than once attempted to render himself master of the king's person, and being expelled the kingdom for these traitorous enterprises, he took shelter in England, was secretly protected by the queen, and lurked near the borders, where his power lay, with a view of still committing some new violence. He succeeded at last in an attempt on the king, and by the mediation of the English ambassador, imposed dishonorable terms upon that prince. But James, by the authority of the Convention of States, annulled this agreement as extorted by violence, again expelled Bothwell, and obliged him to take shelter in England. Elizabeth, pretending ignorance of the place of his retreat, never executed the treaties by which she was bound to deliver up all rebels and fugitives to the King of Scotland. During these disorders, increased by the refractory disposition of the ecclesiastics, the prosecution of the Catholic earls remained in suspense, but at last the parliament passed an act of attainder against them, and the king prepared himself to execute it by force of arms. The noblemen, though they obtained a victory over the Earl of Argyle, who acted by the king's commission, found themselves hard pressed by James himself, and agreed on certain terms to leave the kingdom. Bothwell, being defected in a confederacy with them, forfeited the favor of Elizabeth, and was obliged to take shelter, first in France, then in Italy, where he died some years after in great poverty. The established authority of the queen secured her from all such attempts as James was exposed to from the mutinous disposition of his subjects, and her enemies found no other means of giving her domestic disturbance than by such traitorous and perfidious machinations as ended in their own disgrace and in the ruin of their criminal instruments. Rodrigo Lopez, a Jew, domestic physician to the queen, being imprisoned on suspicion, confessed that he had received a bribe to poison her from Fuentes and Ibarra, who had succeeded Parma, lately deceased, in the government of the Netherlands. But he maintained that he had no other intention than to cheat Philip of his money, and never meant to fulfil his engagement. He was, however, executed for the conspiracy, and the queen complained to Philip of these dishonorable attempts of his ministers, but could obtain no satisfaction. York and Williams, two English traitors, were afterwards executed for a conspiracy with Ibarra, equally atrocious. Instead of avenging herself by retaliating in a like manner, Elizabeth sought a more honorable vengeance, by supporting the King of France and assisting him in finally breaking the force of the League, which, after the conversion of that monarch, went daily to decay, and was threatened with speedy ruin and dissolution. Norris commanded the English forces in Brittany, and assisted at the taking of Morlaix, Quimper Corentin, and Brest, towns garrisoned by Spanish forces. In every action, the English, though they had so long enjoyed domestic peace, discovered a strong military disposition, and the queen, though herself a heroine, found more frequent occasion to reprove her generals for encouraging their temerity than for countenancing their fear or caution. Sir Martin Frobisher, her brave admiral, perished with many others before Brest. Morlaix had been promised to the English for a place of retreat, but the Duke d'Aumont, the French general, eluded this promise by making it be inserted in the capitulation that none but Catholics should be admitted into that city. Next campaign, the French king, who had long carried on hostilities with Philip, was at last provoked by the taking of Châtelet and Orléans, and the attack of Cambrai, to declare war against that monarch. Elizabeth, being threatened with a new invasion in England and with an insurrection in Ireland, recalled most of her forces and sent Norris to command in this latter kingdom. Finding also that the French League was almost entirely dissolved, and that the most considerable leaders had made an accommodation with their prince, she thought that he could well support himself by his own force and valor, and she began to be more sparing in his cause of the blood and treasure of her subjects. Some disgusts which she had received from the states, joined to the remonstrances of her frugal minister Burleigh, made her also inclined to diminish her charges on that side, and she even demanded by her ambassador, Sir Thomas Bodley, to be reimbursed all the money which she had expended in supporting them. The states, besides alleging the conditions of the treaty, by which they were not bound to repay her till the conclusion of a peace, pleaded their present poverty and distress, the great superiority of the Spaniards, and the difficulty in supporting the war, much more in saving money to discharge their encumbrances. After much negotiation, a new treaty was formed, by which the states agreed to free the queen immediately from the charge of the English auxiliaries, computed at £40,000 a year, to pay her annually £20,000 for some years, to assist her with a certain number of ships, and to conclude no peace or treaty without her consent. They also bound themselves on finishing a peace with Spain to pay her annually the sum of 100,000 pounds for 4 years, but on this condition, that the payment should be in lieu of all demands, and that they should be supplied through their own charge with the body of 4,000 auxiliaries from England. The queen still retained in her hands the cautionary towns, which were a great check on the rising power of the states, and she committed the important trust of Flushing to Sir Francis Vere, a brave officer who had distinguished himself by his valor in the Low Countries. She gave him the preference to Essex, who expected so honorable a command; and though this nobleman was daily rising both in reputation with the people and favor with herself, the queen, who was commonly reserved in the advancement of her courtiers, thought proper on this occasion to give him a refusal. Sir Thomas Baskerville was sent over to France at the head of 2,000 English, with which Elizabeth, by a new treaty concluded with Henry, engaged to supply that prince. Some stipulations for mutual assistance were formed by the treaty, and all former engagements were renewed. End of section 34, chapter 43, part 2. Section 35 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 35, Chapter 43, Part 3. This body of English were maintained at the expense of the French king. Yet did Henry esteem the supply of considerable advantage, on account of the great reputation acquired by the English in so many fortunate enterprises undertaken against the common enemy. In the great battle of Turnholt, gained this campaign by Prince Maurice, the English auxiliaries under Sir Francis Vere and Sir Robert Sidney had acquired honour, and the success of that day was universally ascribed to their discipline and valour. Though Elizabeth, at a considerable expense of blood and treasure, made war against Philip in France and the Low Countries, the most severe blows which she gave him were those by naval enterprises which either she or her subjects scarcely ever intermitted during one season. In 1594, Richard Hawkins, son of Sir John, the famous navigator, procured the Queen's commission, and sailed with 3 ships to the South Sea by the Straits of Magellan. But his voyage proved unfortunate, and he himself was taken prisoner on the coast of Chile. James Lancaster was supplied the same year with 3 ships and a pinnace by the merchants of London, and was more fortunate in his adventure. He took 39 ships of the enemy, and, not content with this success, he made an attack on Pernambuco in Brazil, where he knew great treasures were at that time lodged. As he approached the shore, he saw it lined with great numbers of the enemy. But nowise daunted at this appearance, he placed the stoutest of his men in boats, and ordered them to row with such violence on the landing place as to split them in pieces. By this bold action, he both deprived his men of all resources but in victory, and terrified the enemy, who fled after a short resistance. He returned home with the treasure which he had so bravely acquired. In 1595, Sir Walter Raleigh, who had anew forfeited the Queen's friendship by an intrigue with a maid of honour, and who had been thrown into prison for this demeanour, no sooner recovered his liberty than he was pushed by his active and enterprising genius to attempt some great action. The success of the first Spanish adventurers against Mexico and Peru had begotten an extreme avidity in Europe, and a prepossession universally took place that in the inland parts of South America, called Guyana, a country as yet undiscovered, there were mines and treasures far exceeding any which Cortes or Pizarro had met with. Raleigh, whose turn of mind was somewhat romantic and extravagant, undertook at his own charge the discovery of this wonderful country. Having taken the small town of St. Joseph, in the Isle of Trinidado, where he found no riches, he left his ship and sailed up the river Orinoco in pinnaces, but without meeting anything to answer his expectations. On his return, he published an account of the country, full of the grossest and most palpable lies that were ever attempted to be imposed on the credulity of mankind. The same year, Sir Francis Drake and Sir John Hawkins undertook a more important expedition against the Spanish settlements in America, and they carried with them 6 ships of the Queen's and 20 more, which either were fitted out at their own charge or were furnished them by private adventurers. Sir Thomas Baskerville was appointed commander of the land forces which they carried on board. Their first design was to attempt Puerto Rico, where they knew a rich carrack was at that time stationed. But as they had not preserved the requisite secrecy, a pinnace, having strayed from the fleet, was taken by the Spaniards and betrayed the intentions of the English. Preparations were made in that island for their reception, and the English fleet, notwithstanding the brave assault which they made on the enemy, was repulsed with loss. Hawkins soon after died, and Drake pursued his voyage to Nombre de Dios, on the isthmus of Darien, where, having landed his men, he attempted to pass forward to Panama, with the view of plundering that place, or, if he found such a scheme practicable, of keeping and fortifying it, but he met not with the same facility which had attended his first enterprises in those parts. The Spaniards, taught by experience, had everywhere fortified the passes, and had stationed troops in the woods, who so infested the English by continual alarms and skirmishes, that they were obliged to return without being able to effect anything. Drake himself, from the intemperance of the climate, the fatigues of his journey, and the vexation of his disappointment, was seized with a distemper, of which he soon after died. Sir Thomas Baskerville took the command of the fleet, which was in a weak condition, and after having fought a battle near Cuba with a Spanish fleet, of which the event was not decisive, he returned to England. The Spanish suffered some loss from this enterprise, but the English reaped no profit. The bad success of this enterprise in the Indies made the English rather attempt the Spanish dominions in Europe, where they heard Philip was making great preparations for a new invasion of England. A powerful fleet was equipped at Plymouth, consisting of 170 vessels, 17 of which were capital ships of war. The rest tenders and small vessels. 20 ships were added by the Hollanders. In this fleet there were computed to be embarked 6,360 soldiers, 1,000 volunteers, and 6,772 seamen, besides the Dutch. The land forces were commanded by the Earl of Essex, the navy by Lord Effingham, High Admiral. Both these commanders had expended great sums of their own in the armament, for such was the spirit of Elizabeth's reign. Lord Thomas Howard, Sir Walter Raleigh, Sir Francis Vere, Sir George Carew, and Sir Coniers Clifford had commands in this expedition, and were appointed counsel to the general and admiral. The fleet set sail on the 1st of June, 1596, and meeting with a fair wind, bent its course to Cadiz, at which place, by sealed orders delivered to all the captains, the general rendezvous was appointed. They sent before them some armed tenders, which intercepted every ship that could carry intelligence to the enemy, and they themselves were so fortunate, when they came near Cadiz, as to take an Irish vessel, by which they learned that that port was full of merchant ships of great value, and that the Spaniards lived in perfect security without any apprehensions of an enemy. This intelligence much encouraged the English fleet, and gave them the prospect of a fortunate issue to the enterprise. After a fruitless attempt to land at St. Sebastian's on the western side of the island of Cadiz, it was, upon deliberation, resolved by the council of war to attack the ships and galleys in the bay. This attempt was deemed rash, and the admiral himself, who was cautious in his temper, had entertained great scruples with regard to it. But Essex strenuously recommended the enterprise, and when he found the resolution at last taken, he threw his hat into the sea, and gave symptoms of the most extravagant joy. He felt, however, a great mortification when Effingham informed him that the queen, anxious for his safety, and dreading the effects of his youthful ardor, had secretly given orders that he should not be permitted to command the van in the attack. That duty was performed by Sir Walter Raleigh and Lord Thomas Howard, but Essex no sooner came within reach of the enemy than he forgot the promise which the admiral had extracted from him to keep in the midst of the fleet. He broke through and pressed forward into the thickest of the fire. Emulation for glory, avidity of plunder, animosity against the Spaniards proved incentives to everyone, and the enemy was soon obliged to slip anchor and retreat farther into the bay, where they ran many of their ships aground. Essex then landed his men at the fort of Puntal, and immediately marched to the attack of Cadiz, which the impetuous valor of the English soon carried, sword in hand. The generosity of Essex, not inferior to his valor, made him stop the slaughter, and treat his prisoners with the greatest humanity, and even affability and kindness. The English made rich plunder in the city, but missed of a much richer by the resolution which the Duke of Medina, the Spanish admiral, took of setting fire to the ships, in order to prevent their falling into the hands of the enemy. It was computed that the loss which the Spaniards sustained in this enterprise amounted to 20 millions of ducats, besides the indignity which that proud and ambitious people suffered from the sacking of one of their chief cities, and destroying in their harbor a fleet of such force and value. Essex, all on fire for glory, regarded this great success only as a step to future achievements. He insisted on keeping possession of Cadiz, and he undertook with 400 men and 3 months' provisions to defend the place till succors should arrive from England. But all the other seamen and soldiers were satisfied with the honor which they had acquired, and were impatient to return home, in order to secure their plunder. Every other proposal of Essex to annoy the enemy met with a like reception. His scheme for intercepting the carracks at the Azores, for assaulting the Groine, for taking Sant Andero and St. Sebastian, and the English, finding it so difficult to drag this impatient warrior from the enemy, at last left him on the Spanish coast, attended by very few ships. He complained much to the queen of their want of spirit in this enterprise, nor was she pleased that they had returned without attempting to intercept the Indian fleet. But the great success in the enterprise on Cadiz had covered all their miscarriages, and that princess, though she admired the lofty genius of Essex, could not forbear expressing an esteem for the other officers. The admiral was created Earl of Nottingham, and his promotion gave great disgust to Essex. In the preamble of the patent, it was said that the new dignity was conferred on him on account of his good services in taking Cadiz and destroying the Spanish ships, a merit which Essex pretended to belong solely to himself; and he offered to maintain this plea by single combat against the Earl of Nottingham, or his sons, or any of his kindred. The achievements in the subject year proved not so fortunate; but as the Indian fleet very narrowly escaped the English, Philip had still reason to see the great hazard and disadvantage of that war in which he was engaged, and the superiority which the English, by their naval power and their situation, had acquired over him. The queen, having received intelligence that the Spaniards, though their fleets were so much shattered and destroyed by the expedition to Cadiz, were preparing a squadron at Ferrol and the Groine, and were marching troops thither with a view of making a descent into Ireland, was resolved to prevent their enterprise and to destroy the shipping in these harbors. She prepared a large fleet of 120 sail, of which 17 were her own ships, 43 were smaller vessels, and the rest tenders and victuallers. She embarked on board this fleet 5,000 new levied soldiers, and added 1,000 veteran troops, whom Sir Francis Vere brought from the Netherlands. The Earl of Essex, commander in chief both of the land and sea forces, was at the head of one squadron. Lord Thomas Howard was appointed vice admiral of another. Sir Walter Raleigh of the third. Lord Mountjoy commanded the land forces under Essex. Vere was appointed marshal, Sir George Carew lieutenant of the ordnance, and Sir Christopher Blount first colonel. The Earls of Rutland and Southampton, the Lords Grey, Cromwell, and Rich, with several other persona of distinction, embarked as volunteers. Essex declared his resolution either to destroy the new armada which threatened England, or to perish in the attempt. This powerful fleet set sail from Plymouth, but were no sooner out of harbor than they met with a furious storm, which shattered and dispersed them; and before they could be refitted, Essex found that their provisions were so far spent that it would not be safe to carry so numerous an army along with him. He dismissed, therefore, all the soldiers, except the 1,000 veterans under Vere, and laying aside all thoughts of attacking Ferrol or the Groine, he confined the object of his expedition to the intercepting of the Indian fleet, which had first been considered only as the second enterprise which he was to attempt. The Indian fleet in that age, by reason of the imperfection of navigation, had a stated course as well as season, both in their going out and in their return; and there were certain islands at which, as at fixed stages, they always touched, and where they took in water and provisions. The Azores being one of those places where about this time the fleet was expected, Essex bent his course thither, and he informed Raleigh that he, on his arrival, intended to attack Fayal, one of these islands. By some accident the squadrons were separated, and Raleigh, arriving first before Fayal, thought it more prudent, after waiting some time for the general, to begin to attack alone, lest the inhabitants should, by further delay, have leisure to make preparations for their defence. He succeeded in the enterprise, but Essex, jealous of Raleigh, expressed great displeasure at his conduct, and construed it as an intention of robbing the general of the glory which attended that action. He cashiered, therefore, Sidney, Brett, Berry, and others, who had concurred in the attempt, and would have proceeded to inflict the same punishment on Raleigh himself, had not Lord Thomas Howard interposed with his good offices, and persuaded Raleigh, though high-spirited, to make submissions to the general. Essex, who was placable as well as hasty and passionate, was soon appeased, and both received Raleigh into favor and restored the other officers to their commands. This incident, however, though the quarrel was seemingly accommodated, laid the first foundation of that violent animosity which afterwards took place between these two gallant commanders. Essex next made a disposition proper for intercepting the Indian galleons; and Sir William Monson, whose station was the most remote of the fleet, having fallen in with them, made the signals which had been agreed on. That able officer, in his memoirs, ascribes Essex's failures, when he was so near attaining so mighty an advantage, to his want of experience in seamanship, and the account which he gives of the errors committed by that nobleman appears very reasonable as well as candid. The Spanish fleet, finding that the enemy was upon them, made all the sail possible to the Terceras, and got into the safe and well fortified harbor of Angra before the English fleet could overtake them. Essex intercepted only 3 ships, which, however, were so rich as to repay all the charges of the expedition. The causes of the miscarriage in this enterprise were much canvassed in England upon the return of the fleet; and though the courtiers took part differently, as they affected either Essex or Raleigh, the people in general, who bore an extreme regard to the gallantry, spirit, and generosity of the former, were inclined to justify every circumstance of his conduct. The queen, who loved the one as much as she esteemed the other, maintained a kind of neutrality, and endeavored to share her favors with an impartial hand between the parties. Sir Robert Cecil, second son of Lord Burleigh, was a courtier of promising hopes, much connected with Raleigh, and she made him Secretary of State, preferably to Sir Thomas Bodley, whom Essex recommended for that office. But not to disgust Essex, she promoted him to the dignity of Earl Marshal of England, an office which had been vacant since the death of the Earl of Shrewsbury. Essex might perceive from this conduct that she never intended to give him the entire ascendant over his rivals, and might thence learn the necessity of moderation and caution. But his temper was too high for submission, his behavior too open and candid to practise the arts of a court, and his free sallies, while they rendered him but more amiable in the eyes of good judges, gave his enemies many advantages against him. The war with Spain, though successful, having exhausted the queen's exchequer, she was obliged to assemble a parliament, where Yelverton, a lawyer, was chosen speaker of the House of Commons. Elizabeth took care, by the mouth of Sir Thomas Egerton, Lord Keeper, to inform this assembly of the necessity of a supply. She said that the wars formerly waged in Europe had commonly been conducted by the parties without further view than to gain a few towns, or at most a province, from each other. But the object of the present hostilities on the part of Spain was no other than utterly to bereave England of her religion, her liberty, and her independence. That these blessings, however, she herself had hitherto been able to preserve, in spite of the devil, the pope, and the Spanish tyrant, and all the mischievous designs of her enemies. That in this contest she had disbursed a sum triple to all the parliamentary supplies granted her, and besides expending her ordinary revenues, had been obliged to sell many of the crown lands; and that she could not doubt but her subjects, in a cause where their own honor and interests were so deeply concerned, would willingly contribute to such moderate taxations as should be found necessary for the common defence. The parliament granted her 3 subsidies and 6/15, the same supply which had been given 4 years before, but which had then appeared so unusual that they had voted it should never afterwards be regarded as a precedent. The Commons this session ventured to engage in 2 controversies about forms with the House of Peers, a prelude to those encroachments which, as they assumed more courage, they afterwards made upon the prerogatives of the crown. They complained that the lords failed in civility to them by receiving their messages sitting with their hats on, and that the keeper returned an answer in the same negligent posture. But the upper house proved to their full satisfaction that they were not entitled by custom and the usage of Parliament to any more respect. Some amendments had been made by the Lords to a bill sent up by the Commons, and these amendments were written on parchment and returned with the bill to the Commons. The lower house took umbrage at the novelty. They pretended that these amendments ought to have been written on paper, not on parchment, and they complained of this innovation to the peers. The peers replied that they expected not such a frivolous objection from the gravity of the House, and that it was not material whether the amendments were written on parchment or on paper, nor whether the paper were white, black, or brown. The Commons were offended at this reply, which seemed to contain a mockery of them, and they complained of it, though without obtaining any satisfaction. An application was made by way of petition to the Queen from the lower house against monopolies, an abuse which had risen to an enormous height, and they received a gracious though a general answer, for which they returned their thankful acknowledgments. End of section 35, chapter 43, part 3. Section 36 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 36, Chapter 43, Part 4. But not to give them too much encouragement in such applications, she told them in the speech which she delivered at their dissolution, that with regard to these patents, she hoped that her dutiful and loving subjects would not take away her prerogative, which is the chief flower in her garden, and the principal and head pearl in her crown and diadem, but that they would rather leave these matters to her disposal. The Commons also took notice this session of some transactions in the Court of High Commission, but not till they had previously obtained permission from her Majesty to that purpose. Elizabeth had reason to foresee that parliamentary supplies would now become more necessary to her than ever, and that the chief burden of the war with Spain would thenceforth lie upon England. Henry had received an overture for peace with Philip, but before he would proceed to a negotiation, he gave intelligence of it to his allies, the Queen and the States, that if possible a general pacification might be made by common agreement. These two powers sent ambassadors to France in order to remonstrate against peace. The Queen, Sir Robert Cecil and Henry Herbert; the States, Justin Nassau and John Barnevelt. Henry said to these ministers that his early education had been amidst war and danger, and he had passed the whole course of his life either in arms or in military preparations; that after the proofs which he had given of his alacrity in the field, no one could doubt but he would willingly, for his part, have continued in a course of life to which he was now habituated, till the common enemy were reduced to such a condition as to no longer to give umbrage either to him or to his allies; that no private interests of his own, not even those of his people, nothing but the most invincible necessity, could ever induce him to think of a separate peace with Philip, or make him embrace measures not entirely conformable to the wishes of all his confederates; that his kingdom, torn with the convulsions of civil wars of nearly half a century, required some interval of repose, ere it could reach a condition in which it might sustain itself, much more support its allies; that after the minds of his subjects were composed to tranquillity and accustomed to obedience, after his finances were brought into order, and after agriculture and the arts were restored, France, instead of being a burden, as at present, to her confederates, would be able to lend them effectual succor, and amply to repay them all the assistance which she had received during her calamities; and that, if the ambition of Spain would not at present grant them such terms as they should think reasonable, he hoped that, in a little time, he should attain such a situation as would enable him to mediate more effectually, and with more decisive authority, on their behalf. The ambassadors were sensible that these reasons were not feigned, and they therefore remonstrated with the less vehemence against the measures which they saw Henry was determined to pursue. The states knew that monarch was interested never to permit their final ruin, and having received private assurances that he would still, notwithstanding the peace, give them assistance both of men and money, they were well pleased to remain on terms of amity with him. His greatest concern was to give satisfaction to Elizabeth for this breach of treaty. He had a cordial esteem for that princess, a sympathy of manners, and a gratitude for the extraordinary favors which he had received from her during his greatest difficulties; and he used every expedient to apologize and atone for that measure which necessity extorted from him. But as Spain refused to treat with the Dutch as a free state, and Elizabeth would not negotiate without her ally, Henry found himself obliged to conclude at Vervins a separate peace, by which he recovered possession of all the places seized by Spain during the course of the civil wars, and procured to himself leisure to pursue the domestic settlement of his kingdom. His capacity for the arts of peace was not inferior to his military talents, and in a little time, by his frugality, order, and wise government, he raised France from the desolation and misery in which she was involved to a more flourishing condition than she had ever before enjoyed. The queen knew that she could also, whenever she pleased, finish the war on equitable terms, and that Philip, having no claims upon her, would be glad to free himself from an enemy who had foiled him in every contest, and who still had it so much in her power to make him feel the weight of her arms. Some of her wisest counsellors, particularly the treasurer, advised her to embrace pacific measures, and set before her the advantages of tranquillity, security, and frugality, as more considerable than any success which could attend the greatest victories. But this high-spirited princess, though at first averse to war, seemed now to have attained such an ascendant over the enemy, that she was unwilling to stop the course of her prosperous fortune. She considered that her situation and her past victories had given her entire security against any dangerous invasion, and the war must thenceforth be conducted by sudden enterprises and naval expeditions, in which she possessed an undoubted superiority; that the weak condition of Philip in the Indies opened to her the view of the most durable advantages, and the yearly return of his treasure by sea afforded a continual prospect of important, though more temporary, successes; that after his peace with France, if she also should consent to an accommodation, he would be able to turn his whole force against the revolted provinces of the Netherlands, which, though they had surprisingly increased their power by commerce and good government, were still unable, if not supported by their confederates, to maintain war against so potent a monarch, and that as her defence of that commonwealth was the original ground of the quarrel, it was unsafe as well as dishonorable to abandon its cause till she had placed it in a state of greater security. These reasons were frequently inculcated on her by the Earl of Essex, whose passion for glory, as well as his military talents, made him earnestly desire the continuance of war, from which he expected to reap so much advantage and distinction. The rivalship between this nobleman and Lord Burleigh made each of them insist the more strenuously on his own counsel. But as Essex's person was agreeable to the queen, as well as his advice conformable to her inclinations, the favourite seemed daily to acquire an ascendant over the minister. Had he been endowed with caution and self-command equal to his shining qualities, he would have so riveted himself in the queen's confidence that none of his enemies had ever been able to impeach his credit. But his lofty spirit could ill submit to that implicit deference which her temper required, and which she had ever been accustomed to receive from all her subjects. Being once engaged in a dispute with her about the choice of a governor for Ireland, he was so heated in the argument that he entirely forgot the rules both of duty and civility, and turned his back upon her in a contemptuous manner. Her anger, naturally prompt and violent, rose at this provocation, and she instantly gave him a box on the ear, adding a passionate expression suited to his impertinence. Instead of recollecting himself and making the submissions due to her sex and station, he clapped his hand to his sword and swore that he would not bear such usage were it from Henry VIII himself, and he immediately withdrew from court. Egerton, the chancellor, who loved Essex, exhorted him to repair his indiscretion by proper acknowledgments, and entreated him not to give that triumph to his enemies, that affliction to his friends, which must ensue from his supporting a contest with his sovereign and deserting the service of his country. But Essex was deeply stung with the dishonour which he had received, and seemed to think that an insult which might be pardoned in a woman was become a mortal affront when it came from his sovereign. If the vilest of all indignities, said he, is done me, does religion enforce me to sue for pardon? Doth God require it? Is it impiety not to do it? Why, cannot princes err? Cannot subjects receive wrong? Is an earthly power infinite? Pardon me, my lord, I can never subscribe to these principles. Let Solomon's fool laugh when he is stricken. Let those that mean to make their profit of princes show no sense of princes' injuries. Let them acknowledge an infinite absoluteness on earth that do not believe an absolute infiniteness in heaven, alluding probably to the character and conduct of Sir Walter Raleigh, who lay under the reproach of impiety. As for me, continued he, I have received wrong. I feel it. My cause is good. I know it. And whatsoever happens, all the powers on earth can never exert more strength and constancy in oppressing than I can show in suffering every thing that can or shall be imposed upon me. Your lordship, in the beginning of your letter, makes me a player, and yourself a looker on, and me a player of my own game. So you may see more than I. But give me leave to tell you that since you do but see, and I do suffer, I must of necessity feel more than you. This spirited letter was shown by Essex to his friends, and they were so imprudent as to disperse copies of it. Yet, notwithstanding this additional provocation, the queen's partiality was so prevalent that she reinstated him in his former favor, and her kindness to him appeared rather to have acquired new force from this short interval of anger and resentment. The death of Burleigh, his antagonist, which happened about the same time, seemed to ensure him constant possession of the queen's confidence, and nothing indeed but his own indiscretion could thenceforth have shaken his well-established credit. Lord Burleigh died in an advanced age, and by a rare fortune was equally regretted by his sovereign and the people. He had risen gradually from small beginnings by the mere force of merit, and though his authority was never entirely absolute or uncontrolled with the queen, he was still, during the course of near 40 years, regarded as her principal minister. None of her other inclinations or affections could ever overcome her confidence in so useful a counsellor, and as he had the generosity or good sense to pay assiduous court to her during her sister's reign, when it was dangerous to appear her friend, she thought herself bound in gratitude, when she mounted the throne, to persevere in her attachments to him. He seems not to have possessed any shining talents of address, eloquence, or imagination, and was chiefly distinguished by solidity of understanding, probity of manners, and indefatigable application in business, virtues which, if they do not always enable a man to attain high stations, do certainly qualify him best for filling them. Of all the queen's ministers, he alone left a considerable fortune to his posterity, a fortune not acquired by rapine or oppression, but gained by the regular profits of his offices and preserved by frugality. The last act of this able minister was the concluding of a new treaty with the Dutch, who, after being in some measure deserted by the king of France, were glad to preserve the queen's alliance, by submitting to any terms which she pleased to require of them. The debt which they owed her was now settled at 800,000 pounds. Of this sum they agreed to pay during the war 30,000 pounds a year, and these payments were to continue till 400,000 pounds of the debt should be extinguished. They engaged also, during the time that England should continue the war with Spain, to pay the garrisons of the cautionary towns. They stipulated that if Spain should invade England, or the Isle of Wight, or Jersey, or Scilly, they should assist her with a body of 5,000 foot and 5,000 horse, and that in case she undertook any naval armament against Spain, they should join an equal number of ships to hers. By this treaty the queen was eased of an annual charge of 120,000 pounds. Soon after the death of Burleigh, the queen, who regretted extremely the loss of so wise and faithful a minister, was informed of the death of her capital enemy, Philip II., who, after languishing under many infirmities, expired in an advanced age at Madrid. This haughty prince, desirous of an accommodation with his revolted subjects in the Netherlands, but disdaining to make in his own name the concessions necessary for that purpose, had transferred to his daughter, married to Archduke Albert, the title to the Low Country provinces. But as it was not expected that this princess could have posterity, and as the reversion on failure of her issue was still reserved to the crown of Spain, the states considered this deed only as the change of a name, and they persisted with equal obstinacy in their resistance to the Spanish arms. The other powers also of Europe made no distinction between the courts of Brussels and Madrid, and the secret opposition of France, as well as the avowed efforts of England, continued to operate against the progress of Albert, as it had done against that of Philip. End of section 36, chapter 43, part 4. Section 37 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1D, Section 37, Chapter 44, Part 1. Elizabeth. Though the dominion of the English over Ireland had been seemingly established above 4 centuries, it may safely be affirmed that their authority had hitherto been little more than nominal. The Irish princes and nobles, divided among themselves, readily paid the exterior marks of obeisance to a power which they were not able to resist. But as no durable force was ever kept on foot to retain them in their duty, they relapsed still into their former state of independence. Too weak to introduce order and obedience among the rude inhabitants, the English authority was yet sufficient to check the growth of any enterprising genius among the natives. And though it could bestow no true form of civil government, it was able to prevent the rise of any such form from the internal combination or policy of the Irish. Most of the English institutions, likewise, by which that island was governed, were to the last degree absurd, and such as no state before had ever thought of, for preserving dominion over its conquered provinces. The English nation, all on fire for the project of subduing France, a project whose success was the most improbable, and would to them have proved the most pernicious, neglected all other enterprises to which their situation so strongly invited them, and which in time would have brought them an accession of riches, grandeur, and security. The small army which they maintained in Ireland they never supplied regularly with pay, and as no money could be levied on the island, which possessed none, they gave their soldiers the privilege of free quarter upon the natives. Rapine and insolence inflamed the hatred which prevailed between the conquerors and the conquered. Want of security among the Irish, introducing despair, nourished still more the sloth natural to that uncultivated people. But the English carried further their ill-judged tyranny. Instead of inviting the Irish to adopt the more civilized customs of their conquerors, they even refused, though earnestly solicited, to communicate to them the privilege of their laws, and everywhere marked them out as aliens and as enemies. Thrown out of the protection of justice, the natives could find no security but in force, and flying the neighbourhood of cities which they could not approach with safety, they sheltered themselves in their marshes and forests from the insolence of their inhuman masters. Being treated like wild beasts, they became such, and joining the ardour of revenge to their yet untamed barbarity, they grew every day more intractable and more dangerous. As the English princes deemed the conquest of the dispersed Irish to be more the object of time and patience than the source of military glory, they willingly delegated that office to private adventurers, who, enlisting soldiers at their own charge, reduced provinces of that island which they converted to their own profit. Separate jurisdictions and principalities were established by these lordly conquerors. The power of peace and war was assumed. Military law was exercised over the Irish whom they subdued, and by degrees over the English by whose assistance they conquered, and after their authority had once taken root, Deeming the English institutions less favourable to barbarous dominion, they degenerated into mere Irish, and abandoned the garb, language, manners, and laws of their mother country. By all this imprudent conduct of England, the natives of its dependent state remained still in that abject condition into which the northern and western parts of Europe were sunk, before they received civility and slavery from the refined policy and irresistible bravery of Rome. Even at the end of the 16th century, when every Christian nation was cultivating with ardour every civil art of life, that island, lying in a temperate climate, enjoying a fertile soil, accessible in its situation, possessed of innumerable harbours, was still, notwithstanding these advantages, inhabited by a people whose customs and manners approached nearer those of savages than of barbarians. As the rudeness and ignorance of the Irish were extreme, they were sunk below the reach of that curiosity and love of novelty by which every other people in Europe had been seized at the beginning of that century, and which had engaged them in innovations and religious disputes, with which they were still so violently agitated. The ancient superstition, the practices and observances of their fathers, mingled and polluted with many wild opinions, still maintained an unshaken empire over them, and the example alone of the English was sufficient to render the Reformation odious to the prejudiced and discontented Irish. The old opposition of manners, laws, and interest was now inflamed by religious antipathy, and the subduing and civilizing of that country seemed to become every day more difficult and more impracticable. The animosity against the English was carried so far by the Irish that, in an insurrection raised by two sons of the Earl of Clarendon, they put to the sword all the inhabitants of the town of Athenry, though Irish, because they began to conform themselves to English customs, and had embraced a more civilized form of life than had been practised by their ancestors. The usual revenue of Ireland amounted only to £6,000 a year. The Queen, though with much repining, commonly added 20,000 more, which she remitted from England, and with this small revenue a body of 1,000 men was supported, which, on extraordinary emergencies, was augmented to 2,000. No wonder that a force so disproportioned to the object, instead of subduing a mutinous kingdom, served rather to provoke the natives, and to excite those frequent insurrections which still further inflamed the animosity between the two nations, and increased the disorders to which the Irish were naturally subject. In 1560, Shan O'Neill, or the Great O'Neill as the Irish called him, because head of that potent clan, raised a rebellion in Ulster, but after some skirmishes he was received into favour upon his submission and his promise of a more dutiful behaviour for the future. This impunity tempted him to undertake a new insurrection in 1567, but being pushed by Sir Henry Sidney, Lord Deputy, he retreated into Clandeboy, and rather than submit to the English, he put himself into the hands of some Scottish islanders, who commonly infested those parts by their incursions. The Scots, who retained a quarrel against him on account of former injuries, violated the laws of hospitality, and murdered him at a festival to which they had invited him. He was a man equally noted for his pride, his violence, his debaucheries, and his hatred of the English nation. He is said to have put some of his followers to death because they endeavoured to introduce the use of bread after the English fashion. Though so violent an enemy to luxury, he was extremely addicted to riot, and was accustomed, after his intemperance had thrown him into a fever, to plunge his body into mire, that he might allay the flame which he had raised by former excesses. Such was the life led by this haughty barbarian, who scorned the title the Earl of Tyrone, which Elizabeth intended to have restored to him, and who assumed the rank and appellation of King of Ulster. He used also to say that though the Queen was his sovereign lady, he never made peace with her but at her seeking. Sir Henry Sidney was one of the wisest and most active governors that Ireland had enjoyed for several reigns, and he possessed his authority 11 years, during which he struggled with many difficulties and made some progress in repressing those disorders which had become inveterate among the people. The Earl of Desmond, in 1569, gave him disturbance from the hereditary animosity which prevailed between that nobleman and the Earl of Ormond, descended from the only family established in Ireland that had steadily maintained its loyalty to the English crown. The Earl of Thomond, in 1570, attempted a rebellion in Connaught, but was obliged to fly into France before his designs were ripe for execution. Stukely, another figure, found such credit with the Pope Gregory XIII. That he flattered that pontiff with the prospect of making his nephew, Buon Campagno, King of Ireland, and as if this project had already taken effect, he accepted the title of Marquis of Leinster from the new sovereign. He passed next into Spain, and after having received much encouragement and great rewards from Philip, who intended to employ him as an instrument in disturbing Elizabeth, he was found to possess too little interest for executing those high promises which he had made to that monarch. He retired into Portugal, and following the fortunes of Don Sebastian, he perished with that gallant prince in his bold but unfortunate expedition against the Moors. Lord Grey, after some interval, succeeded to the government of Ireland, and in 1579 suppressed a new rebellion of the Earl of Desmond, though supported by a body of Spaniards and Italians. The rebellion of the Bourks followed a few years after, occasioned by the strict and equitable administration of Sir Richard Bingham, governor of Connaught, who endeavoured to repress the tyranny of the chieftains over their vassals. The Queen, finding Ireland so burdensome to her, tried several expedients for reducing it to a state of greater order and submission. She encouraged the Earl of Essex, father to that nobleman who was afterwards her favourite, to attempt the subduing and planting of Clandeboy, Ferny, and other territories, part of some late forfeitures. But that enterprise proved unfortunate, and Essex died of a distemper occasioned, as is supposed, by the vexation which he had conceived from his disappointments. A university was founded in Dublin with a view of introducing arts and learning into that kingdom, and civilizing the uncultivated manners of the inhabitants. But the most unhappy expedient employed in the government of Ireland was that made use of in 1585 by Sir John Perrot, at that time Lord Deputy. He put arms into the hands of the Irish inhabitants of Ulster, in order to enable them, without the assistance of the government, to repress the incursions of the Scottish Islanders, by which these parts were much infested. At the same time, the invitations of Philip, joined to their zeal for the Catholic religion, engaged many of the gentry to serve in the Low Country wars; and thus Ireland, being provided with officers and soldiers, with discipline and arms, became formidable to the English, and was thenceforth able to maintain a more regular war against her ancient masters. Hugh O'Neill, nephew to Shan O'Neill, had been raised by the Queen to the dignity of Earl of Tyrone, but having murdered his cousin, son of that rebel, and being acknowledged head of his clan, he preferred the pride of barbarous license and dominion to the pleasures of opulence and tranquillity, and he fomented all those disorders by which he hoped to weaken or overturn the English government. He was noted for the vices of perfidy and cruelty, so common among uncultivated nations, and was also eminent for courage, a virtue which their disorderly course of life requires, and which, notwithstanding being less supported by the principle of honor, is commonly more precarious among them than among a civilized people. Tyrone actuated this spirit, secretly fomented the discontents of the Maguires, O'Donnells, O'Rourkes, MacMahons, and other rebels, yet trusting to the influence of his deceitful oaths and professions, he put himself into the hands of Sir William Russell, who in the year 1594 was sent over deputy to Ireland. Contrary to the advice and protestation of Sir Henry Bagnal, Marshal of the army, he was dismissed, and returning to his own country, he embraced the resolution of raising an open rebellion, and of relying no longer on the lenity or inexperience of the English government. He entered into a correspondence with Spain. He procured thence a supply of arms and ammunition, and having united all the Irish chieftains in a dependence upon himself, he began to be regarded as a formidable enemy. The native Irish were so poor that their country afforded few other commodities than cattle and oatmeal, which were easily concealed or driven away on the approach of the enemy. And as Elizabeth was averse to the expense requisite for supporting her armies, the English found much difficulty in pushing their advantages, and in pursuing the rebels into the bogs, woods, and other fastnesses to which they retreated. These motives rendered Sir John Norris, who commanded the English army, the more willing to hearken to any proposals of truce or accommodation made him by Tyrone; and after the war was spun out by these artifices for some years, that gallant Englishman, finding that he had been deceived by treacherous promises, and that he had performed nothing worthy of his ancient reputation, was seized with a languishing distemper, and died of vexation and discontent. Sir Henry Bagnal, who succeeded him in the command, was still more unfortunate. As he advanced to relieve the fort of Blackwater, besieged by the rebels, he was surrounded in disadvantageous ground. His soldiers, discouraged by part of their powders accidentally taking fire, were put to flight, and though the pursuit was stopped by Montacute, who commanded the English horse, 1,500 men, together with the general himself, were left dead upon the spot. This victory, so unusual to the Irish, roused their courage, supplied them with arms and ammunition, and raised the reputation of Tyrone, who assumed the character of the deliverer of his country and patron of Irish liberty. The English council were now sensible that the rebellion of Ireland was come to a dangerous head, and that the former temporizing arts of granting truces and pacifications to the rebels, and of allowing them to purchase pardons by resigning part of the plunder acquired during their insurrection, served only to encourage the spirit of mutiny and disorder among them. It was therefore resolved to push the war by more vigorous measures, and the Queen cast her eyes on Charles Blount. Lord Mountjoy, as a man who, though hitherto less accustomed to arms than to books and literature, was endowed, she thought, with talents equal to the undertaking. But the young Earl of Essex, ambitious of fame and desirous of obtaining this government for himself, opposed the choice of Mountjoy, and represented the necessity of appointing for that important employment some person more experienced in war than this nobleman, more practised in business, and of higher quality and reputation. By this description he was understood to mean himself, and no sooner was his desire known than his enemies, even more zealously than his friends, conspired to gratify his wishes. Many of his friends thought that he never ought to consent, except for a short time, to accept of any employment which must remove him from court, and prevent him from cultivating that personal inclination which the Queen so visibly bore him. His enemies hoped that if by his absence she had once leisure to forget the charms of his person and conversation, his impatient and lofty demeanour would soon disgust a princess who usually exacted such profound submission and implicit obedience from all her servants. But Essex was incapable of entering into such cautious views, and even Elizabeth, who was extremely desirous of subduing the Irish rebels, and who was much prepossessed in favour of Essex's genius, readily agreed to appoint him governor of Ireland by the title of Lord Lieutenant. The more to encourage him in his undertaking, she granted him by his patent more extensive authority had ever before been conferred on any lieutenant, the power of carrying on or finishing the war as he pleased, of pardoning the rebels, and of filling all the most considerable employments of the kingdom. And to ensure him of success, she levied a numerous army of 16,000 foot and 1,300 horse, which she afterwards augmented to 20,000 foot and 2,000 horse, a force which, it was apprehended, would be able in one campaign to overwhelm the rebels and make an entire conquest of Ireland. Nor did Essex's enemies, the Earl of Nottingham, Sir Robert Cecil, Sir Walter Raleigh, and Lord Cobham, throw any obstacles in the way of these preparations, but hoped that the higher the Queen's expectations of success were raised, the more difficult it would be for the event to correspond to them. In a like view, they rather seconded than opposed those exalted encomiums, which Essex's numerous and sanguine friends dispersed, of his high genius, of his elegant endowments, his heroic courage, his unbounded generosity, and his noble birth. Nor were they displeased to observe that passionate fondness which the people everywhere expressed for this nobleman. These artful politicians had studied his character, and finding that his open and undaunted spirit, if taught temper and reserve from opposition, must become invincible, they resolved rather to give full breath to those sails which were already too much expanded, and to push him upon dangers of which he seemed to make such small account. And the better to make advantage of his indiscretions, spies were set upon all his actions and even expressions, and his vehement spirit, which, while he was in the midst of the court and environed by his rivals, was unacquainted with disguise, could not fail, after he thought himself surrounded by none but friends, to give a pretence for malignant suspicions and constructions. Essex left London in the month of March, attended with the acclamations of the populace, and, what did him more honour, accompanied by a numerous train of nobility and gentry, who from affection to his person had attached themselves to his fortunes, and sought fame and military experience under so renowned a commander. The first act of authority which he exercised after his arrival in Ireland was an indiscretion, but of the generous kind, and in both these respects suitable to his character. He appointed his intimate friend, the Earl of Southampton, general of the horse, a nobleman who had incurred the queen's displeasure by secretly marrying without her consent, and whom she had therefore enjoined Essex not to employ in any command under him. She no sooner heard of this instance of disobedience than she reprimanded him and ordered him to recall his commission to Southampton. But Essex, who imagined that some reasons which he opposed to her first injunctions had satisfied her, had the imprudence to remonstrate against these second orders, and it was not till she reiterated her commands that he could be prevailed on to displace his friend. Essex, on his landing at Dublin, deliberated with the Irish council concerning the proper methods of carrying on the war against the rebels. And here he was guilty of a capital error which was the ruin of his enterprise. He had always, while in England, blamed the conduct of former commanders, who artfully protracted the war, who harassed their troops in small enterprises, and who, by agreeing to truces and temporary pacifications with the rebels, had given them leisure to recruit their broken forces. In conformity to these views, he had ever insisted upon leading his forces immediately into Ulster against Tyrone, the chief enemy, and his instructions had been drawn agreeably to these declared resolutions. But the Irish counsellors persuaded him that the season was too early for the enterprise, and that as the morasses in which the Northern Irish usually sheltered themselves would not yet be passable to the English forces, it would be better to employ the present time in an expedition into Munster. The secret reason for this advice was, that many of them possessed estates in that province, and were desirous to have the enemy dislodged from their neighborhood. But the same selfish spirit which had induced them to give this counsel made them soon after disown it, when they found the bad consequences with which it was attended. End of section 37, chapter 44, part 1. Section 38 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 38, Chapter 44, Part 2. Essex obliged all the rebels of Munster either to submit or to fly into the neighbouring provinces. But as the Irish, from the greatness of the Queen's preparations, had concluded that she intended to reduce them to total subjection, or even utterly to exterminate them, they considered their defence as a common cause, and the English forces were no sooner withdrawn than the inhabitants of Munster relapsed into rebellion and renewed their confederacy with their other countrymen. The army, meanwhile, by the fatigue of long and tedious marches, and by the influence of the climate, was become sickly, and on its return to Dublin, about the middle of July, was surprisingly diminished in number. The courage of the soldiers was even much abated, for though they had prevailed in some lesser enterprises against Lord Cahir and others, yet they had sometimes met with more stout resistance than they expected from the Irish, whom they were wont to despise; and as they were raw troops and unexperienced, A considerable body of them had been put to flight at the Glens by an inferior number of the enemy. Essex was so enraged at this misbehavior that he cashiered all the officers and decimated the private men. But this act of severity, though necessary, had intimidated the soldiers and increased their aversion to the service. The Queen was extremely disgusted when she heard that so considerable a part of the season was consumed in these frivolous enterprises, and was still more surprised that Essex persevered in the same practice which he had so much condemned in others, and which he knew to be so much contrary to her purpose and intention. That nobleman, in order to give his troops leisure to recruit from their sickness and fatigue, left the main army in quarters, and marched with a small body of 1,500 men into the county of Offaly against the O'Connors and O'Moores, whom he forced to a submission. But on his return to Dublin he found the army so much diminished that he wrote to the English council an account of its condition, and informed them that if he did not immediately receive a reinforcement of 2,000 men, it would be impossible for him this season to attempt anything against Tyrone. That there might be no pretence for further inactivity, the Queen immediately sent over the number demanded, and Essex began at last to assemble his forces for the expedition into Ulster. The army was so averse to this enterprise, and so terrified with the reputation of Tyrone, that many of them counterfeited sickness, many of them deserted, and Essex found that after leaving the necessary garrisons, he could scarcely lead 4,000 men against the rebels. He marched, however, with this small army, but was soon sensible that in so advanced a season it would be impossible for him to effect anything against an enemy who, though superior in number, was determined to avoid every decisive action. He hearkened therefore to a message sent him by Tyrone, who desired a conference, and a place near the two camps was appointed for that purpose. The generals met without any of their attendants, and a river ran between them, into which Tyrone entered to the depth of his saddle, but Essex stood on the opposite bank. After half an hour's conference, where Tyrone behaved with great submission to the Lord Lieutenant, a cessation of arms was concluded to the 1st of May, renewable from 6 weeks to 6 weeks, but which might be broken off by either party upon a fortnight's warning. Essex also received from Tyrone proposals for a peace, in which that rebel had inserted many unreasonable and exorbitant conditions, and there appeared afterwards some reason to suspect that he had commenced a very unjustifiable correspondence with the enemy. So unexpected an issue of an enterprise, the greatest and most expensive that Elizabeth had ever undertaken, provoked her extremely against Essex, and this disgust was much augmented by other circumstances of that nobleman's conduct. He wrote many letters to the Queen and Council, full of peevish and impatient expressions, complaining of his enemies, lamenting that their calumnies should be believed against him, and discovering symptoms of a mind equally haunted and discontented. She took care to inform him of her dissatisfaction, but commanded him to remain in Ireland till further orders. Essex heard at once of Elizabeth's anger, and of the promotion of his enemy, Sir Robert Cecil, to the office of Master of the Wards, an office to which he himself aspired, and dreading that if he remained any longer absent, the Queen would be totally alienated from him. He hastily embraced a solution which he knew had once succeeded with the Earl of Leicester, the former favourite of Elizabeth. Leicester, being informed while in the Low Countries that his mistress was extremely displeased with his conduct, disobeyed her orders by coming over to England, and having pacified her by his presence, by his apologies, and by his flattery and insinuation, disappointed all the expectations of his enemies. Essex, therefore, weighing more the similarity of circumstances than the difference of character between himself and Leicester, immediately set out for England, and making speedy journeys, he arrived at court before any one was in the least apprized of his intentions. Though besmeared with dirt and sweat, he hastened upstairs to the presence chamber, thence to the privy chamber, nor stopped till he was in the queen's bedchamber, who was newly risen, and was sitting with her hair about her face. He threw himself on his knees, kissed her hand, and had some private conference with her, where he was so graciously received, that on his departure he was heard to express great satisfaction, and to thank God that, though he had suffered much trouble and many storms abroad, he found a sweet calm at home. But this placability of Elizabeth was merely the result of her surprise, and of the momentary satisfaction which she felt on the sudden and unexpected appearance of her favourite. After she had leisure for recollection, all his faults recurred to her, and she thought it necessary, by some severe discipline, to subdue that haughty, imperious spirit, who, presuming on her partiality, had pretended to domineer in her councils, to engross all her favour, and to act in the most important affairs without regard to her orders and instructions. When Essex waited on her in the afternoon, he found her extremely altered in her carriage towards him. She ordered him to be confined to his chamber, to be twice examined by the council, and though his answers were calm and submissive, she committed him to the custody of Lord Keeper Egerton, and held him sequestered from all company, even from that of his countess, nor was so much as the intercourse of letters permitted between them. Essex dropped many expressions of humiliation and sorrow, none of resentment. He professed an entire submission to the queen's will, declared his intention of retiring into the country, and of leading thenceforth a private life remote from courts and business. But though he affected to be so entirely cured of his aspiring ambition, the vexation of this disappointment, and of the triumph gained by his enemies, preyed upon his haughty spirit, and he fell into a distemper which seemed to put his life in danger. The queen had always declared to all the world, and even to the earl himself, that the purpose of her severity was to correct, not to ruin him; and when she heard of his sickness, she was not a little alarmed with his situation. She ordered 8 physicians of the best reputation and experience to consult of his case, and being informed that the issue was much to be apprehended, she sent Dr. James to him with some broth, and desired that physician to deliver him a message, which she probably deemed of still greater virtue, that if she thought such a step consistent with her honor, she would herself pay him a visit. The bystanders, who carefully observed her countenance, remarked that in pronouncing these words her eyes were suffused with tears. When these symptoms of the queen's returning affection towards Essex were known, they gave a sensible alarm to the faction which had declared their opposition to him. Sir Walter Raleigh, in particular, the most violent as well as the most ambitious of his enemies, was so affected with the appearance of this sudden revolution, that he was seized with sickness in his turn, and the queen was obliged to apply the same salve to his wound, and to send him a favorable message, expressing her desire of his recovery. The medicine which the queen administered to these aspiring rivals was successful with both; and Essex, being now allowed the company of his countess, and having entertained more promising hopes of his future fortunes, was so much restored in his health as to be thought past danger. A belief was instilled into Elizabeth that his distemper had been entirely counterfeit, in order to move her compassion, and she relapsed into her former rigor against him. He wrote her a letter, and sent her a rich present on New Year's Day, as was usual with the courtiers at that time. She read the letter, but rejected the present. After some interval, however, of severity, she allowed him to retire to his own house; and though he remained still under custody, and was sequestered from all company, he was so grateful for this mark of lenity, that he sent her a letter of thanks on the occasion. "This further degree of goodness," said he, "doth sound in my ears as if your majesty spake these words: Die not, Essex, for though I punish thine offence, and humble thee for thy good, yet will I one day be served again by thee. My prostrate soul makes this answer: I hope for that blessed day. And in expectation of it, all my afflictions of body and mind are humbly, patiently, and cheerfully borne by me." The Countess of Essex, daughter of Sir Francis Walsingham, possessed, as well as her husband, a refined taste in literature; and the chief consolation which Essex enjoyed during this period of anxiety and expectation consisted in her company, and in reading with her those instructive and entertaining authors which, even during the time of his greatest prosperity, he had never entirely neglected. There were several incidents which kept alive the queen's anger against Essex. Every account which she received from Ireland convinced her more and more of his misconduct in that government, and of the insignificant purposes to which he had employed so much force and treasure. Tyrone, so far from being quelled, had thought proper in less than 3 months to break the truce, and joining with O'Donnel and other rebels, had overrun almost the whole kingdom. He boasted that he was certain of receiving a supply of men, money, and arms from Spain. He pretended to be champion of the Catholic religion, and he openly exulted in the present of a phoenix plume, which the Pope Clement VIII, in order to encourage him in the prosecution of so good a cause, had consecrated and had conferred upon him. The queen, that she might check his progress, returned to her former intention of appointing Mountjoy Lord Deputy; and though that nobleman, who was an intimate friend of Essex and desired his return to the government of Ireland, did at first very earnestly excuse himself on account of his bad state of health, she obliged him to accept the employment. Mountjoy found the island almost in a desperate condition; but being a man of capacity and vigor, he was so little discouraged that he immediately advanced against Tyrone in Ulster. He penetrated into the heart of that country, the chief seat of the rebels. He fortified Derry and Mount Norris. In order to bridle the Irish, he chased them from the field, and obliged them to take shelter in the woods and morasses. He employed with equal success Sir George Carew in Munster, and by these promising enterprises he gave new life to the queen's authority in that island. As the comparison of Mountjoy's administration with that of Essex contributed to alienate Elizabeth from her favorite, she received additional disgust from the partiality of the people, who, prepossessed with an extravagant idea of Essex's merit, complained of the injustice done him by his removal from court and by his confinement. Libels were secretly dispersed against Cecil and Raleigh and all his enemies, and his popularity, which was always great, seemed rather to be increased than diminished by his misfortunes. Elizabeth, in order to justify to the public her conduct with regard to him, had often expressed her intentions of having him tried in the Star Chamber for his offences. But her tenderness for him prevailed at last over her severity, and she was contented to have him only examined by the Privy Council. The Attorney General, Coke, opened the cause against him, and treated him with the cruelty and insolence which that great lawyer usually exercised against the unfortunate. He displayed in the strongest colours all the faults committed by Essex in his administration of Ireland: his making Southampton general of the horse, contrary to the queen's injunction; his deserting the enterprise against Tyrone, and marching to Leinster and Munster; his conferring knighthood on too many persons; his secret conference with Tyrone; and his sudden return from Ireland in contempt of her majesty's commands. He also exaggerated the indignity of the conditions which Tyrone had been allowed to propose: odious and abominable conditions, said he; a public toleration of an idolatrous religion, pardon for himself and every traitor in Ireland, and full restitution of lands and possessions to all of them. The Solicitor General Fleming insisted upon the wretched situation in which the earl had left that kingdom; and Francis, son of Sir Nicholas Bacon, who had been Lord Keeper in the beginning of the present reign, closed the charge with displaying the undutiful expressions contained in some letters written by the earl. Essex, when he came to plead in his own defence, renounced with great submission and humility all pretensions to an apology, and declared his resolution never, on this or any other occasion, to have any contest with his sovereign. He said, that having severed himself from the world, and abjured all sentiments of ambition, he had no scruple to confess every failing or error into which his youth, folly, or manifold infirmities might have betrayed him; that his inward sorrow for his offences against her majesty was so profound, that it exceeded all his outward crosses and afflictions; nor had he any scruple of submitting to a public confession of whatever she had been pleased to impute to him; that in his acknowledgments he retained only one reserve, which he would never relinquish but with his life: the assertion of a loyal and unpolluted heart, of an unfeigned affection, of an earnest desire ever to perform to her majesty the best service which his pool abilities would permit; and that if this sentiment were allowed by the council, he willingly acquiesced in any condemnation or sentence which they could pronounce against him. This submission was uttered with so much eloquence, and in so pathetic a manner, that it drew tears from many of the audience. All the privy councillors, in giving their judgment, made no scruple of doing the earl justice with regard to the loyalty of his intentions. Even Cecil, whom he believed his capital enemy, treated him with regard and humanity; and the sentence pronounced by the Lord Keeper, to which the council assented, was in these words: "If this cause," said he, "had been heard in the Star Chamber, my sentence must have been for as great a fine as ever was set upon any man's head in that court, together with perpetual confinement in that prison which belongeth to a man of his quality, the Tower. But since we are now in another place, and in a course of favour, my censure is, that the Earl of Essex is not to execute the office of a counsellor, nor that of Earl Marshal of England, nor of Master of the Ordnance, and to return to his own house, there to continue a prisoner till it shall please her Majesty to release this and all the rest of his sentence. The Earl of Cumberland made a slight opposition to this sentence, and said, that if he thought it would stand, he would have required a little more time to deliberate, that he deemed it somewhat severe, and that any commander in chief might easily incur a like penalty. But however, added he, in confidence of her Majesty's mercy, I agree with the rest. The Earl of Worcester delivered his opinion in a couple of Latin verses, importing that where the gods are offended, even misfortunes ought to be imputed as crimes, and that accident is no excuse for transgressions against the divinity. Bacon, so much distinguished afterwards by his high offices, and still more by his profound genius for the sciences, was nearly allied to the Cecil family, being nephew to Lord Burleigh and cousin german to the secretary. But notwithstanding his extraordinary talents, he had met with so little protection from his powerful relations, that he had not yet obtained any preferment in the law, which was his profession. But Essex, who could distinguish merit, and who passionately loved it, had entered into an intimate friendship with Bacon, had zealously attempted, though without success, to procure him the office of Solicitor General, and in order to comfort his friend under the disappointment, had conferred on him a present of land to the value of 1800 pounds. The public could ill excuse Bacon's appearance before the council against so munificent a benefactor, though he acted in obedience to the queen's commands. But she was so well pleased with his behavior, that she imposed on him a new task, of drawing a narrative of that day's proceedings, in order to satisfy the public of the justice and lenity of her conduct. Bacon, who wanted firmness of character more than humanity, gave to the whole transaction the most favorable turn for Essex, and in particular painted out in elaborate expression the dutiful submission which that nobleman discovered in the defence that he made for his conduct. When he read the paper to her, she smiled at that passage, and observed to Bacon, that old love she saw could not easily be forgotten. He replied that he hoped she meant that of herself. All the world, indeed, expected that Essex would soon be reinstated in his former credit, perhaps, as is usual in reconcilements founded on inclination, would acquire an additional ascendant over the queen, and after all his disgraces would again appear more a favourite than ever. End of section 38, chapter 44, part 2. Section 39 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 39, Chapter 44, Part 3. They were confirmed in this hope when they saw that, though he was still prohibited from appearing at court, he was continued in his office of Master of Horse, and was restored to his liberty, and that all his friends had access to him. Essex himself seemed determined to persevere in that conduct which had hitherto been so successful, and which the queen, by all this discipline, had endeavored to render habitual to him. He wrote to her that he kissed her majesty's hands and the rod with which she had corrected him, but that he could never recover his wonted cheerfulness till she deigned to admit him to that presence which had ever been the chief source of his happiness and enjoyment, and that he had now resolved to make amends for his past errors, to retire into a country solitude, and say with Nebuchadnezzar, "Let my dwelling be with the beasts of the field, let me eat grass as an ox, and be wet with the dew of heaven, till it shall please the queen to restore me to my understanding." The queen was much pleased with these sentiments, and replied that she heartily wished his actions might correspond with his expressions, that he had tried her patience a long time, and it was but fitting she should now make some experiment of his submission, that her father would never have pardoned so much obstinacy, but that if the furnace of affliction provided such good effects, she should ever after have the better opinion of her chemistry. The Earl of Essex possessed a monopoly of sweet wines, and as his patent was near expiring, he patiently expected that the queen would renew it, and he considered this event as the critical circumstance of his life, which would determine whether he could ever hope to be reinstated in credit and authority. But Elizabeth, though gracious in her deportment, was of a temper somewhat haughty and severe, and being continually surrounded with Essex's enemies, means were found to persuade her that his lofty spirit was not yet sufficiently subdued, and that he must undergo this further trial before he could again be safely received into favor. She therefore denied his request, and even added in a contemptuous style that an ungovernable beast must be stinted in his provender. This rigor, pushed one step too far, proved the final ruin of this young nobleman, and was the source of infinite sorrow and vexation to the queen herself. Essex, who had with great difficulty so long subdued his proud spirit, and whose patience was now exhausted, imagining that the queen was entirely inexorable, burst at once all restraints of submission and of prudence, and determined to seek relief by proceeding to the utmost extremities against his enemies. Even during his greatest favor, he had ever been accustomed to carry matters with a high hand towards his sovereign, and as this practice gratified his own temper, and was sometimes successful, he had imprudently imagined that it was the only proper method of managing her. But being now reduced to despair, he gave entire reins to his violent disposition, and threw off all appearance of duty and respect. Intoxicated with the public favor which he already possessed, he practised anew every art of popularity, and endeavored to increase the general goodwill by a hospitable manner of life little suited to his situation and circumstances. His former employments had given him great connections with men of the military profession, and he now entertained, by additional caresses and civilities, a friendship with all desperate adventurers, whose attachment he hoped might, in his present views, prove serviceable to him. He secretly courted the confidence of the Catholics, but his chief trust lay in the Puritans, whom he openly caressed, and whose manners he seemed to have entirely adopted. He engaged the most celebrated preachers of that sect to resort to Essex House. He had daily prayers and sermons in his family, and he invited all the zealots in London to attend those pious exercises. Such was the disposition now beginning to prevail among the English, that instead of feasting and public spectacles, the methods anciently practised to gain the populace, Nothing so effectually ingratiated an ambitious leader with the public as these fanatical entertainments; and as the puritanical preachers frequently inculcated in their sermons the doctrine of resistance to the civil magistrate, they prepared the minds of their hearers for those seditious projects which Essex was secretly meditating. But the greatest imprudence of this nobleman proceeded from the openness of his temper, by which he was ill qualified to succeed in such difficult and dangerous enterprises. He indulged himself in great liberties of speech, and was even heard to say of the queen, that she was now grown an old woman, and was become as crooked in her mind as in her body. Some court ladies, whose favors Essex had formerly neglected, carried her these stories, and incensed her to a high degree against him. Elizabeth was ever remarkably jealous on this head, and though she was now approaching to her 70th year, she allowed her courtiers and even foreign ambassadors to compliment her upon her beauty, nor had all her good sense been able to cure her of this preposterous vanity. There was also an expedient employed by Essex, which, if possible, was more provoking to the queen than those sarcasms on her age and deformity, and that was his secret applications to the King of Scots, her heir and successor. That prince had this year very narrowly escaped a dangerous though ill-formed conspiracy of the Earl of Gowry, and even his deliverance was attended with this disagreeable circumstance, that the obstinate ecclesiastics persisted, in spite of the most incontestable evidence, to maintain to his face that there had been no such conspiracy. James, harassed with his turbulent and factious subjects, cast a wilful eye to the succession of England, and in proportion as the queen advanced in years, his desire increased of mounting that throne, on which, besides acquiring a great addition of power and splendor, he hoped to govern a people so much more tractable and submissive. He negotiated with all the courts of Europe, in order to ensure himself friends and partisans. He even neglected not the court of Rome and that of Spain; and though he engaged himself in no positive promise, he flattered the Catholics with hopes that, in the event of his succession, they might expect some more liberty than was at present indulged them. Elizabeth was the only sovereign in Europe to whom he never dared to mention his right of succession. He knew that, though her advanced age might now invite her to think of fixing an heir to the crown, she never could bear the prospect of her own death without horror, and was determined still to retain him and all other competitors in an entire dependence upon her. Essex was descended by females from the royal family, and some of his sanguine partisans had been so imprudent as to mention his name among those of other pretenders to the crown. But the earl took care, by means of Henry Lee, whom he secretly sent into Scotland, to assure James that, so far from entertaining such ambitious views, he was determined to use every expedient for extorting an immediate declaration in favor of that monarch's right of succession. James willingly hearkened to this proposal, but did not approve of the violent methods which Essex intended to employ. Essex had communicated his scheme to Mountjoy, deputy of Ireland, and as no man ever commanded more the cordial affection and attachment of his friends, he had even engaged a person of that virtue and prudence to entertain thoughts of bringing over part of his army into England, and of forcing the queen to declare the King of Scots her successor. And such was Essex's impatient ardor, that though James declined this dangerous expedition, he still endeavored to persuade Mountjoy not to desist from the project; but the deputy, who thought that such violence, though it might be prudent, and even justifiable when supported by a sovereign prince, next heir to the crown, would be rash and criminal if attempted by subjects, absolutely refused his concurrence. The correspondence, however, between Essex and the court of Scotland was still conducted with great secrecy and cordiality; and that nobleman, besides conciliating the favor of James, represented all his own adversaries as enemies to that prince's succession, and as men entirely devoted to the interests of Spain, and partisans of the chimerical title of the Infanta. The Infanta and the Archduke Albert had made some advances to the queen for peace, and Boulogne as a neutral town was chosen for the place of conference. Sir Henry Neville, the English resident in France, Herbert, Edmonds, and Beale were sent thither as ambassadors from England, and negotiated with Zuniga, Carillo, Richardroth, and Verheiken, ministers of Spain and the Archduke. But the conferences were soon broken off by disputes with regard to the ceremonial. Among the European states, England had never been allowed the precedency above Castile, Aragon, Portugal, and the other kingdoms of which the Spanish monarchy was composed; and Elizabeth insisted that this ancient right was not lost on account of the junction of these states, and that monarchy in its present situation, though it surpassed the English in extent as well as in power, could not be compared with it in point of antiquity, the only durable and regular foundation of precedency among kingdoms as well as noble families. That she might show, however, a pacific disposition, she was content to yield to an equality; but the Spanish ministers, as their nation had always disputed precedency even with France, to which England yielded, would proceed no further in the conference till their superiority of rank were acknowledged. During the preparations for this abortive negotiation, the Earl of Nottingham, the Admiral, Lord Buckhurst, Treasurer, and Secretary Cecil, had discovered their inclination to peace; but as the English nation, flushed with success, and sanguine in their hopes of plunder and conquest, were in general averse to that measure, it was easy for a person so popular as Essex to infuse into the multitude an opinion that these ministers had sacrificed the interests of their country to Spain, and would even make no scruple of receiving a sovereign from that hostile nation. But Essex, not content with these arts for decrying his adversaries, proceeded to concert more violent methods of ruining them, chiefly instigated by Cuff, his secretary, a man of a bold and arrogant spirit, who had acquired a great ascendant over his patron. A select council of malcontents was formed, who commonly met at Drury House, and were composed of Sir Charles Davers, to whom the house belonged, the Earl of Southampton, Sir Ferdinando Gorges, Sir Christopher Blount, Sir John Davies, and Sir John Littleton, and Essex, who boasted that he had 120 barons, knights, and gentlemen of note at his devotion, and who trusted still more to his authority with the populace, communicated to his associates those secret designs with which his confidence in so powerful a party had inspired him. Among other criminal projects, the result of blind rage and despair, he deliberated with them concerning the method of taking arms, and asked their opinion whether he had best begin with seizing the palace or the Tower, or set out with making himself master at once of both places. The first enterprise being preferred, a method was concerted for executing it. It was agreed that Sir Christopher Blount, with a choice detachment, should possess himself of the palace gates, that Davies should seize the hall, Davers the guard chamber and presence chamber, and that Essex should rush in from the Mews, attended by a body of his partisans, should entreat the queen with all demonstrations of humility to remove his enemies, should oblige her to assemble a parliament, and should, with common consent, settle a new plan of government. While these desperate projects were in agitation, many reasons of suspicion were carried to the queen, and she sent Robert Sackville, son of the treasurer, to Essex House on pretence of a visit, but in reality with a view of discovering whether there were in that place any unusual concourse of people, or any extraordinary preparations which might threaten an insurrection. Soon after, Essex received a summons to attend the council, which met at the treasurer's house; and while he was musing on this circumstance, and comparing it with the late unexpected visit from Sackville, a private note was conveyed to him, by which he was warned to provide for his own safety. He concluded that all his conspiracy was discovered, at least suspected, and that the easiest punishment which he had reason to apprehend was a new and more severe confinement. He therefore excused himself to the council on pretence of an indisposition, and he immediately dispatched messages to his more intimate confederates, requesting their advice and assistance in the present critical situation of his affairs. They deliberated whether they should abandon all their projects and fly the kingdom, or instantly seize the palace with the force which they could assemble, or rely upon the affections of the citizens, who were generally known to have a great attachment to the earl. Essex declared against the first expedient, and professed himself determined to undergo any fate rather than submit to live the life of a fugitive. To seize the palace seemed impracticable without more preparations, especially as the queen seemed now aware of their projects, and, as they heard, had used the precaution of doubling her ordinary guards. There remained, therefore, no expedient but that of betaking themselves to the city, and while the prudence and feasibility of this resolution was under debate, a person arrived who, as if he had received a commission for the purpose, gave them assurance of the affections of the Londoners, and affirmed that they might securely rest any project on that foundation. The popularity of Essex had chiefly buoyed him up in all his vain undertakings, and he fondly imagined that with no other assistance than the goodwill of the multitude, he might overturn Elizabeth's government. Confirmed by time, revered for wisdom, supported by vigor, and concurring with the general sentiments of the nation, the wild project of razing the city was immediately resolved on. The execution of it was delayed till next day, and emissaries were dispatched to all Essex's friends, informing them that Cobham and Raleigh had laid schemes against his life, and entreating their presence and assistance. Next day there appeared at Essex House the earls of Southampton and Rutland, the lords Sandys and Monteagle, with about 300 gentlemen of good quality and fortune; and Essex informed them of the danger to which he pretended the machinations of his enemies exposed him. To some he said that he would throw himself at the queen's feet, and crave her justice and protection. To others he boasted of his interest in the city, and affirmed that, whatever might happen, this resource could never fail him. The queen was informed of these designs by means of intelligence conveyed, as is supposed, to Raleigh by Sir Ferdinando Gorges, and having ordered the magistrates of London to keep the citizens in readiness, she sent Egerton, Lord Keeper, to Essex House, with the Earl of Worcester, Sir William Knollys, Comptroller, and Popham, Chief Justice, in order to learn the cause of these unusual commotions. They were with difficulty admitted through a wicket, but all their servants were excluded except the purse-bearer. After some altercation, in which they charged Essex's retainers upon their allegiance to lay down their arms, and were menaced in their turn by the angry multitude who surrounded them, the earl, who found that matters were past recall, resolved to leave them prisoners in his house, and to proceed to the execution of his former project. He sallied forth with about 200 attendants, armed only with walking swords, and in his passage to the city was joined by the Earl of Bedford and Lord Cromwell. He cried aloud, "For the Queen, a plot is laid for my life," and then proceeded to the house of Smith the sheriff, on whose aid he had great reliance. The citizens flocked about him in amazement, but though he told them that England was sold to the Infanta, and exhorted them to arms instantly, otherwise they could not do him any service, no one showed a disposition to join him. The sheriff, on the earl's approach to his house, stole out at the back door, and made the best of his way to the mayor. Essex, meanwhile, observing the coldness of the citizens, and hearing that he was proclaimed a traitor by the Earl of Cumberland and Lord Burleigh, began to despair of success, and thought of retreating to his own house. He found the streets in his passage barricaded and guarded by the citizens under the command of Sir John Levison. In his attempt to force his way, Tracy, a young gentleman to whom he bore great friendship, was killed, with 2 or 3 of the Londoners, and the earl himself, attended by a few of his partisans, for the greater part began secretly to withdraw themselves, retired towards the river, and taking boat, arrived at Essex House. He there found that Gorges, whom he had sent before to capitulate with the Lord Keeper and the other counsellors, had given all of them their liberty, and had gone to court with them. He was now reduced to despair, and appeared determined, in prosecution of Lord Sand's advice, to defend himself to the last extremity, and rather to perish like a brave man with his sword in his hand, than basely by the hands of the executioner. But after some parley, and after demanding in vain first hostages, then conditions from the besiegers, he surrendered at discretion, requesting only civil treatment and a fair and impartial hearing. The queen, who during all this commotion had behaved with as great tranquillity and security as if there had only passed a fray in the streets, in which she was nowise concerned, soon gave orders for the trial of the most considerable of the criminals. The earls of Essex and Southampton were arraigned before a jury of 25 peers, where Buckhurst acted as Lord Steward. The guilt of the prisoners was too apparent to admit of any doubt, and besides the insurrection known to everybody, the treasonable conferences at Drury House were proved by undoubted evidence. Sir Ferdinando Gorges was produced in court, and the confessions of the Earl of Rutland, of the Lords Cromwell, Sands, and Monteagle, of Davers, Blount, and Davies, were only read to the peers, according to the practice of that age. Essex's best friends were scandalized at his assurance in insisting so positively on his innocence and the goodness of his intentions, and still more at his vindictive disposition in accusing, without any appearance of reason, Secretary Cecil as a partisan of the Infanta's title. The secretary, who had expected this charge, stepped into the court, and challenged Essex to produce his authority, which, on examination, was found extremely weak and frivolous. When sentence was pronounced, Essex spoke like a man who expected nothing but death. But he added that he should be sorry if he were represented to the Queen as a person that despised her clemency, though he should not, he believed, make any cringing submissions to obtain it. Southampton's behaviour was more mild and submissive. He entreated the good offices of the peers in so modest and becoming a manner as excited compassion in every one. End of section 39, chapter 44, part 3. Section 40 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 40, Chapter 44, Part 4. The most remarkable circumstance in Essex's trial was Bacon's appearance against him. He was none of the crown lawyers, so was not obliged by his office to assist at this trial. Yet he did not scruple, in order to obtain the Queen's favour, to be active in bereaving of life his friend and patron, whose generosity he had often experienced. He compared Essex's conduct in pretending to fear the attempts of his adversaries to that of Pisistratus the Athenian, who cut and wounded his own body, and making the people believe that his enemies had committed the violence, obtained a guard for his person, by whose assistance he afterwards subdued the liberties of his country. After Essex had passed some days in the solitude and reflections of a prison, his proud heart was at last subdued, not by the fear of death, but by the sentiments of religion, a principle which he had before attempted to make the instrument of his ambition, but which now took a more firm hold of his mind, and prevailed over every other motive and consideration. His spiritual directors persuaded him that he never could obtain the pardon of heaven unless he made a full confession of his disloyalty, and he gave in to the council an account of all his criminal design, as well as of his correspondence with the King of Scots. He spared not even his most intimate friends, such as Lord Mountjoy, whom he had engaged in these conspiracies, and he sought to pacify his present remorse by making such atonements as in any other period of his life he would have deemed more blamable than those attempts themselves which were the object of his penitence. Sir Henry Neville, in particular, a man of merit, he accused of a correspondence with the conspirators, though it appears that this gentleman had never assented to the proposals made him, and was no further criminal than in not revealing the earl's treason, an office to which every man of honour naturally bears the strongest reluctance. Neville was thrown into prison, and underwent a severe persecution, but as the Queen found Mountjoy an able and successful commander, she continued him in his government, and sacrificed her resentment to the public service. Elizabeth affected extremely the praise of clemency, and in every great example which she had made during her reign, she had always appeared full of reluctance and hesitation. But the present situation of Essex called forth all her tender affections, and kept her in the most real agitation and irresolution. She felt a perpetual combat between resentment and inclination, pride and compassion, the care of her own safety and concern for her favourite, and her situation during this interval was perhaps more an object of pity than that to which Essex himself was reduced. She signed the warrant for his execution. She countermanded it. She again resolved on his death. She felt a new return of tenderness. Essex's enemies told her that he himself desired to die, and had assured her that she could never be in safety while he lived. It is likely that this proof of penitence and of concern for her would produce a contrary effect to what they intended, and would revive all the fond affection which she had so long indulged towards the unhappy prisoner. But what chiefly hardened her heart against him was his supposed obstinacy in never making, as she hourly expected, any application to her for mercy, and she finally gave her consent to his execution. He discovered at his death symptoms rather of penitence and piety than of fear, and willingly acknowledged the justice of the sentence by which he suffered. The execution was private in the Tower, agreeably to his own request. He was apprehensive, he said, lest the favour and compassion of the people would too much raise his heart in those moments when humiliation under the afflicting hand of heaven was the only proper sentiment which he could indulge. And the Queen, no doubt, thought that prudence required the removing of so melancholy a spectacle from the public eye. Sir Walter Raleigh, who came to the Tower on purpose, and who beheld Essex's execution from a window, increased much by this action the general hatred under which he already laboured. It was thought that his sole intention was to feast his eyes with the death of an enemy, and no apology which he could make for so ungenerous a conduct could be accepted by the public. The cruelty and animosity with which he urged on Essex's fate, even when Cecil relented, were still regarded as the principles of this unmanly behaviour. The Earl of Essex was but 34 years of age when his rashness, imprudence, and violence brought him to this untimely end. We must here, as in many other instances, lament the inconstancy of human nature, that a person endowed with so many noble virtues, generosity, sincerity, friendship, valour, eloquence, and industry, should, in the latter period of his life, have given reins to his ungovernable passions, and involved not only himself but many of his friends in utter ruin. The Queen's tenderness and passion for him, as it was the cause of those premature honours which he attained, seems on the whole the chief circumstance which brought on his unhappy fate. Confident of her partiality towards him, as well as of his own merit, he treated her with a haughtiness which neither her love nor her dignity could bear; and as her amorous inclinations in so advanced an age would naturally make her appear ridiculous, if not odious, in his eyes, he was engaged by an imprudent openness, of which he made profession, to discover too easily those sentiments to her. The many reconciliations and returns of affection, of which he had still made advantage, induced him to venture on new provocations, till he pushed her beyond all bounds of patience, and he forgot that though the sentiments of the woman were ever strong in her, those of the sovereign had still in the end appeared predominant. Some of Essex's associates, Cuff, Davers, Blount, Merrick, and Davies, were tried and condemned, and all of these, except Davies, were executed. The Queen pardoned the rest, being persuaded that they were drawn in merely from their friendship to that nobleman and their care of his safety, and were ignorant of the more criminal part of his intentions. Southampton's life was saved with great difficulty, but he was detained in prison during the remainder of this reign. The King of Scots, apprehensive lest his correspondence with Essex might have been discovered and have given offence to Elizabeth, sent the Earl of Mar and Lord Kinloss as ambassadors to England, in order to congratulate the Queen on her escape from the late insurrection and conspiracy. They were also ordered to make secret inquiry whether any measures had been taken by her for excluding him from the succession, as well as to discover the inclination of the chief nobility and counsellors in case of the Queen's demise. They found the dispositions of men as favourable as they could wish, and they even entered into a correspondence with Secretary Cecil, whose influence after the fall of Essex was now uncontrolled, and who was resolved by this policy to acquire in time the confidence of the successor. He knew how jealous Elizabeth ever was of her authority, and he therefore carefully concealed from her his attachment to James. But he afterwards asserted that nothing could be more advantageous to her than this correspondence, because the King of Scots, secure of mounting the throne by his undoubted title, aided by those connections with the English ministry, was the less likely to give any disturbance to the present sovereign. He also persuaded that prince to remain in quiet, and patiently to expect that time should open to him the inheritance of the crown, without pushing his friends on desperate enterprises which would totally incapacitate them from serving him. James's equity, as well as his natural facility of disposition, easily inclined him to embrace that resolution, and in this manner the minds of the English were silently but universally disposed to admit without opposition the succession of the Scottish line. The death of Essex, by putting an end to faction, had been rather favourable than prejudicial to that great event. The French king, who was a little prepossessed in favour of James, and who, for obvious reasons, was averse to the union of England and Scotland, made his ambassador drop some hints to Cecil of Henry's willingness to concur in any measure for disappointing the hopes of the Scottish monarch. But as Cecil showed an entire disapprobation of such schemes, the court of France took no further steps in that matter, and thus the only foreign power which could give much disturbance to James's succession was induced to acquiesce in it. Henry made a journey this summer to Calais, and the Queen, hearing of his intentions, went to Dover, in hopes of having a personal interview with a monarch whom of all others she most loved and respected. The King of France, who felt the same sentiments towards her, would gladly have accepted of the proposal, but as many difficulties occurred, it appeared necessary to lay aside by common consent the project of an interview. Elizabeth, however, wrote successively 2 letters to Henry, one by Edmonds, another by Sir Robert Sidney, in which she expressed the desire of conferring about a business of importance with some minister in whom that prince reposed entire confidence. The Marquis of Rosny, the king's favourite and prime minister, came to Dover in disguise, and the memoirs of that able statesman contain a full account of his conference with Elizabeth. This princess had formed a scheme for establishing, in conjunction with Henry, a new system in Europe, and of fixing a durable balance of power by the erection of new states on the ruins of the House of Austria. She had even the prudence to foresee the perils which might ensue from the aggrandizement of her ally, and she purposed to unite all the 17 provinces of the Low Countries in one republic, in order to form a perpetual barrier against the dangerous increase of the French, as well as of the Spanish monarchy. Henry had himself long meditated such a project against the Austrian family, and Rosny could not forbear expressing his astonishment when he found that Elizabeth and his master, though they had never communicated their sentiments on this subject, not only had entered into the same general views, but had also formed the same plan for their execution. The affairs, however, of France were not yet brought to a situation which might enable Henry to begin that great enterprise; and Rosny satisfied the queen that it would be necessary to postpone for some years their united attack on the House of Austria. He departed, filled with just admiration at the solidity of Elizabeth's judgment and the greatness of her mind, and he owns that she was entirely worthy of that high reputation which she enjoyed in Europe. The queen's magnanimity in forming such extensive projects was the more remarkable as, besides her having fallen so far into the decline of life, the affairs of Ireland, though conducted with abilities and success, were still in disorder, and made a great diversion of her forces. The expense incurred by this war lay heavy upon her narrow revenues, and her ministers, taking advantage of her disposition to frugality, proposed to her an expedient of saving, which, though she at first disapproved of it, she was at last induced to embrace. It was represented to her that the great sums of money remitted to Ireland for the pay of the English forces came, by the necessary course of circulation, into the hands of the rebels, and enabled them to buy abroad all necessary supplies of arms and ammunition, which, from the extreme poverty of that kingdom and its want of every useful commodity, they could not otherwise find means to purchase. It was therefore recommended to her that she should pay her forces in base money, and it was asserted that, besides the great saving to the revenue, this species of coin could never be exported with advantage, and would not pass in any foreign market. Some of her wiser counsellors maintained that if the pay of the soldiers were raised in proportion, the Irish rebels would necessarily reap the same benefit from the base money, which would always be taken at a rate suitable to its value. If the pay were not raised, there would be danger of a mutiny among the troops, who, whatever names might be affixed to the pieces of metal, would soon find from experience that they were defrauded in their income. But Elizabeth, though she justly valued herself on fixing the standard of the English coin, much debased by her predecessors, and had innovated very little in that delicate article, was seduced by the specious arguments employed by the treasurer on this occasion, and she coined a great quantity of base money, which he made use of in the pay of her forces in Ireland. Mountjoy, the deputy, was a man of abilities, and foreseeing the danger of mutiny among the troops, he led them instantly into the field, and resolved, by means of strict discipline, and by keeping them employed against the enemy, to obviate those inconveniences which were justly to be apprehended. He made military roads, and built a fortress at Monthéry. He drove the Mac Genesis out of Lechal. He harassed Tyrone in Ulster with inroads and lesser expeditions, and by destroying everywhere and during all seasons the provisions of the Irish, he reduced them to perish by famine in the woods and morasses, to which they were obliged to retreat. At the same time, Sir Henry Dockwray, who commanded another body of troops, took the castle of Derry, and put garrisons into Newton and Enoch. And having seized the monastery of Donegal near Ballyshannon, he threw troops into it and defended it against the assaults of O'Donnell and the Irish. Nor was Sir George Carew idle in the province of Munster. He seized the titular Earl of Desmond and sent him over, with Florence Macarty, another chieftain, prisoner to England. He arrested many suspected persons, and took hostages from others; and having got a reinforcement of 2,000 men from England, he threw himself into Cork, which he supplied with arms and provisions, and he put everything in a condition for resisting the Spanish invasion, which was daily expected. The deputy, informed of the danger to which the southern provinces were exposed, left the prosecution of the war against Tyrone, who was reduced to great extremities, and he marched with his army into Munster. At last the Spaniards, under Don John de Aquila, arrived at Kinsale, and Sir Richard Piercy, who commanded in the town with a small garrison of 150 men, found himself obliged to abandon it on their appearance. These invaders amounted to 4,000 men, and the Irish discovered a strong propensity to join them in order to free themselves from the English government, with which they were extremely discontented. One chief ground of their complaint was the introduction of trials by jury, an institution abhorred by that people, though nothing contributes more to the support of that equity and liberty for which the English laws are so justly celebrated. The Irish also bore a great favour to the Spaniards, having entertained the opinion that they themselves were descended from that nation, and their attachment to the Catholic religion proved a new cause of affection to the invaders. D'Aquila assumed the title of general in the holy war for the preservation of the faith in Ireland, and he endeavoured to persuade the people that Elizabeth was, by several bulls of the Pope, deprived of her crown, that her subjects were absolved from their oaths of allegiance, and that the Spaniards were come to deliver the Irish from the dominion of the devil. Mountjoy found it necessary to act with vigour in order to prevent a total insurrection of the Irish, and having collected his forces, he formed the siege of Kinsale by land, while Sir Richard Levison, with a small squadron, blockaded it by sea. He had no sooner begun his operations than he heard the arrival of another body of 2,000 Spaniards under the command of Alfonso Ocampo, who had taken possession of Baltimore and Berehaven, and he was obliged to detach Sir George Carew to oppose their progress. Tyrone, meanwhile, with Randall, MacSurley, Tyrrell, Baron of Kelly, and other chieftains of the Irish, had joined Ocampo with all their forces, and were marching to the relief of Kinsale. The deputy, informed of their design by intercepted letters, made preparations to receive them, and being reinforced by Levison with 600 marines, he posted his troops on an advantageous ground, which lay on the passage of the enemy, leaving some cavalry to prevent a sally from D'Aquila and the Spanish garrison. When Tyrone, with a detachment of Irish and Spaniards, approached, he was surprised to find the English so well posted and ranged in good order, and he immediately sounded a retreat. But the deputy gave orders to pursue him, and having thrown these advanced troops into disorder, he followed them to the main body, whom he also attacked and put to flight, with the slaughter of 1,200 men. Ocampo was taken prisoner. Tyrone fled into Ulster. O'Donnell made his escape into Spain, and D'Aquila, finding himself reduced to the greatest difficulties, was obliged to capitulate upon such terms as the deputy prescribed to him. He surrendered Kinsale and Baltimore, and agreed to evacuate the kingdom. This great blow, joined to other successes gained by Wlimot, governor of Kerry, and by Roger and Gavin Harvey, threw the rebels into dismay, and gave a prospect of the final reduction of Ireland. The Irish war, though successful, was extremely burdensome on the Queen's revenue, and besides the supplies granted by Parliament, which were indeed very small, but which they ever regarded as mighty concessions, she had been obliged, notwithstanding her great frugality, to employ other expedients, such as selling the royal demesne and crown jewels, and exacting loans from the people, in order to support this cause, so essential to the honor and interests of England. The necessity of her affairs obliged her again to summon a parliament, and it here appeared that though old age was advancing fast upon her, though she had lost much of her popularity by the unfortunate execution of Essex, insomuch that when she appeared in public she was not attended with the usual acclamations, yet the powers of her prerogative, supported by her vigor, still remained as high and uncontrollable as ever. The active reign of Elizabeth had enabled many persons to distinguish themselves in civil and military employments, and the queen, who was not able from her revenue to give them any rewards proportioned to their services, had made use of an expedient which had been employed by her predecessors, but which had never been carried to such an extreme as under her administration. She granted her servants and courtiers patents for monopolies, and these patents they sold to others, who were thereby enabled to raise commodities to what price they pleased, and who put invincible restraints upon all commerce, industry, and emulation in the arts. It is astonishing to consider the number and importance of those commodities which were thus assigned over to patentees: currants, salt, iron, powder, cards, calfskins, fells, poldivies, ox shin bones, train oil, lists of cloth, potashes, aniseeds, vinegar, sea coals, steel, aquavitae, brushes, pots, bottles, saltpetre, lead, accidences, oil, calamine stone, oil of blubber, glasses, paper, starch, tin, sulphur, new drapery, dried pilchards, transportation of iron ordnance, of beer, of horn, of leather, importation of Spanish wool, of Irish yarn. These are but a part of the commodities which had been appropriated to monopolists. When this list was read in the House, a member cried, "Is not bread in the number?" "Bread?" said every one with astonishment. "Yes, I assure you," replied he, "if affairs go on at this rate, we shall have bread reduced to a monopoly before next Parliament." These monopolists were so exorbitant in their demands, that in some places they raised the price of salt from 16 pence a bushel to 14 or 15 shillings. End of section 40, chapter 44, part 4. Section 41 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 41, Chapter 44, Part 5. Such high profits naturally begat intruders upon their commerce, and in order to secure themselves against encroachments, the patentees were armed with high and arbitrary powers from the council, by which they were enabled to oppress the people at leisure, and to exact money from such as they thought proper to accuse of interfering with their patent. The patentees of saltpetre having the power of entering into every house, and of committing what havoc they pleased in stables, cellars, or wherever they suspected saltpetre might be gathered, commonly extorted money from those who desired to free themselves from this damage or trouble. And while all domestic intercourse was thus restrained, lest any scope should remain for industry, almost every species of foreign commerce was confined to exclusive companies, who bought and sold at any price that they themselves thought proper to offer or exact. These grievances, the most intolerable for the present and the most pernicious in their consequences, that were ever known in any age or under any government, had been mentioned in the last Parliament, and a petition had even been presented to the Queen, complaining of the patents. But she still persisted in defending her monopolists against her people. A bill was now introduced into the lower house, abolishing all these monopolies, and as the former application had been unsuccessful, a law was insisted on as the only certain expedient for correcting these abuses. The courtiers, on the other hand, maintained that this matter regarded the prerogative, and that the Commons could never hope for success, if they did not make application in the most humble and respectful manner to the Queen's goodness and beneficence. The topics which were advanced in the House, and which came equally from the courtiers and the country gentlemen, and were admitted by both, will appear the most extraordinary to such as are prepossessed with an idea of the privileges enjoyed by the people during that age, and of the liberty possessed under the administration of Elizabeth. It was asserted that the Queen inherited both an enlarging and a restraining power. By her prerogative she might set at liberty what was restrained by statute or otherwise, and by her prerogative she might restrain what was otherwise at liberty, that the royal prerogative was not to be canvassed, nor disputed, nor examined, and did not even admit of any limitation. That absolute princes, such as the sovereigns of England, were a species of divinity, that it was in vain to attempt tying the Queen's hands by laws or statutes, since by means of her dispensing power she could loosen herself at pleasure, and that even if a clause should be annexed to a statute, excluding her dispensing power, she could first dispense with that clause, and then with the statute. After all this discourse, more worthy of a Turkish divan than of an English House of Commons, according to our present idea of this assembly, the Queen, who perceived how odious monopolies had become, and what heats were likely to arise, sent for the Speaker, and desired him to acquaint the House that she would immediately cancel the most grievous and oppressive of these patents. The House was struck with astonishment and admiration and gratitude at this extraordinary instance of the Queen's goodness and condescension. A member said, with tears in his eyes, that if a sentence of everlasting happiness had been pronounced in his favour, he could not have felt more joy than that with which he was at present overwhelmed. Another observed that this message from the sacred person of the Queen was a kind of gospel or glad tidings, and ought to be received as such, and be written in the tablets of their hearts. And it was further remarked, that in the same manner as the Deity would not give his glory to another, so the Queen herself was the only agent in their present prosperity and happiness. The House voted that the Speaker, with a committee, should ask permission to wait on Her Majesty, and return thanks to her for her gracious concessions to her people. When the Speaker, with the other members, was introduced to the Queen, they all flung themselves on their knees, and remained in that posture a considerable time, till she thought proper to express her desire that they should rise. The Speaker displayed the gratitude of the Commons, because her sacred ears were ever open to hear them, and her blessed hands ever stretched out to relieve them. They acknowledged, he said, in all duty and thankfulness acknowledged, that before they called her preventing grace and all deserving goodness, watched over them for their good, more ready to give than they could desire, much less deserve. He remarked that the attribute which was most proper to God, to perform all he promiseth, appertained also to her, and that she was all truth, all constancy, and all goodness. And he concluded with these expressions: neither do we present our thanks in words or any outward sign, which can be no sufficient retribution for so great goodness, but in all duty and thankfulness, prostrate at your feet, we present our most loyal and thankful hearts, even the last drop of blood in our hearts, and the last spirit of breath in our nostrils, to be poured out, to be breathed up, for your safety. The Queen heard very patiently this speech, in which she was flattered in phrases appropriated to the Supreme Being, and she returned an answer full of such expressions of tenderness towards her people as ought to have appeared fulsome after the late instances of rigour which she had employed, and from which nothing but necessity had made her depart. Thus was this critical affair happily terminated, and Elizabeth, by prudently receding in time from part of her prerogative, maintained her dignity and preserved the affections of her people. The Commons granted her a supply quite unprecedented of 4 subsidies and 8/15, and they were so dutiful as to vote this supply before they received any satisfaction in the business of monopolies, which they justly considered as of the utmost importance to the interest and happiness of the nation. Had they attempted to extort that concession by keeping the supply in suspense, so haughty was the Queen's disposition, that this appearance of constraint and jealousy had been sufficient to have produced a denial of all their requests, and to have forced her into some acts of authority still more violent and arbitrary. The remaining events of this reign are neither numerous nor important. The Queen, finding that the Spaniards had involved her in so much trouble by fomenting and assisting the Irish rebellion, resolved to give them employment at home, and she fitted out a squadron of 9 ships under Sir Richard Leveson, admiral, and Sir William Monson, vice-admiral, whom she sent on an expedition to the coast of Spain. The admiral, with part of the squadron, met the galleons loaded with treasure, but was not strong enough to attack them. The vice-admiral also fell in with some rich ships, but they escaped for a like reason, and these 2 brave officers, that their expedition might not prove entirely fruitless, resolved to attack the harbour of Serimbra in Portugal,
where they received intelligence a very rich carrack had taken shelter. The harbour was guarded by a castle. There were 11 galleys stationed in it, and the militia of the country, to the number, as was believed, of 20,000 men, appeared in arms on the shore. Yet, notwithstanding these obstacles and others derived from the winds and tides, the English squadron broke into the harbour, dismounted the guns of the castle, sunk or burnt or put to flight the galleys, and obliged the carrack to surrender. They brought her home to England, and she was valued at 1,000,000 of ducats, a sensible loss to the Spaniards, and a supply still more important to Elizabeth. The affairs of Ireland, after the defeat of Tyrone and the expulsion of the Spaniards, hastened to a settlement. Lord Mountjoy divided his army into small parties, and harassed the rebels on every side. He built Charlemont and many other small forts, which were impregnable to the Irish, and guarded all the important passes of the country. The activity of Sir Henry Dockwray and Sir Arthur Chichester permitted no repose or security to the rebels, and many of the chieftains, after skulking during some time in woods and morasses, submitted to mercy, and received such conditions as the deputy was pleased to impose upon them. Tyrone himself made application by Arthur Macbaron, his brother, to be received upon terms, but Mountjoy would not admit him, except he made an absolute surrender of his life and fortunes to the Queen's mercy. He appeared before the deputy at Millfont, in a habit and posture suitable to his present fortune, and after acknowledging his offence in the most humble terms, he was committed to custody by Mountjoy, who intended to bring him over captive into England, to be disposed of at the Queen's pleasure. But Elizabeth was now incapable of receiving any satisfaction from this fortunate event. She had fallen into a profound melancholy, which all the advantages of her high fortune, all the glories of her prosperous reign, were unable in any degree to alleviate or assuage. Some ascribed this depression of mind to her repentance of granting a pardon to Tyrone, whom she had always resolved to bring to condign punishment for his treasons, but who had made such interest with the ministers as to extort a remission from her. Others, with more likelihood, accounted for her dejection by a discovery which she had made of the correspondence maintained in her court with her successor, the King of Scots, and by the neglect to which, on account of her old age and infirmities, she imagined herself to be exposed. But there is another cause assigned for her melancholy, which has long been rejected by historians as romantic, but which late discoveries seem to have confirmed. Some incidents happened which revived her tenderness for Essex, and filled her with the deepest sorrow for the consent which she had unwarily given to his execution. The Earl of Essex, after his return from the fortunate expedition against Cadiz, observing the increase of the Queen's fond attachment towards him, took occasion to regret that the necessity of her service required him often to be absent from her person, and exposed him to all those ill offices which his enemies, more assiduous in their attendance, could employ against him. She was moved with this tender jealousy, and making him the present of a ring, desired him to keep that pledge of her affection, and assured him that into whatever disgrace he should fall, whatever prejudices she might be induced to entertain against him, yet, if he sent her that ring, she would immediately, upon the sight of it, recall her former tenderness, would afford him a patient hearing, and would lend a favourable ear to his apology. Essex, notwithstanding all his misfortunes,
reserved this precious gift to the last extremity; but after his trial and condemnation, he resolved to try the experiment, and he committed the ring to the Countess of Nottingham, whom he desired to deliver it to the queen. The countess was prevailed on by her husband, the mortal enemy of Essex, not to execute the commission; and Elizabeth, who still expected that her favorite would make this last appeal to her tenderness, and who ascribed the neglect of it to his invincible obstinacy, was, after much delay and many internal combats, pushed by resentment and policy to sign the warrant for his execution. The Countess of Nottingham, falling into sickness and affected with the near approach of death, was seized with remorse for her conduct, and having obtained a visit from the queen, she craved her pardon, and revealed to her the fatal secret. The queen, astonished with this incident, burst into a furious passion. She shook the dying countess in her bed, and crying to her that God might pardon her, but she never could, and thenceforth resigned herself over to the deepest and most incurable melancholy. She rejected all consolation. She even refused food and sustenance, and throwing herself on the floor, she remained sullen and immovable, feeding her thoughts on her afflictions, and declaring life and existence an insufferable burden to her. Few words she uttered, and they were all expressive of some inward grief which she cared not to reveal; but sighs and groans were the chief vent which she gave to her despondency, and which, though they discovered her sorrows, were never able to ease or assuage them. 10 days and nights she lay upon the carpet, leaning on cushions which her maids brought her, and her physicians could not persuade her to allow herself to be put to bed, much less to make trial of any remedies which they prescribed to her. Her anxious mind at last had so long preyed on her frail body that her end was visibly approaching, and the council, being assembled, sent the keeper, admiral, and secretary to know her will with regard to her successor. She answered with a faint voice that as she had held a regal sceptre, she desired no other than a royal successor. Cecil requesting her to explain herself more particularly, she subjoined that she would have a king to succeed her, and who should that be but her nearest kinsman, the King of Scots? Being then advised by the Archbishop of Canterbury to fix her thoughts upon God, she replied that she did so, nor did her mind in the least wander from him. Her voice soon after left her, and senses failed. She fell into a lethargic slumber which continued some hours, and she expired gently, without further struggle or convulsion, in the 70th year of her age, and 45th of her reign. So dark a cloud overcast the evening of that day, which had shone out with a mighty lustre in the eyes of all Europe. There are few great personages in history who have been more exposed to the calumny of enemies and the adulation of friends than Queen Elizabeth, and yet there scarcely is any whose reputation has been more certainly determined by the unanimous consent of posterity. The unusual length of her administration and the strong features of her character were able to overcome all prejudices, and obliging her detractors to abate much of their invectives, and her admirers somewhat of their panegyrics, have at last
in spite of political factions and, what is more, of religious animosities, produced a uniform judgment with regard to her conduct. Her vigour, her constancy, her magnanimity, her penetration, vigilance, address, are allowed to merit the highest praises, and appear not to have been surpassed by any person that ever filled a throne. A conduct less rigorous, less imperious, more sincere, more indulgent to her people, would have been requisite to form a perfect character. By the force of her mind, she controlled all her more active and stronger qualities, and prevented them from running into excess. Her heroism was exempt from temerity, her frugality from avarice, her friendship from partiality, her active temper from turbulency and a vain ambition. She guarded not herself with equal care or equal success from lesser infirmities, the rivalship of beauty, the desire of admiration, the jealousy of love, and the sallies of anger. Her singular talents for government were founded equally on her temper and on her capacity. Endowed with a great command over herself, she soon obtained an uncontrolled ascendant over her people; and while she merited all their esteem by her real virtues, she also engaged their affections by her pretended ones. Few sovereigns of England succeeded to the throne in more difficult circumstances, and none ever conducted the government with such uniform success and felicity. Though unacquainted with the practice of toleration, the true secret for managing religious factions, she preserved her people by her superior prudence from those confusions in which theological controversy had involved all the neighboring nations; and though her enemies were the most powerful princes of Europe, the most active, the most enterprising, the least scrupulous, she was able by her vigour to make deep impressions on their states. Her own greatness, meanwhile, remained untouched and unimpaired. The wise ministers and brave warriors who flourished under her reign share the praise of her success; but instead of lessening the applause due to her, they make great addition to it. They owed all of them their advancement to her choice. They were supported by her constancy, and with all their abilities they were never able to acquire any undue ascendant over her. In her family, in her court, in her kingdom, she remained equally mistress. The force of the tender passions was great over her, but the force of her mind was still superior, and the combat which her victory visibly cost her serves only to display the firmness of her resolution and the loftiness of her ambitious sentiments. The fame of this princess, though it has surmounted the prejudices both of faction and bigotry, yet lies still exposed to another prejudice, which is more durable because more natural, and which, according to the different views in which we survey her, is capable either of exalting beyond measure or diminishing the lustre of her character. This prejudice is founded on the consideration of her sex. When we contemplate her as a woman, we are apt to be struck with the highest admiration of her great qualities and extensive capacity, but we are also apt to require some more softness of disposition, some greater lenity of temper, some of those amiable weaknesses by which her sex is distinguished. But the true method of estimating her merit is to lay aside all these considerations, and consider her merely as a rational being placed in authority, and entrusted with the government of mankind. We may find it difficult to reconcile our fancy to her as a wife or a mistress; but her qualities as a sovereign, though with some considerable exceptions, are the object of undisputed applause and approbation. End of section 41, chapter 44, part 5.
Section 42 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1D, Section 42, Appendix III, Part 1. The party among us who have distinguished themselves by adhering to liberty and popular government have long indulged their prejudices against the succeeding race of princes, and by bestowing unbounded panegyrics on the virtue and wisdom of Elizabeth. They have been so extremely ignorant of the transactions of this reign as to extol her for a quality which of all others she was least possessed of, a tender regard for the constitution and a concern for the liberties and privileges of her people. But as it is scarcely possible for the prepossessions of party to throw a veil much longer over facts so palpable and undeniable, there is a danger lest the public should run into the opposite extreme, and should entertain an aversion to the memory of a princess who exercised the royal authority in a manner so contrary to all the ideas which we at present entertain of a legal constitution. But Elizabeth only supported the prerogatives transmitted to her by her predecessors. She believed that her subjects were entitled to no more liberty than their ancestors had enjoyed. She found that they entirely acquiesced in her arbitrary administration, and it was not natural for her to find fault with a form of government by which she herself was invested with such unlimited authority. In the particular exertions of power, the question ought never to be forgotten: what is best? But in the general distribution of power among the several members of a constitution, there can seldom be admitted any other question than what is established. Few examples occur of princes who have willingly resigned their power; none of those who have, without a struggle and reluctance, allowed it to be extorted from them. If any other rule than established practice be followed, factions and dissensions must multiply without end; and though many constitutions, and none more than the British, have been improved even by violent innovations, the praise bestowed on those patriots to whom the nation has been indebted for its privileges ought to be given with some reserve, and surely without the least rancor against those who adhered to the ancient constitution. In order to understand the ancient constitution of England, there is not a period which deserves more to be studied than the reign of Elizabeth. The prerogatives of this princess were scarcely ever disputed, and she therefore employed them without scruple. Her imperious temper, a circumstance in which she went far beyond her successors, rendered her exertions of power violent and frequent, and discovered the full extent of her authority. The great popularity which she enjoyed proves that she did not infringe any established liberties of the people. There remains evidence sufficient to ascertain the most noted acts of her administration, and though that evidence must be drawn from a source wide of the ordinary historians, it becomes only more authentic on that account, and serves as a stronger proof that her particular exertions of power were conceived to be nothing but the ordinary course of administration, since they were not thought remarkable enough to be recorded even by contemporary writers. If there was any difference in this particular, the people in former reigns seem rather to have been more submissive than even during the age of Elizabeth. It may not be improper to recount some of the ancient prerogatives of the crown, and lay open the sources of that great power which the English monarchs formerly enjoyed. One of the most ancient and most established instruments of power was the Court of Star Chamber, which possessed an unlimited discretionary authority of fining, imprisoning, and inflicting corporal punishment, and whose jurisdiction extended to all sorts of offences, contempts, and disorders that lay not within reach of the common law. The members of this court consisted of the Privy Council and the judges, men who all of them enjoyed their offices during pleasure, and when the prince himself was present, he was the sole judge, and all others could only interpose with their advice. There needed but this one court in any government to put an end to all regular, legal, and exact plans of liberty. For who durst set himself in opposition to the crown and ministry, or aspire to the character of being a patron of freedom, while exposed to so arbitrary a jurisdiction? I much question whether any of the absolute monarchies in Europe contain, at present, so illegal and despotic a tribunal. The Court of High Commission was another jurisdiction still more terrible, both because the crime of heresy, of which it took cognizance, was more undefinable than any civil offense, and because its method of inquisition and of administering oaths were more contrary to all the most simple ideas of justice and equity. The fines and imprisonments imposed by this court were frequent. The deprivations and suspensions of the clergy for nonconformity were also numerous, and comprehended at one time the third of all the ecclesiastics of England. The Queen, in a letter to the Archbishop of Canterbury, said expressly that she was resolved that no man should be suffered to decline, either on the left or on the right hand, from the drawn line limited by authority and by her law and injunctions. But martial law went beyond even these two courts in a prompt and arbitrary and violent method of decision. Whenever there was an insurrection of public disorder, the crown employed martial law, and it was, during that time, exercised not only over the soldiers, but over the whole people. Any one might be punished as a rebel, or an aider and abettor of rebellion, whom the provost marshal or lieutenant of a county, or their deputies, pleased to suspect. Lord Bacon says that the trial at common law granted to the Lord of Essex and his fellow conspirators was a favour, for that the case would have borne and required the severity of martial law. We have seen instances of it being employed by Queen Mary in defence of orthodoxy. There remains a letter of Queen Elizabeth to the Earl of Sussex, after the suppression of the Northern Rebellion, in which she sharply reproves him because she had not heard of his having executed any criminals by martial law, though it is probable that near 800 persons suffered, one way or another, on account of that slight insurrection. But the kings of England did not always limit the exercise of this law to times of civil war and disorder. In 1552, when there was no rebellion or insurrection, King Edward granted a commission of martial law and empowered the commissioners to execute it, as should be thought by their discretion most necessary. Queen Elizabeth, too, was not sparing in the use of this law. In 1573, when Peter Burchet, a Puritan, being persuaded that it was meritorious to kill such as opposed the truth of the gospel, ran into the streets and wounded Hawkins, the famous sea captain, whom he took for Hatton, the queen's favourite. The queen was so incensed that she ordered him to be punished instantly by martial law. But upon the remonstrance of some prudent counsellors, who told her that this law was usually confined to turbulent times, she recalled her order and delivered over Burchet to the common law. But she continued not always so reserved in executing this authority. there remains a proclamation of hers, in which she orders martial law to be used against all such as import bulls or even forbidden books and pamphlets from abroad, and prohibits the questioning of their lieutenants or their deputies for their arbitrary punishment of such offenders, any law or statute to the contrary in any wise notwithstanding. We have another act of hers still more extraordinary. The streets of London were much infested with idle vagabonds and riotous persons. The Lord Mayor had endeavored to repress this disorder. The Star Chamber had exerted its authority and inflicted punishment on these rioters. But the Queen, finding those remedies ineffectual, revived martial law, and gave Sir Thomas Wilford a commission of provost marshal, granting him authority and commanding him, upon signification given by the justices of peace in London or the neighboring counties, of such offenders worthy to be speedily executed by martial law, to attach and take the same persons, and in the presence of the said justices, according to justice of martial law, to execute them upon the gallows or gibbet openly, or near to such place where the said rebellious and incorrigible offenders shall be found to have committed the said great offences. I suppose it would be difficult to produce an instance of such an act of authority in any place nearer than Muscovy. The patent of High Constable, granted to Earl Rivers by Edward IV, proves the nature of the office. The powers are unlimited, perpetual, and remain in force during peace as well as during war and rebellion. The Parliament in Edward VI's reign acknowledged the jurisdiction of the Constable and Marshal's Court to be part of the laws of the land. The Star Chamber and High Commission and Court Martial, though arbitrary jurisdictions, had still some pretense of a trial, at least of a sentence, but there was a grievous punishment very generally inflicted in that age without any other authority than the warrant of a Secretary of State or of the Privy Council, and that was imprisonment in any jail and during any time that the ministers should think proper. In suspicious times, all the jails were full of prisoners of state, and those unhappy victims of public jealousy were sometimes thrown into dungeons loaded with irons and treated in the most cruel manner, without their being able to obtain any remedy from the law. This practice was an indirect way of employing torture, but the rack itself, though not admitted in the ordinary execution of justice, was frequently used, upon any suspicion, by authority of a warrant from a secretary or the Privy Council. Even the council in the Marches of Wales were empowered by their very commission to make use of torture whenever they thought proper. There cannot be a stronger proof of how lightly the rack was employed than the following story told by Lord Bacon. We shall give it in his own words. The Queen was mightily incensed against Hayward on account of a book he dedicated to Lord Essex, being a story of the first year of Henry IV. Thinking it a seditious prelude to put into the people's heads boldness and faction, she said that she had an opinion that there was treason in it, and asked me if I could not find any places in it that might be drawn within the case of treason. Whereto I answered, for treason sure I found none, but for felony very many. And when her Majesty hastily asked me wherein, I told her the author had committed very apparent theft, for he had taken most of the sentences of Cornelius Tacitus and translated them into English and put them into his text. And another time, when the Queen could not be persuaded that it was his writing whose name was on it, but that it had some more mischievous author, and said with a great indignation that she would have him racked to produce his author. I replied, Nay, madam, he is a doctor. Never rack his person, but rack his style. Let him have pen, ink, paper, and help of books, and be enjoined to continue the story where it breaketh off. And I will undertake, by collating the styles, to judge whether he were the author or no. Thus, had it not been for Bacon's humanity, or rather his wit, this author, a man of letters, had been put to the rack for a most innocent performance. His real offence was his dedicating a book to that magnificent patron of the learned, the Earl of Essex, at a time when this nobleman lay under her Majesty's displeasure. The Queen's menace of trying and punishing Hayward for treason could easily have been executed, let his book have been ever so innocent. While so many terrors hung over the people, no jury durst have acquitted a man when the court was resolved to have him condemned. The practice also of not confronting witnesses with the prisoner gave the crown lawyers all imaginable advantage against him. And indeed, there scarcely occurs any instance during all these reigns that a sovereign or the ministers were ever disappointed in the issue of a prosecution. Timid juries and judges, who held their offices during pleasure, never failed to second all the views of the crown. The power of pressing both for sea and land service, and obliging any person to accept of any office, however mean or unfit for him, was another prerogative totally incompatible with freedom. Osborne, giving the following account of Elizabeth's method of employing this prerogative, in case she found any likely to interrupt her occasions, says he, she did seasonably prevent him by a chargeable employment abroad, or putting him upon some service at home, which she knew least grateful to the people, contrary to a false maximum, since practiced with far worse success by such princes as thought it better husbandry to buy off enemies than reward friends. The practice with which Osborne reproaches the two immediate successors of Elizabeth proceed partly from the extreme difficulty of their situation, partly from the greater lenity of their disposition. The power of pressing, as may naturally be imagined, was often abused, in other respects, by men of inferior rank, and officers often exacted money for freeing persons from the service. The government of England during that age, however, different in other particulars, bore in this respect some resemblance to that of Turkey at present. The sovereign possessed every power except that of imposing taxes, and in both countries this limitation, unsupported by other privileges, appears rather prejudicial to the people. In Turkey, it obliges the Sultan to permit the extortion of the pashas and governors of provinces, from whom he afterwards squeezes presents or takes forfeitures. In England, it engaged the Queen to erect monopolies and grant patents for exclusive trade, an invention so pernicious that, had she gone on during a tract of years at her own rate, England, the seat of riches and arts and commerce, would have contained at present as little industry as Morocco or the coast of Barbary. We may further observe that this valuable privilege, valuable only because it proved afterwards the means by which the Parliament extorted all their other privileges, was very much encroached on in an indirect manner during the reign of Elizabeth, as well as of her predecessors. She often exacted loans from her people, an arbitrary and unequal kind of imposition, and which individuals felt severely. For though the money had been regularly repaid, which was seldom the case, it lay in the prince's hands without interest, which was a sensible loss to the persons from whom the money was borrowed. There remains a proposal made by Lord Burleigh for levying a general loan on the people, equivalent to a subsidy, a scheme which would have laid the burden more equally, but which was, in different words, a taxation imposed without consent of Parliament. It is remarkable that the scheme thus proposed, without any visible necessity by that wise minister, is the very same which Henry VIII. Executed, and which Charles I., enraged by ill usage from his Parliament, and reduced to the greatest difficulties, put afterwards in practice to the great discontent of the nation. The demand of benevolence was another invention of that age for taxing the people. This practice was so little conceived to be irregular, that the Commons in 1585 offered the queen a benevolence, which she very generously refused, as having no occasion at that time for money. Queen Mary also, by order of council, increased the customs in some branches, and her sister imitated the example. There was a species of ship money imposed at the time of the Spanish invasion. The several ports were required to equip a certain number of vessels at their own charge, and such was the alacrity of the people for the public defence that some of the ports, particularly London, sent double the number demanded of them. When any levies were made for Ireland, France, or the Low Countries, the queen obliged the counties to levy the soldiers, to arm and clothe them, and carry them to the seaports at their own charge. New Year's gifts were at that time expected from the nobility and from the more considerable gentry. Purveyance and preemption were also methods of taxation, unequal, arbitrary, and oppressive. The whole kingdom sensibly felt the burden of these impositions, and it was regarded as a great privilege conferred on Oxford and Cambridge to prohibit the purveyors from taking any commodities within 5 miles of these universities. The queen victualled her navy by means of this prerogative during the first years of her reign. Wardship was the most regular and legal of all these impositions by prerogative, and yet was it a great badge of slavery and oppressive to all the considerable families. When an estate devolved to a female, the sovereign obliged her to marry any one he pleased. Whether the heir were male or female, the crown enjoyed the whole profit of the estate during the minority. The giving of a rich wardship was a usual method of rewarding a courtier or favorite. The inventions were endless which arbitrary power might employ for the extorting of money, while the people imagined that their property was secured by the crown's being debarred from imposing taxes. Strype has preserved a speech of Lord Burleigh to the queen and council, in which are contained some particulars not a little extraordinary. Burleigh proposes that she should erect a court for the correction of all abuses, and should confer on the commissioners a general inquisitorial power over the whole kingdom. He sets before her the example of her wise grandfather, Henry VII., who by such methods extremely augmented his revenue, and he recommends that this new court should proceed as well by the direction and ordinary course of the laws as by virtue of her majesty's supreme regiment and absolute power, from whence law proceeded. In a word, he expects from this institution greater accession to the royal treasure than Henry VIII. Derived from the abolition of the abbeys and all the forfeitures of ecclesiastical revenues. This project of Lord Burleigh's needs not, I think, any comment. A form of government must be very arbitrary indeed, where a wise and good minister could make such a proposal to the sovereign. Embargoes on merchandise was another engine of royal power by which the English princes were able to extort money from the people. We have seen instances in the reign of Mary. Elizabeth, before her coronation, issued an order to the customs house prohibiting the sale of all crimson silk which should be imported till the court were first supplied. She expected, no doubt, a good pennyworth from the merchants while they lay under her restraint. The Parliament pretended to the right of enacting laws as well as of granting subsidies, but this privilege was during that age still more insignificant than the other. Queen Elizabeth expressly prohibited them from meddling either with state matters or ecclesiastical causes, and she openly sent the members to prison who dared to transgress her imperial edict in these particulars. There passed few sessions of Parliament during her reign where there occur not instances of this arbitrary conduct. End of section 42, Appendix III, Part 1. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 43 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1D, Section 42, Appendix III, Part 2. But the legislative power of the Parliament was a mere fallacy, while the sovereign was universally acknowledged to possess a dispensing power by which all the laws could be invalidated and rendered of no effect. The exercise of this power was also an indirect method practiced for erecting monopolies. Where the statutes laid any branch of manufacture under restrictions, the sovereign, by exempting one person from the laws, gave him in effect the monopoly of that commodity. There was no grievance at that time more universally complained of than the frequent dispensing with the penal laws. But in reality the crown possessed the full legislative power by means of proclamations which might affect any matter, even of the greatest importance, and which the Star Chamber took care to see more rigorously executed than the laws themselves. The motives for these proclamations were sometimes frivolous and even ridiculous. Queen Elizabeth had taken offence at the smell of woad, and she issued an edict prohibiting any one from cultivating that useful plant. She was also pleased to take offence at the long swords and high ruffs then in fashion. She sent about her officers to break every man's sword and clip every man's ruff which was beyond a certain dimension. This practice resembles the method employed by the great Tsar Peter to make his subjects change their garb. The Queen's prohibition of the prophesying or the assemblies instituted for fanatical prayers and conferences was founded on a better reason, but shows still the unlimited extent of her prerogative. Any number of persons could not meet together in order to read the Scriptures and confer about religion, though in ever so orthodox a manner, without her permission. There were many other branches of prerogative incompatible with an exact and regular enjoyment of liberty. None of the nobility could marry without permission from the sovereign. The Queen detained the Earl of Southampton long in prison because he privately married the Earl of Essex's cousin. No man could travel without the consent of the prince. Sir William Evers underwent a severe persecution because he had presumed to pay a private visit to the King of Scots. The sovereign even assumed a supreme and uncontrolled authority over all foreign trade, and neither allowed any person to enter or depart the kingdom, nor any commodity to be imported or exported without his consent. The Parliament, in the 13th of the Queen, praised her for not imitating the practice usual among her predecessors of stopping the course of justice by particular warrants. There could not possibly be a greater abuse nor a stronger mark of arbitrary power, and the Queen, in refraining from it, was very laudable. But she was by no means constant in this reserve. There remain in the public records some warrants of hers for exempting particular persons from all lawsuits and prosecutions. If in these warrants, she says, she grants from her royal prerogative, which she will not allow to be disputed. It was very usual in Queen Elizabeth's reign, and probably in all the preceding reigns, for noblemen or privy councillors to commit to prison any one who had happened to displease them by suing for his just debts, and the unhappy person, though he gained his cause in the courts of justice, was commonly obliged to relinquish his property in order to obtain his liberty. Some, likewise, who had been delivered from prison by the judges, were again committed to custody in secret places without any possibility of obtaining relief, and even the officers and the sergeants of the courts of law were punished for executing the writs in favor of these persons. Nay, it was usual to send for people by pursuivants, a kind of harpies, who then attended the orders of the council and high commission, and they were brought up to London, and constrained by imprisonment, not only to withdraw their lawful suits, but also to pay the pursuivants great sums of money. The judges, in the 34th of the queen, complained to her majesty of the frequency of this practice. It is probable that so egregious a tyranny was carried no farther down than the reign of Elizabeth, since the parliament who presented the petition of right found no later instances of it. And even these very judges of Elizabeth, who thus protect the people against the tyranny of the great, expressly allow that a person committed by special command of the queen is not bailable. It is easy to imagine that in such a government no justice could by course of law be obtained of the sovereign unless he were willing to allow it. In the naval expedition undertaken by Raleigh and Frobisher against the Spaniards in the year 1592, a very rich carrack was taken, worth £200,000. The queen's share in the great adventure was only a tenth, but as the prize was so great and exceeded so much the expectation of all the adventurers, she was determined not to rest contented with her share. Raleigh humbly and earnestly begged her to accept of £100,000 in lieu of all her demands, or rather extortions, and says that the present which the proprietors were willing to make her of £80,000 was the greatest that ever prince received from a subject. But it is no wonder the queen, in her administration, should pay so little regard to liberty, while the parliament itself, in enacting laws, was entirely negligent of it. The persecuting statutes which they passed against papists and puritans are extremely contrary to the genius of freedom, and by exposing such multitudes to the tyranny of priests and bigots, accustomed the people to the most disgraceful subjection. Their conferring an unlimited supremacy on the queen, or what is worse, acknowledgement of her inherent right to it, was another proof of their voluntary servitude. The law of the 23rd of her reign, making seditious words against the queen capital, is also a very tyrannical statute, and a use no less tyrannical was sometimes made of it. The case of Udal, a puritanical clergyman, seems singular even in those arbitrary times. This man had published a book called A Demonstration of Discipline, in which he inveighed against the government of bishops, and though he had carefully endeavored to conceal his name, he was thrown into prison upon the suspicion and brought to trial for this offense. It was pretended that the bishops were part of the queen's political body, and to speak against them was really to attack her, and was therefore felony by the statute. This was not the only iniquity to which Udal was exposed. The judges would not allow the jury to determine anything but the fact, whether Udal had written the book or not, without examining his intention or the import of the words. In order to prove the fact, the crown lawyers did not produce a single witness to the court. They only read the testimony of two persons absent, one of whom said that Udal had told him he was the author, another that a friend of Udal's had said so. They would not allow Udal to produce any exculpatory evidence, which they said was never to be permitted against the crown, and they tendered him an oath by which he was required to depose that he was not the author of the book, and his refusal to make that deposition was employed as the strongest proof of his guilt. It was almost needless to add that, notwithstanding these multiplied iniquities, a verdict of death was given by the jury against Udal, for as the queen was extremely bent upon his prosecution, it was impossible he could escape. He died in prison before execution of the sentence. The case of Penry was, if possible, still harder. This man was a zealous Puritan, or rather a Brownist, a small sect which afterwards increased and received the name of Independents. He had written against the hierarchy several tracts, such as Martin Marprelate, Theses Martiniae, and other compositions full of low scurrility and petulant satire. After concealing himself for some years, he was seized, and as the statute against seditious words required that the criminal should be tried within a year after committing the offense, he could not be indicted for his printed books. He was therefore tried for some papers found in his pocket, as if he had thereby scattered sedition. It was also imputed to him by the Lord Keeper Puckering that in some of these papers he had only acknowledged Her Majesty's royal power to establish laws ecclesiastical and civil, but had avoided the usual terms of making, enacting, decreeing, and ordaining laws, which imply, says the Lord Keeper, a most absolute authority. Penry for these offences was condemned and executed. Thus we have seen that the most absolute authority of the sovereign, to make use of the Lord Keeper's expression, was established on above 20 branches of prerogative, which are now abolished, and which were every one of them totally incompatible with the liberty of the subject. But what ensured more effectually the slavery of the people than even these branches of prerogative was the established principles of the time, which attributed to the prince such an unlimited and indefeasible power as was supposed to be the origin of all law and could be circumscribed by none. The homilies published for the use of the clergy, and which they were enjoined to read every Sunday in all the churches, inculcate everywhere a blind and unlimited passive obedience to the prince, which on no account and under no pretense is it ever lawful for subjects in the smallest article to depart from or infringe. Much noise has been made because some court chaplains during the succeeding reigns were permitted to preach such doctrines, but there is a great difference between these sermons and discourses published by authority, avowed by the prince and council, and promulgated to the whole nation. So thoroughly were these principles imbibed by the people during the reigns of Elizabeth and her predecessors, that opposition to them was regarded as the most flagrant sedition, and was not even rewarded by the public praise and approbation which can alone support men under such dangers and difficulties as attend the resistance to tyrannical authority. It was only during the next generation that the noble principles of liberty took root, and, spreading themselves under the shelter of puritanical absurdities, became fashionable among the people. It is worth remarking that the advantage usually ascribed to absolute monarchy, a greater regularity of police, and a more strict execution of the laws, did not attend the former English government, though in many respects it fell under that denomination. A demonstration of this truth is contained in a judicious paper which is preserved by Strype, and which was written by an eminent justice of the peace of Somersetshire, in the year 1596, near the end of the queen's reign, when the authority of that prince may be supposed to be fully corroborated by time, and her maxims of government improved by long practice. This paper contains an account of the disorders which then prevailed in the county of Somerset. The author says that 40 persons had there been executed in a year for robberies, theft, and other felonies, 35 burnt in the hand, 37 whipped, 183 discharged, that those who were discharged were most wicked and desperate persons, who never could come to any good because they would not work, and none would take them into service. That notwithstanding this great number of indictments, the 5th part of the felonies committed in the country were not brought to trial. The greater number escaped censure, either from the superior cunning of the felons, the remissness of the magistrates, or the foolish lenity of the people. That the rapines committed by the infinite number of wicked, wandering, idle people were intolerable to the poor countrymen, and obliged them to keep a perpetual watch over their sheepfolds, their pastures, their woods, and their cornfields. That the other counties of England were in no better condition than Somersetshire, and many of them were even worse. that there were at least 300 or 400 able-bodied vagabonds in every county who lived by theft and rapine, and who sometimes met in troops to the number of 60 and committed spoil on the inhabitants, that if all the felons of this kind were assembled, they would be able, if reduced to good subjection, to give the greatest enemy her majesty has a strong battle, and that the magistrates themselves were intimidated from executing the laws upon them. And there were instances of justices of the peace who, after giving sentences against rogues, had interposed to stop the execution of their own sentence on account of the danger which hung over them from the confederates of these felons. In the year 1575, the Queen complained in Parliament of the bad execution of the laws, and threatened that if the magistrates were not for the future more vigilant, she would entrust authority to indigent and needy persons who would find an interest in a more exact administration of justice. It appears that she was as good as her word, for in the year 1601 there were great complaints made in Parliament for the rapine of justices of the peace, and a member said that this magistrate was an animal who, for half a dozen of chickens, would dispense with a dozen of penal statutes. It is not easy to account for this relaxation of government and neglect of police during a reign of so much vigor as that of Elizabeth. The small revenue of the crown is the most likely cause that can be assigned. The Queen had it not in her power to interest a great number in assisting her to execute the laws. On the whole, the English have no reason, from the example of their ancestors, to be in love with the picture of absolute monarchy, or to prefer the unlimited authority of the prince, and his unbounded prerogatives, to that noble liberty, that sweet equality, and that happy security by which they are at present distinguished above all nations in the universe. The utmost that can be said in favor of the government of that age, and perhaps it may be said with truth, is that the power of the prince, though really unlimited, was exercised after the European manner, and entered not into every part of the administration; that the instances of a high exerted prerogative were not so frequent as to render property sensibly insecure, or reduce the people to a total servitude; that the freedom from faction, the quickness of execution, and the promptitude of those measures which could be taken for offense or defense, made some compensation for the want of a legal and determinate liberty; that as the prince commanded no mercenary army, there was a tacit check on him which maintained that the government in that medium to which the people had been accustomed, and that this situation of England, though seemingly it approached nearer, was in reality more remote from a despotic and eastern monarchy than the present government of that kingdom, where the people, though guarded by multiplied laws, are totally naked, defenseless, and disarmed, and besides are not secured by any middle power or independent powerful nobility interposed between them and the monarch. We shall close the present appendix with a brief account of the revenues, the military force, the commerce, and the arts, and the learning of England during this period. Queen Elizabeth's economy was remarkable, and in some instances seemed to border on avarice. The smallest expense, if it could possibly be spared, appeared considerable in her eyes, and even the charge of an express during the most delicate transactions was not below her notice. She was also attentive to every profit, and embraced opportunities of gain which may appear somewhat extraordinary. She kept, for instance, the see of Ely vacant 19 years in order to retain the revenue, and it was usual with her, when she promoted a bishop, to take the opportunity of pillaging the see of some of its manors. But that in reality there was little of no avarice in the queen's temper appears from this circumstance, that she never amassed any treasure, and even refused subsidies from the Parliament when she had no present occasion for them. Yet we must not conclude from this circumstance that her economy proceeded from a tender concern for her people. She loaded them with monopolies and exclusive patents, which are much more oppressive than the most heavy taxes levied in an equal and regular manner. The real source of her frugal conduct was derived from her desire of independency and her care to preserve her dignity, which would have been endangered had she reduced herself to the necessity of having frequent recourse to parliamentary supplies. In consequence of this motive, the queen, though engaged in successful and necessary wars, thought it more prudent to make a continual dilapidation of the royal domains than demand the most moderate supplies from the commons. As she lived unmarried and had no posterity, she was content to serve her present term, though at the expense of her successors, who, by reason of this policy, joined to other circumstances, found themselves on a sudden reduced to the most extreme indigence. The splendor of a court was during this age a great part of the public charge, and as Elizabeth was a single woman, and expensive in no kind of magnificence, except clothes, this circumstance enabled her to perform great things by her narrow revenue. She is said to have paid 4 millions of debt left on her crown by her father, brother, and sister, and an incredible sum for that age. The states at the time of her death owed her about 800,000 pounds, and the King of France 450,000. Though that prince was extremely frugal, and after the peace of Vervins was continually amassing treasure, the queen never could, by the most pressing importunities, prevail on him to make payment of those sums which she had so generously advanced him during his greatest distresses. One payment of 20,000 crowns and another of 50,000 were all that she could obtain, by the strongest representations she could make of the difficulties to which the rebellion in Ireland had reduced her. The queen expended on the wars with Spain between the years 1589 and 1593 the sum of 1,300,000 pounds, besides the pittance of a double subsidy amounting to 280,000 pounds granted to her by Parliament. In the year 1599 she spent 600,000 pounds in 6 months on the service of Ireland. Sir Robert Cecil affirmed that in 10 years Ireland cost her 3,400,000 pounds. She gave the Earl of Essex a present of 30,000 pounds upon his departure for the government of that kingdom. Lord Burleigh computed that the value of the gifts conferred on that favourite amounted to 300,000 pounds, a sum which, though probably exaggerated, is a proof of her strong affection towards him. It was a common saying during the reign, "The queen pays bountifully, though she rewards sparingly." End of section 43. Appendix III, Part 2. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 44 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1D, Section 44, Appendix III, Part 3. It is difficult to compute exactly the Queen's ordinary revenue, but it certainly fell much short of 500,000 pounds a year. In the year 1590, she raised the customs from 14,000 pounds a year to 50,000, and obliged Sir Thomas Smith, who had farmed them, to refund some of his former profits. This improvement of the revenue was owing to the suggestions of one Carmarthen, and was opposed by Burleigh, Leicester, and Walsingham. But the Queen's perseverance overcame all their opposition. The great undertakings which she executed with so narrow a revenue and with such small supplies from her people prove the mighty effects of wisdom and economy. She received from the Parliament during the course of her whole reign only 20 subsidies 39/15. I pretend not to determine exactly the amount of these supplies, because the value of a subsidy was continually falling, and in the end of her reign it amounted only to 80,000 pounds, though in the beginning it had been 120,000. If we suppose that the supplies granted Elizabeth during a reign of 45 years amounted to 3 millions, we shall not probably be much wide of the truth. This sum makes only 66,666 pounds a year, and it is surprising that while the Queen's demands were so moderate and her expenses so well regulated, she should ever have found any difficulty in obtaining a supply from Parliament, or be reduced to make sale of crown lands. But such was the extreme, I had almost said absurd, parsimony of the parliaments during that period. They valued nothing in comparison of their money. The members had no connection with the court, and the very idea which they conceived of the trust committed to them was to reduce the demands of the crown and to grant as few supplies as possible. The crown, on the other hand, conceived the parliament in no other light than as a means of supply. Queen Elizabeth made a merit to her people of seldom summoning parliaments. No redress of grievances was expected from these assemblies. They were supposed to meet for no other purpose than to impose taxes. Before the reign of Elizabeth, the English princes had usually recourse to the city of Antwerp for voluntary loans, and their credit was so low that, besides paying the high interest of 10 or 12%, they were obliged to make the city of London join in the security. Sir Thomas Gresham, that great and enterprising merchant, one of the chief ornaments of this reign, engaged the company of merchant adventurers to grant a loan to the Queen, and as the money was regularly repaid, her credit by degrees established itself in the city, and she shook off this dependence on foreigners. In the year 1559, however, the Queen employed Gresham to borrow for her 200,000 pounds at Antwerp, in order to enable her to reform the coin, which was at that time extremely debased. She was so impolitic as to make herself an innovation in the coin by dividing a pound of silver into 62 shillings instead of 60, the former standard. This is the last time the coin has been tampered with in England. Queen Elizabeth, sensible how much the defense of her kingdom depended on its naval power, was desirous to encourage commerce and navigation, but as her monopolies tended to extinguish all domestic industry, which is much more valuable than foreign trade, and is the foundation of it, the general train of her conduct was ill calculated to serve the purpose at which she aimed, much less to promote the riches of her people. The exclusive companies also were an immediate check on foreign trade. Yet, notwithstanding these discouragements, the spirit of the age was strongly bent on naval enterprises, and besides the military expeditions against the Spaniards, many attempts were made for new discoveries, and many new branches of foreign commerce were opened by the English. Sir Martin Frobisher undertook 3 fruitless voyages to discover the Northwest Passage. Davis, not discouraged by this ill success, made a new attempt when he discovered the strait which passed by his name. In the year 1600, the Queen granted the first patent to the East India Company. The stock of that company was 72,000 pounds, and they fitted out 4 ships under the command of James Lancaster for this new branch of trade. The adventure was successful, and the ships returning with a rich cargo encouraged the company to continue the commerce. The communication with Muscovy had been opened in Queen Mary's time by the discovery of the passage to Archangel, but the commerce to that country did not begin to be carried out in a great extent till about the year 1569. The Queen obtained from the Tsar an exclusive patent to the English for the whole trade of Muscovy, and she entered into a personal as well as national alliance with him. This Tsar was named John Basilides, a furious tyrant who, continually suspecting the revolt of his subjects, stipulated to have a safe retreat and protection in England. In order the better to ensure this resource, he proposed to marry an Englishwoman, and the queen intended to have sent him Lady Anne Hastings, daughter of the Earl of Huntingdon. But when the lady was informed of the barbarous manners of the country, she wisely declined purchasing an empire at the expense of her ease and safety. The English, encouraged by the privileges which they had obtained from Basilides, ventured farther into those countries than any Europeans had formerly done. They transported their goods along the river Dinwa in boats made of one entire tree, which they towed and rowed up the stream as far as Walgoda. Thence they carried their commodities 7 days' journey by land to Yersala, and then down the Volga to Astrakhan. At Astrakhan they built ships, crossed the Caspian Sea, and distributed their manufactures into Persia. But this bold attempt met with such discouragements that it was never renewed. After the death of John Basilides, his son Theodore revoked the patent which the English enjoyed for a monopoly of the Russian trade. When the queen remonstrated against this innovation, he told her ministers that princes must carry an indifferent hand as well between their subjects as between foreigners, and not convert trade, which by the laws of nations ought to be common to all, into a monopoly for the private gain of a few. So much juster notions of commerce were entertained by this barbarian than appear in the conduct of the renowned Queen Elizabeth. Theodore, however, continued some privileges to the English on account of their being the discoverers of the communications between Europe and his country. The trade to Turkey commenced about the year 1583, and that commerce was immediately confined to a company by Queen Elizabeth. Before that time, the Grand Signior had always conceived England to be a dependent province of France, but having heard of the Queen's power and reputation, he gave a good reception to the English, and even granted them larger privileges than he had given to the French. The merchants of the Hanse towns complained loudly in the beginning of Elizabeth's reign of the treatment which they had received in the reigns of Edward and Mary. She prudently replied that as she would not innovate anything, she would still protect them in the immunities and privileges of which she found them possessed. This answer not contenting them, their commerce was soon after suspended for a time, to the great advantage of the English merchants, who tried what they could themselves effect for promoting their commerce. They took the whole trade into their own hands, and their returns proving successful, they divided themselves into staplers and merchant adventurers, the former residing constantly at one place, the latter trying their fortunes in other towns and states abroad with cloth and other manufacturers. This success so enraged the Hanse towns that they tried all the methods which a discontented people could devise to draw upon the English merchants the ill opinion of other nations and states. They prevailed so far as to obtain an imperial edict by which the English were prohibited all commerce in the empire. The queen, by way of retaliation, retained 60 of their ships, which had been seized in the river Tagus, with contraband goods of the Spaniards. These ships the queen intended to have restored, as desiring to have compromised all differences with those trading cities. But when she was informed that a great assembly was held at Lubeck, in order to concert measures for distressing the English trade, she caused the ships and cargoes to be confiscated. Only 2 of them were released to carry home the news, and to inform these states that she had the greatest contempt imaginable for all their proceedings. Henry VIII, in order to fit out a navy, was obliged to hire ships from Hamburg, Lubeck, Danzig, Genoa, and Venice. But Elizabeth, very early in her reign, put affairs upon a better footing, both by building some ships of her own and by encouraging the merchants to build large trading vessels, which on occasion were converted into ships of war. In the year 1582, the seamen in England were found to be 14,295 men, the number of vessels 1,232, of which there were only 217 above 80 tons. Monson pretends that though navigation decayed in the first years of James I by the practice of the merchants who carried on their trade in foreign bottoms, yet before the year 1640, this number of seamen was tripled in England. The navy which the Queen left at her decease appears considerable when we reflect only on the number of vessels, which were 42. But when we consider that none of these ships carried above 40 guns, and that 4 only came up to that number, that there were but 2 ships of 1,000 tons, and 23 below 500, some of 50, and some even 20 tons, and that the whole number of guns belonging to the fleet was 774, we must entertain a contemptible idea of the English navy, compared to the force which it has now attained. In the year 1588, there were not above 5 vessels fitted out by the noblemen and seaports, which exceeded 200 tons. In the year 1575, all the militia in the kingdom were computed at 182,929. A distribution was made in the year 1595 of 140,000 men, besides those which Wales could supply. These armies were formidable by their numbers, but their discipline and experience were not proportionate. Small bodies from Dunkirk and Newport frequently ran over and plundered the east coast. So unfit was the militia, as it was then constituted, for the defense of the kingdom. The Lord Lieutenants were first appointed to the counties in this reign. Mr. Murden has published from the Salisbury collection a paper which contains the military force of the nation at the time of the Spanish Armada, and which is somewhat different from the account given by our ordinary historians. It makes all the able-bodied men of the kingdom amount to 111,513. Those armed to 80,875, of whom 40,727 were trained. It must be supposed that these able-bodied men consisted of such only as were registered, otherwise the small number is not to be accounted for. Yet Sir Edward Coke said in the House of Commons that he was employed about the same time, together with Popham, Chief Justice, to take a survey of all the people of England, and that they found them to be 900,000 of all sorts. This number, by the ordinary rules of computation, supposes that there were above 200,000 men able to bear arms. Yet even this number is surprisingly small. Can we suppose that the kingdom is 6 or 7 times more populous at present, and that Murden's was the real number of men, excluding Catholics and children and infirm persons? Harrison says that in the musters taken in the year 1574 and 1575, the men fit for service amounted to 1,172,674. Yet was it believed that a full third was omitted. Such uncertainty and contradiction are there in all these accounts. Notwithstanding the greatness of this number, the same author complains much of the decay of the populousness, a vulgar complaint in all places and all ages. Guicciardini makes the inhabitants of England in this reign amount to 2 million. Whatever opinion we may form of the comparative populace of England in different periods, it must be allowed that, abstracting from the national debt, there is a prodigious increase of power in that, more perhaps than in any other European state since the beginning of the last century. It would be no paradox to affirm that Ireland alone could, at present, exert a greater force than all the 3 kingdoms were capable of at the death of Queen Elizabeth. We might go further and assert that one good county in England is able to make, at least to support, a greater effort than the whole kingdom was capable of in the reign of Henry V, when the maintenance of a garrison in a small town like Calais formed more than a third of the ordinary national expense. Such are the effects of liberty, industry, and good government. The state of the English manufacturers was at this time very low, and foreign wares of almost all kinds had preference. About the year 1590, there were in London 4 persons only rated in the subsidy books so high as £400. This computation is not indeed to be deemed an exact estimate of their wealth. In 1567, there were found, on inquiry, to be 4,851 strangers of all nations in London, of whom 3,838 were Flemings, and only 58 Scots. The persecution in France and the Low Countries drove afterwards a greater number of foreigners into England, and the commerce, as well as manufactures of that kingdom, was very much improved by them. It was then that Sir Thomas Gresham built, at his own charge, the magnificent fabric of the Exchange for the reception of the merchants. The Queen visited it and gave it the appellation of the Royal Exchange. By a lucky accident in language, which has a great effect on men's ideas, the invidious word usury, which formerly meant the taking of any interest for money, came now to express only the taking of exorbitant and illegal interest. An act passed in 1571 violently condemns all usury, but permits 10% interest to be paid. Henry IV of France reduced interest to 6.5%, an indication of the great advance of France above England in commerce. Dr. Howell says that Queen Elizabeth, in the 3rd of her reign, was presented with a pair of black silk knit stockings by her silkwoman, and never wore cloth hose any more. The author of the present state of England says that about 1577, pocket watches were first brought into England from Germany. They are thought to have been invented at Nuremberg. About 1580, the use of coaches was introduced by the Earl of Arundel. Before that time, the Queen, on public occasions, rode behind her chamberlain. Camden says that in 1581, Randolph, so much employed by the Queen in foreign embassies, possessed the office of Postmaster General of England. It appears, therefore, that posts were then established, though from Charles I's regulations in 1635, it would seem that few post houses were erected before that time. In a remonstrance of the Hanse towns to the Diet of the Empire in 1582, it is affirmed that England exported annually about 200,000 pieces of cloth. This number seems to be much exaggerated. In the 5th of this reign was enacted the first law for the relief of the poor. A judicious author of that age confirms the vulgar observation that the kingdom was depopulating from the increase of enclosures and decay of tillage, and he ascribes the reason very justly to the restraints put on the exportation of corn, while full liberty was allowed to export all the produce of pasturage, such as wool, hides, leather, and tallow, etc. These prohibitions of exportation were derived from the prerogative, and were very injudicious. The Queen, once on the commencement of her reign, had tried a contrary practice, and with good success. From the same author we learn that the complaints renewed in our time were then very uncommon concerning the high prices of everything. There were 2 attempts made in this reign to settle colonies in America, one by Sir Humphrey Gilbert in Newfoundland, another by Sir Walter Raleigh in Virginia. But neither of these projects proved successful. All those noble settlements were made in the following reigns. The current specie of the kingdom in the end of this reign is computed at 4 millions. The Earl of Leicester desired Sir Francis Walsingham, then ambassador to France, to provide him with a writing master in that country, to whom he promises £100 a year, besides maintaining himself and servant and a couple of horses. I know, adds the Earl, that such a man as I want may receive higher wages in France, but let him consider that a shilling in England goes as far as 2 shillings in France. It is known that everything is much changed since that time. The nobility of this age still supported in some degree the ancient magnificence in their hospitality and in the number of their retainers, and the queen found it prudent to retrench by proclamation their expenses in this particular. The expense of hospitality she somewhat encouraged by the frequent visits she paid her nobility and the sumptuous feasts which she received from them. End of section 44, Appendix III, Part 3. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington. Section 45 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Richard Carpenter. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume. Volume 1D. Section 45, Appendix III, Part 4. Harrison, after enumerating the Queen's palaces, adds, "But what shall I need to take upon me to repeat all, and to tell what houses the Queen's Majesty's hath? Sith all is hers, and when it pleaseth her in the summer season to recreate herself abroad, and view the estate of the country, and hear the complaints of her poor commons, injured by her unjust officers or their substitutes, every nobleman's house is her palace, where she continueth during pleasure, and tell her an entertainment in Kenilworth Castle, which was extraordinary for expense and magnificence." Among other particulars, we are told that 365 hogsheads of beer were drunk at it. The Earl had fortified this castle at great expense, and it contained arms for 10,000 men. The Earl of Derby had a family consisting of 240 servants. Stowe remarks it as a singular proof of beneficence in this nobleman, that he was contented with his rent from his tenants, and exacted not any extraordinary services from them, a proof that the great power of the sovereign, what was almost unavoidable, had very generally countenanced the nobility in tyrannizing over the people. Burleigh, though he was frugal and had no paternal estate, kept a family consisting of 100 servants. He had a standing table for gentlemen, and 2 other tables for persons of meaner condition, which were always served alike, whether he were in town or in country. About his person he had people of great distinction, insomuch that he could reckon up 20 gentlemen retainers, who had each £1,000 a year, and as many among his ordinary servants, who were worth from £1,000 to 3, 5, 10, and 20,000 pounds. It is to be remarked that though the revenues of the crown were at that time very small, the ministers and courtiers sometimes found means, by employing the boundless prerogative, to acquire greater fortunes than it is possible for them at present to amass from their larger salaries and more limited authority. Burleigh entertained the Queen 12 several times in his country house, where she remained 3, 4, or 5 weeks at a time. Each visit cost him 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. The quantity of silver plate possessed by this nobleman is surprising, no less than 14,000 or 15,000 pounds weight, which, besides the fashion, would be above 42,000 pounds sterling in value. Yet Burleigh left only 4,000 pounds a year in land, and 11,000 pounds in money, and as land was then commonly sold at 10 years' purchase, this plate was nearly equal to all the rest of his fortune. It appears that little value was then put upon the fashion of the plate, which probably was but rude. The weight was chiefly considered. But though there were preserved great remains of the ancient customs, the nobility were by degrees acquiring a taste for elegant luxury, and many edifices in particular were built by them, neat, large, and sumptuous, to the great ornament of the kingdom, says Camden, but to the no less decay of the glorious hospitality of the nation. It is, however, more reasonable to think that this new turn of expense promoted arts and industry, while the ancient hospitality was the source of vice, disorder, sedition, and idleness. Among the other species of luxury, that of apparel began to increase during this age, and the queen thought proper to restrain it by proclamation. Her example was very little comfortable to her edicts, as no woman was ever more conceited of her beauty, or more desirous of making impression on the hearts of beholders. No one ever went to greater extravagance in apparel, or studied more the variety and richness of her dresses. She appeared almost every day in a different habit, and tried all the several modes by which she hoped to render herself agreeable. She was also so fond of her clothes that she never could part with any of them, and at her death she had in her wardrobe all the different habits, to the number of 3,000, which she had ever worn in her lifetime. The retrenchment of the ancient hospitality and the diminution of retainers were favorable to the prerogative of the sovereign, and by disabling the great noblemen from their resistance, promoted the execution of the laws, and extended the authority of the courts of justice. There were many peculiar causes in the situation and character of Henry VII, which augmented the authority of the crown. Most of these causes concurred in succeeding princes, together with the factions in religion and the acquisition of the supremacy, a most important article of prerogative, but the manners of the age were a general cause, which operated during this whole period, and which continually tended to diminish the riches, and still more the influence of the aristocracy, anciently so formidable to the crown. The habits of luxury dissipated the immense fortunes of the ancient barons, and as the new methods of expense gave subsistence to mechanics and merchants who lived in an independent manner on the fruits of their own industry, a nobleman, instead of that unlimited ascendant which he was wont to assume over those who were maintained at his board, or subsisted by salaries conferred on them, retained only that moderate influence which customers have over tradesmen, and which can never be dangerous to civil government. The landed proprietors also, having a greater demand for money than for men, endeavored to turn their lands to the best account with regard to profit, and either enclosing their fields or joining many small farms into a few large ones, dismissed those useless hands which formerly were always at their call in every attempt to subvert the government or oppose a neighboring baron. By these means the cities increased. The middle rank of men began to be rich and powerful. The prince, who in effect was the same with the law, was implicitly obeyed, and though the further progress of the same causes begat a new plan of liberty, founded on the privileges of the commons, yet in the interval between the fall of the nobles and the rise of this order, the sovereign took advantage of the present situation and assumed an authority almost absolute. Whatever may be commonly imagined from the authority of Lord Bacon, and from that of Harrington and later authors, the laws of Henry VII contributed very little towards the great revolution which happened about this period in the English Constitution. The practice of breaking entails by a fine and recovery had been introduced in the preceding reigns, and this prince only gave indirectly a legal sanction to the practice, by reforming some abuses which attended it. But the settled authority which he acquired to the crown enabled the sovereign to encroach on the separate jurisdictions of the barons, and produced a more general and regular execution of the laws. The counties palatine underwent the same fate as the feudal powers, and by a statute of Henry VII, the jurisdiction of these counties was annexed to the crown, and all writs were ordained to run in the king's name. But the change of manners was the chief cause of the secret revolution of government, and subverted the power of the barons. There appear still, in this reign, some remains of the ancient slavery of the boors and peasants, but none afterwards. Learning, on its revival, was held in high estimation by the English princes and nobles, and as it was not yet prostituted by being too common, Even the great deemed it an object of ambition to obtain a character for literature. The four successive sovereigns, Henry, Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, may on one account or the other be admitted into the class of authors. Queen Catherine Parr translated a book. Lady Jane Grey, considering her age and her sex and her station, may be regarded as a prodigy of literature. Sir Thomas Smith was raised from being professor in Cambridge, first to be ambassador of France, then Secretary of State. The dispatches of those times, and among others those of Burleigh himself, are frequently interlarded with quotations from the Greek and Latin classics. Even the ladies of the court valued themselves on knowledge. Lady Burleigh, Lady Bacon, and their two sisters were mistresses of the ancient as well as modern languages, and placed more pride in their erudition than in their rank and quality. Queen Elizabeth wrote and translated several books, and she was familiarly acquainted with the Greek as well as with the Latin tongue. It is pretended that she made an extemporary reply in Greek to the University of Cambridge, who had addressed her in that language. It is certain that she answered in Latin without premeditation, and in a very spirited manner to the Polish ambassador, who had been wanting in respect to her. When she had finished, she turned about to her courtiers and said, "God's death, my lords," for she was much addicted to swearing, "I have been forced this day to scour up my old Latin, that hath long lain rusting." Elizabeth, even after she was queen, did not entirely drop the ambition of appearing as an author, and next to her desire of admiration for beauty, this seems to have been the chief object of her vanity. She translated Boethius of the Consolation of Philosophy, in order, as she pretended, to allay her grief for Henry IV's change of religion. As far as we can judge from Elizabeth's compositions, we may pronounce that, notwithstanding her application and her excellent parts, her taste in literature was but indifferent, and she was much inferior to her successor in this particular, who was himself no perfect model of eloquence. Unhappily for literature, at least for the learned of this age, the queen's vanity lay more in shining by her own learning than in encouraging men of genius by her liberality. Spenser himself, the finest English writer of his age, was long neglected, and after the death of Sir Philip Sidney, his patron, was allowed to die almost for want. This poet contains great beauties, a sweet and harmonious versification, easy elocution, and a fine imagination. Yet does the perusal of his work become so tedious that one never finishes it from the mere pleasure which it affords. It soon becomes a kind of task reading, and it requires some effort and resolution to carry us on to the end of his long performance. This effect, of which every one is conscious, is usually ascribed to the change of manners. But manners have more changed since Homer's age, and yet that poet remains still the favorite of every reader of taste and judgment. Homer copied true natural manners, which, however rough or uncultivated, will always form an agreeable and interesting picture. But the pencil of the English poet was employed in drawing the affectations and conceits and fopperies of chivalry, which appear ridiculous as soon as they lose the recommendation of the mode. The tediousness of continued allegory, and that too seldom striking or ingenious, has also contributed to render the Fairy Queen particularly tiresome, not to mention the too great frequency of its descriptions and the languor of its stanza. Upon the whole, Spenser maintains his place upon the shelves among our English classics, but he is seldom seen on the table, and there is scarcely any one, if he dares to be ingenuous, but will confess that, notwithstanding all the merit of the poet, he affords an entertainment which the palate is soon satiated. Several writers of late have amused themselves in copying the style of Spenser, and no imitation has been so indifferent as not to bear a great resemblance to the original. His manner is so peculiar that it is almost impossible not to transfer some of it into the copy. End of section 45. Appendix III, Part 4. Recording by Richard Carpenter in Seattle, Washington.
Section 46 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 46, Chapter 45, Part 1. James I. The crown of England was never transmitted from father to son with greater tranquillity than it passed from the family of Tudor to that of Stuart. During the whole reign of Elizabeth, the eyes of men had been employed in search of her successor, and when old age made the prospect of her death more immediate, there appeared none but the King of Scots who could advance any just claim or pretension to the throne. He was great-grandson of Margaret, elder daughter of Henry VII, and on the failure of the male line, his hereditary right remained unquestionable. If the religion of Mary, Queen of Scots, and the other prejudices contracted against her had formed any considerable obstacle to her succession, these objections, being entirely personal, had no place with regard to her son. Men also considered that, though the title derived from blood had been frequently violated since the Norman conquest, such licenses had proceeded more from force or intrigue than from any deliberate maxims of government. The lineal heir had still, in the end, prevailed, and both his exclusion and restoration had been commonly attended with such convulsions as were sufficient to warn all prudent men not likely to give way to such irregularities. If the will of Henry VIII, authorized by Act of Parliament, had tacitly excluded the Scottish line, the tyranny and caprices of that monarch had been so signal that a settlement of this nature, unsupported by any just reason, had no authority with the people. Queen Elizabeth, too, with her dying breath, had recognized the undoubted title of her kinsman James, and the whole nation seemed to dispose themselves with joy and pleasure for his reception. Though born and educated amidst a foreign and hostile people, men hoped, from his character of moderation and wisdom, that he would embrace the maxims of an English monarch, and the prudent foresaw greater advantages resulting from a union with Scotland than disadvantages from submitting to a prince of that nation. The alacrity with which the English looked towards the successor had appeared so evident to Elizabeth that, concurring with other causes, it affected her with the deepest melancholy, and that wise princess, whose penetration and experience had given her the greatest insight into human affairs, had not yet sufficiently weighed the ingratitude of courtiers and levity of the people. As victory abroad and tranquillity at home had attended this princess, she left the nation in such flourishing circumstances that her successor possessed every advantage, except that of comparison with her illustrious name, when he mounted the throne of England. The king's journey from Edinburgh to London immediately afforded to the inquisitive some circumstances of comparison which even the natural partiality in favour of their new sovereign could not interpret to his advantage. As he passed along, all ranks of men flocked about him from every quarter, allured by interest or curiosity. Great were the rejoicings, and loud and hearty the acclamations which resounded from all sides, and every one could remember how the affability and popular manners of their queen displayed themselves amidst such concourse and exultation of her subjects. But James, though sociable and familiar with his friends and courtiers, hated the bustle of a mixed multitude, and though far from disliking flattery, yet was he still fonder of tranquillity and ease. He issued, therefore, a proclamation forbidding this resort of people on pretence of the scarcity of provisions, and other inconveniences, which he said would necessarily attend it. He was not, however, insensible to the great flow of affection which appeared in his new subjects, and being himself of an affectionate temper, he seems to have been in haste to make them some return of kindness and good offices. To this motive, probably, we are to ascribe that profusion of titles which was observed in the beginning of his reign, when, in 6 weeks' time after his entrance into the kingdom, he is computed to have bestowed knighthood on no less than 237 persons. If Elizabeth's frugality of honours as well as of money had formerly been repined at, it began now to be valued and esteemed, and every one was sensible that the king, by his lavish and premature conferring of favours, had failed of obliging the persons on whom he bestowed them. Titles of all kinds became so common that they were scarcely marks of distinction, and being distributed without choice or deliberation to persons unknown to the prince, were regarded more as the proofs of facility and good nature than of any determined friendship or esteem. A pasquinade was affixed to St. Paul's, in which an art was promised to be taught, very necessary to assist frail memories in retaining the names of the new nobility. We may presume that the English would have thrown less blame on the king's facility in bestowing favours, had these been confined entirely to their own nation, and had not been shared out in too unequal proportions to his old subjects. James, who through his whole reign was more guided by temper and inclination than by the rules of political prudence, had brought with him great numbers of his Scottish courtiers, whose impatience and importunity were apt in many particulars to impose on the easy nature of their master, and extort favours of which, it is natural to imagine, his English subjects would loudly complain. The Duke of Lennox, the Earl of Mar, Lord Hume, Lord Kinloss, Sir George Hume, Secretary Elphinstone, were immediately added to the English Privy Council. Sir George Hume, whom he created Earl of Dunbar, was his declared favourite as long as that nobleman lived, and was one of the wisest and most virtuous, though the least powerful, of all those whom the king ever honoured with that distinction. Hay, some time after, was created Viscount Doncaster, then Earl of Carlisle, and got an immense fortune from the crown, all which he spent in a splendid and courtly manner. Ramsay obtained the title of Earl of Holderness, and many others, being raised on a sudden to the highest elevation, increased by their insolence that envy which naturally attended them as strangers and ancient enemies. It must, however, be owned, in justice to James, that he left almost all the chief offices in the hands of Elizabeth's ministers, and trusted the conduct of political concerns, both foreign and domestic, to his English subjects. Among these, Secretary Cecil, created successively Lord Effindon, Viscount Cranbourne, and Earl of Salisbury, was always regarded as his prime minister and chief counsellor. Though the capacity and penetration of this minister were sufficiently known, his favour with the king created surprise on the accession of that monarch. The secret correspondence into which he had entered with James, and which had sensibly contributed to the easy reception of that prince in England, laid the foundation of Cecil's credit, and while all his former associates, Sir Walter Raleigh, Lord Grey, Lord Cobham, were discountenanced on account of their animosity against Essex, as well as for other reasons, this minister was continued in employment and treated with the greatest confidence and regard. The capacity of James and his ministers in negotiation was immediately put to trial on the appearance of ambassadors from almost all the princes and states of Europe, in order to congratulate him on his accession and form with him new treaties and alliances. Besides ministers from Venice, Denmark, the Palatinate, Henry Frederick of Nassau, assisted by Barneveldt, the pensionary of Holland, was ambassador from the states of the United Provinces. Arenberg was sent by Archduke Albert, and Taxis was expected in a little time from Spain. But he who most excited the attention of the public, both on account of his own merit and that of his master, was the Marquis of Rosny, afterwards Duke of Sully, Prime Minister and favourite of Henry IV of France. When the dominions of the House of Austria devolved on Philip II, all Europe was struck with terror lest the power of a family which had been raised by fortune should now be carried to an immeasurable height by the wisdom and conduct of this monarch. But never were apprehensions found in the event to be more groundless. Slow without prudence, ambitious without enterprise, false without deceiving anybody, and refined without any true judgment, such was the character of Philip, and such the character which, during his lifetime and after his death, he impressed on the Spanish councils. Revolted or depopulated provinces, discontented or indolent inhabitants were the spectacles which those dominions, lying in every climate of the globe, presented to Philip III, a weak prince, and to the Duke of Lerma, a minister weak and odious. But though military discipline, which still remained, was what alone gave some appearance of life and vigour to that languishing body, yet so great was the terror produced by former power and ambition, that the reduction of the House of Austria was the object of men's vows throughout all the states of Christendom. It was not perceived that the French Empire, now united in domestic peace, and governed by the most heroic and most amiable prince that adorns modern story, was become of itself a sufficient counterpoise to the Spanish greatness. Perhaps that prince himself did not perceive it when he proposed by his minister a league with James in conjunction with Venice, the United Provinces, and the northern crowns, in order to attack the Austrian dominions on every side and depress the exorbitant power of that ambitious family. But the genius of the English monarch was not equal to such vast enterprises. The love of peace was his ruling passion, and it was his peculiar felicity that the conjectures of the times rendered the same object, which was agreeable to him in the highest degree advantageous to his people. The French ambassador, therefore, was obliged to depart from these extensive views, and to concert with James the means of providing for the safety of the United Provinces. Nor was this object altogether without its difficulties. The king, before his accession, had entertained scruples with regard to the revolt of the Low Countries, and being commonly open and sincere, he had on many occasions gone so far as to give the Dutch the appellation of rebels. But having conversed more fully with English ministers and courtiers, he found their attachment to that republic so strong, and their opinion of common interest so established, that he was obliged to sacrifice to politics his sense of justice, a quality which, even when erroneous, is respectable as well as rare in a monarch. He therefore agreed with Rosny to support secretly the States General, in concert with the King of France, lest their weakness and despair should oblige them to submit to their old master. The articles of the treaty were few and simple. It was stipulated that the two kings should allow the Dutch to levy forces in their respective dominions, and should, underhand, remit to that republic the sum of 1,400,000 livres a year for the pay of these forces, that the whole sum should be advanced by the King of France, but that the third of it should be deducted from the debt due by him to Queen Elizabeth, and if the Spaniards attacked either of the princes, they agreed to assist each other. Henry with a force of 10,000 men, James with that of 6. This treaty, one of the wisest and most equitable concluded by James during the course of his reign, was more the work of the prince himself than any of his ministers. Amidst the great tranquillity, both foreign and domestic, with which the nation was blessed, nothing could be more surprising than the discovery of a conspiracy to subvert the government, and to fix on the throne Arabella Stuart, a near relation of the king's by the family of Lennox, and descended equally from Henry VII. Everything remains still mysterious in this conspiracy, and history can give us no clue to unravel it. Watson and Clark, 2 Catholic priests, were accused of the plot. Lord Grey, a Puritan, Lord Cobham, a thoughtless man of no fixed principle, and Sir Walter Raleigh, suspected to be of that philosophical sect who were then extremely rare in England, and who have since received the appellation of free thinkers. Together with these, Mr. Broke, brother to Lord Cobham, Sir Griffin Markham, Mr. Copley, Sir Edward Parham. What cement could unite men of such discordant principles in so dangerous a combination? What end they proposed, or what means proportioned to an undertaking of this nature, has never yet been explained, and cannot easily be imagined. As Raleigh, Grey, and Cobham were commonly believed after the Queen's death to have opposed proclaiming the king till conditions should be made with him, they were, upon that account, extremely obnoxious to the court and ministry, and people were apt at first to suspect that the plot was merely a contrivance of Secretary Cecil to get rid of his old confederates, now become his most inveterate enemies. But the confession as well as trial of the criminals put the matter beyond doubt, and though no one could find any marks of a concerted enterprise, it appeared that men of furious and ambitious spirits, meeting frequently together, and believing all the world discontented like themselves, had entertained very criminal projects, and had even entered, some of them at least, into a correspondence with Aremberg, the Flemish ambassador, in order to give disturbance to the new settlement. The 2 priests and Broke were executed. Cobham, Grey, and Markham were pardoned after they had laid their heads upon the block. Raleigh too was reprieved, not pardoned, and he remained in confinement many years afterwards. It appears from Sully's memoirs that Raleigh secretly offered his services to the French ambassador, and we may thence presume that, meeting with a repulse from that quarter, he had recourse, for the same unwarrantable purposes, to the Flemish minister. Such a conjecture we are now enabled to form, but it must be confessed that on his trial there appeared no proof of this transaction, nor indeed any circumstance which could justify his condemnation. He was accused by Cobham alone, in a sudden fit of passion, upon hearing that Raleigh, when examined, had pointed out some circumstances by which Cobham's guilt might be known and ascertained. This accusation Cobham afterwards retracted, and soon after he retracted his retraction. Yet upon the written evidence of this single witness, a man of no honour or understanding, and so contradictory in his testimony, not confronted with Raleigh, not supported by any concurring circumstance, was that great man, contrary to all law and equity, found guilty by the jury. His name was at that time extremely odious in England, and every man was pleased to give sentence against the capital enemy of Essex, the favourite of the people. Sir Edward Coke, the famous lawyer, then Attorney General, managed the cause for the Crown, and threw out on Raleigh such gross abuse as may be deemed a great reflection, not only on his own memory, but even in some degree on the manners of the age. Traitor, monster, viper, and spider of hell, are the terms which he employs against one of the most illustrious men of the kingdom, who was under trial for life and fortune, and who defended himself with temper, eloquence, and courage. The next occupation of the king was entirely according to his heart's content. He was employed in dictating magisterially to an assembly of divines concerning points of faith and discipline, and in receiving the applauses of these holy men for his superior zeal and learning. The religious disputes between the Church and the Puritans had induced him to call a conference at Hampton Court on pretence of finding expedients which might reconcile both parties. Though the severities of Elizabeth towards the Catholics had much weakened that party, whose genius was opposite to the prevailing spirit of the nation, like severities had had so little influence on the Puritans, who were encouraged by that spirit, that no less than 750 clergymen of that party signed a petition to the king on his accession, and many more seemed willing to adhere to it. They all hoped that James, having received his education in Scotland, and having sometimes professed an attachment to the church established there, would at least abate the rigour of the laws enacted in support of the ceremonies and against Puritans, if he did not show more particular grace and encouragement to that sect. But the king's disposition had taken strongly a contrary bias. The more he knew the puritanical clergy, the less favour he bore to them. He had remarked in their Scottish brethren a violent turn towards republicanism, and a zealous attachment to civil liberty, principles nearly allied to that religious enthusiasm with which they were actuated. He had found that, being mostly persons of low birth and mean education, the same lofty pretensions which attended them in their familiar addresses to their Maker, of whom they believed themselves the peculiar favourites, induced them to use the utmost freedoms with their earthly sovereign. In both capacities of monarch and of theologian, he had experienced the little complaisance which they were disposed to show him, whilst they controlled his commands, disputed his tenets, and to his face, before the whole people, censured his conduct and behaviour. If he had submitted to the indignity of courting their favour, he treasured up, on that account, the stronger resentment against them, and was determined to make them feel, in their turn, the weight of his authority. Though he had often met with resistance and faction and obstinacy in the Scottish nobility, he retained no ill will to that order, or rather showed them favour and kindness in England, beyond what reason and sound policy could well justify. But the ascendant which the Presbyterian clergy had assumed over him was what his monarchical pride could never thoroughly digest. He dreaded likewise the popularity which attended this order of men in both kingdoms. As useless austerities and self-denial are imagined in many religions to render us acceptable to a benevolent being who created us solely for happiness, James remarked that the rustic severity of these clergymen and of their whole sect had given them, in the eyes of the multitude, the appearance of sanctity and virtue. Strongly inclined himself to mirth and wine and sports of all kinds, he apprehended their censure for his manner of life free and disengaged. And being thus averse from temper as well as policy to the sect of Puritans, he was resolved, if possible, to prevent its further growth in England. But it was the character of James's counsels throughout his whole reign that they were more wise and equitable in their end than prudent and political in the means. Though justly sensible that no part of civil administration required greater care or a nicer judgment than the conduct of religious parties, he had not perceived that, in the same proportion as this practical knowledge of theology is requisite, the speculative refinements in it are mean, and even dangerous in a monarch. By entering zealously into frivolous disputes, James gave them an air of importance and dignity which they could not otherwise have acquired, and being himself enlisted in the quarrel, he could no longer have recourse to contempt and ridicule, the only proper method of appeasing it. The Church of England had not yet abandoned the rigid doctrines of grace and predestination. The Puritans had not yet separated themselves from the Church, nor openly renounced episcopacy. Though the spirit of the parties was considerably different, the only appearing subjects of dispute were concerning the cross in baptism, the ring in marriage, the use of the surplice, and the bowing at the name of Jesus. These were the mighty questions which were solemnly agitated in the conference at Hampton Court between some bishops and dignified clergymen on the one hand, and some leaders of the puritanical party on the other, the king and his ministers being present. End of section 46, chapter 45, part 1. Recording by Asterix. Section 47 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asterix. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 47, Chapter 45, Part 2. The Puritans were here so unreasonable as to complain of a partial and unfair management of the dispute, as if the search after truth were in any degree the object of such conferences, and a candid indifference, so rare even among private inquirers in philosophical questions, could ever be expected among princes and prelates in a theological controversy. The king, it must be confessed, from the beginning of the conference, showed the strongest propensity to the established church, and frequently inculcated a maxim which, though it has some foundation, is to be received with great limitations: no bishop, no king. The bishops, in their turn, were very liberal of their praises towards the royal disputant, and the Archbishop of Canterbury said that undoubtedly His Majesty spake by the special assistance of God's Spirit. A few alterations in the liturgy were agreed to, and both parties separated with mutual dissatisfaction. It had frequently been the practice of the Puritans to form certain assemblies, which they called prophesyings, where alternately, as moved by the Spirit, they displayed their pious zeal in prayers and exhortations, and raised their own enthusiasm, as well as that of their audience, to the highest pitch, from that social contagion which has so mighty an influence on holy fervours, and from the mutual emulation which arose in those trials of religious eloquence. Such dangerous societies had been suppressed by Elizabeth, and the ministers in this conference moved the king for their revival. But James sharply replied, "If you aim at a Scottish presbytery, it agrees as well with monarchy as God and the devil. There Jack and Tom and Will and Dick shall meet and censure me and my council. Therefore I reiterate my former speech. Le roi s'avisera. Stay, I pray, for 7 years before you demand, and then, if you find me grow pursy and fat, I may perchance hearken unto you. For that government will keep me in breath, and give me work enough." Such were the political considerations which determined the king in his choice among religious parties. The next assembly in which James displayed his learning and eloquence was one that showed more spirit of liberty than appeared among his bishops and theologians. The Parliament was now ready to assemble, being so long delayed on account of the plague, which had broken out in London, and raged to such a degree that above 30,000 persons are computed to have died of it in a year, though the city contained at that time little more than 150,000 inhabitants. The speech which the king made on opening the Parliament fully displays his character, and proves him to have possessed more knowledge and better parts than prudence, or any just sense of decorum and propriety. Though few productions of the age surpass this performance either in style or matter, it wants that majestic brevity and reserve which become a king in his addresses to the great council of the nation. It contains, however, a remarkable stroke of candour, where he confesses his too great facility in yielding to the solicitations of suitors, a fault which he promises to correct, but which adhered to him and distressed him during the whole course of his reign. The first business in which the Commons were engaged was of the utmost importance to the preservation of their privileges, and neither temper nor resolution was wanting in their conduct of it. In the former periods of the English government, the House of Commons was of so small weight in the balance of the Constitution that little attention had been given either by the Crown, the people, or the House itself, to the choice and continuance of the members. It had been usual, after parliaments were prolonged beyond one session, for the Chancellor to exert a discretionary authority of issuing new writs to supply the place of any members whom he judged incapable of attending, either on account of their employment, their sickness, or other impediment. This practice gave that minister, and consequently the prince, an unlimited power of modelling at pleasure the representatives of the nation. Yet so little jealousy had it created that the Commons of themselves, without any court influence or intrigue, and contrary to some former votes of their own, confirmed it in the 23rd of Elizabeth. At that time, though some members whose places had been supplied on account of sickness, having now recovered their health, appeared in the House and claimed their seat, such was the authority of the Chancellor that, merely out of respect to him, his sentence was adhered to, and the new members were continued in their places. Here a most dangerous prerogative was conferred on the Crown, but to show the genius of that age, or rather the channels in which power then ran, the Crown put very little value on this authority, insomuch that 2 days afterwards the Chancellor of himself resigned it back to the Commons, and gave them power to judge of a particular vacancy in their house. And when the question concerning the Chancellor's new writs was again brought on the carpet towards the end of the session, the Commons were so little alarmed at the precedent that, though they readmitted some old members whose seats had been vacated on account of slight indispositions, yet they confirmed the Chancellor's sentence in instances where the distemper appeared to have been dangerous and incurable. Nor did they proceed any further in vindication of their privileges than to vote, that during the sitting of Parliament there do not, at any time, any writ go out for choosing or returning any member without the warrant of the House. In Elizabeth's reign, we may remark, and the reigns preceding, sessions of Parliament were not usually the 12th part so long as the vacations, and during the latter the Chancellor's power, if he pleased to exert it, was confirmed, at least left, by this vote, as unlimited and unrestrained as ever. In a subsequent Parliament, the absolute authority of the Queen was exerted in a manner still more open, and began for the first time to give alarm to the Commons. New writs having been issued by the Chancellor when there was no vacancy, and a controversy arising upon that incident, the Queen sent a message to the House, informing them that it were impertinent for them to deal in such matters. These questions, she said, belonged only to the Chancellor, and she had appointed him to confer with the judges in order to settle all disputes with regard to elections. The Commons had the courage, a few days after, to vote, that it was a most perilous precedent where 2 knights of a county were duly elected, if any new writ should issue out for a second election, without order of the House itself, that the discussing and adjudging of this and such like differences belonged only to the House, and that there should be no message sent to the Lord Chancellor, not so much as to inquire what he had done in the matter, because it was conceived to be a matter derogatory to the power and privilege of the House. This is the most considerable and almost only instance of parliamentary liberty which occurs during the reign of that princess. Outlaws, whether on account of debts or crimes, had been declared by the judges incapable of enjoying a seat in the House, where they must themselves be lawgivers. But this opinion of the judges had been frequently overruled. I find, however, in the case of Vaughan, who was questioned for an outlawry, that, having proved all his debts to have been contracted by suretyship, and to have been most of them honestly compounded, he was allowed, on account of these favourable circumstances, to keep his seat, which plainly supposes that otherwise it would have been vacated on account of the outlawry. When James summoned this Parliament, he issued a proclamation, in which, among many general advices, which, like a kind tutor, he bestowed on his people, he strictly enjoins them not to choose any outlaw for their representative, and he adds, "If any person take upon him the place of knight, citizen, or burgess, not being duly elected, according to the laws and statutes in that behalf provided, and according to the purport, effect, and true meaning of this our proclamation, then every person so offending to be fined or imprisoned for the same." A proclamation here was plainly put on the same footing with a law, and that in so delicate a point as the right of elections. Most alarming circumstances, had there not been reason to believe that this measure, being entered into so early in the king's reign, proceeded more from precipitation and mistake than from any serious design of invading the privileges of Parliament. Sir Francis Goodwin was chosen member for the county of Bucks, and his return, as usual, was made into Chancery. The Chancellor, pronouncing him an outlaw, vacated his seat, and issued writs for a new election. Sir John Fortescue was chosen in his place by the county, but the first act of the House was to reverse the Chancellor's sentence and restore Sir Francis to his seat. At the King's suggestion, the Lords desired a conference on the subject, but were absolutely refused by the Commons, as the question entirely regarded their own privileges. The Commons, however, agreed to make a remonstrance to the King by the mouth of their Speaker, in which they maintained that, though the returns were by form made into Chancery, yet the sole right of judging with regard to elections belonged to the House itself, not to the Chancellor. James was not satisfied, and ordered a conference between the House and the judges, whose opinion in this case was opposite to that of the Commons. This conference, he said, he commanded as an absolute king, an epithet, we are apt to imagine, not very grateful to English ears, but one to which they had already been somewhat accustomed from the mouth of Elizabeth. He added, that all their privileges were derived from his grant, and hoped that they would not turn against him, a sentiment which, from her conduct, it is certain that princess had also entertained, and which was the reigning principle of her courtiers and ministers, and the spring of all her administration. The Commons were in some perplexity. Their eyes were now opened, and they saw the consequences of that power which had been assumed by the Chancellor, and to which their predecessors had, in some instances, blindly submitted. "By this course," said a member, "the free election of the counties is taken away, and none shall be chosen but such as shall please the king and council. Let us therefore, with fortitude, understanding, and sincerity, seek to maintain our privilege. This cannot be construed any contempt in us, but merely a maintenance of our common rights which our ancestors have left us, and which it is just and fit for us to transmit to our posterity. Another said, "This may be called a quo warranto to seize all our liberties." A chancellor, added a third, by this course may call a parliament consisting of what persons he pleases. Any suggestion by any person may be the cause of sending a new writ. It is come to this plain question, whether the chancery or parliament ought to have authority. Notwithstanding this watchful spirit of liberty which now appeared in the commons, their deference for majesty was so great that they appointed a committee to confer with the judges before the king and council. There the question of law began to appear in James's eyes a little more doubtful than he had hitherto imagined it. And in order to extricate himself with some honour, he proposed that both Goodwin and Fortescue should be set aside, and a writ be issued by warrant of the House for a new election. Goodwin gave his consent, and the Commons embraced the expedient, but in such a manner that, while they showed their regard for the king, they secured for the future the free possession of their seats, and the right which they claimed of judging solely in their own elections and returns. A power like this, so essential to the exercise of all their other powers, themselves so essential to public liberty, cannot fairly be deemed an encroachment in the commons, but must be regarded as an inherent privilege, happily rescued from that ambiguity which the negligence of some former parliaments had thrown upon it. At the same time, the Commons, in the case of Sir Thomas Shirley, established their power of punishing, as well, the persons at whose suit any member is arrested, as the officers who either arrest or detain him. Their asserting of this privilege admits of the same reflection. About this period, the minds of men throughout Europe, especially in England, seem to have undergone a general but insensible revolution. Though letters had been revived in the preceding age, they were chiefly cultivated by those of sedentary professions, nor had they till now begun to spread themselves in any degree among men of the world. Arts, both mechanical and liberal, were every day receiving great improvements. Navigation had extended itself over the whole globe. Travelling was secure and agreeable, and the general system of politics in Europe was become more enlarged and comprehensive. End of section 47, chapter 45, part 2. Recording by asterix. Section 48 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by asterix. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 48, Chapter 45, Part 3. In consequence of this universal fermentation, the ideas of men enlarged themselves on all sides, and the several constituent parts of the Gothic governments, which seem to have lain long inactive, began everywhere to operate and encroach on each other. On the continent, where the necessity of discipline had begotten standing armies, the princes commonly established an unlimited authority, and overpowered by force or intrigue the liberties of the people. In England, the love of freedom, which, unless checked, flourishes extremely in all liberal natures, acquired new force, and was regulated by more enlarged views, suitable to that cultivated understanding which became every day more common among men of birth and education. a familiar acquaintance with the precious remains of antiquity excited in every generous breast a passion for a limited constitution, and begat an emulation of those manly virtues which the Greek and Roman authors, by such animating examples, as well as pathetic expressions, recommend to us. The severe, though popular government of Elizabeth had confined this rising spirit within very narrow bounds. But when a new and a foreign family succeeded to the throne, and a prince less dreaded and less beloved, symptoms immediately appeared of a more free and independent genius in the nation. Happily this prince possessed neither sufficient capacity to perceive the alteration, nor sufficient art and vigour to check it in its early advances. Jealous of regal, because conscious of little personal authority, he had established within his own mind a speculative system of absolute government which few of his subjects, he believed, and none but traitors and rebels, would make any scruple to admit. On whichever side he cast his eye, everything concurred to encourage his prejudices. When he compared himself with the other hereditary sovereigns of Europe, he imagined that, as he bore the same rank, he was entitled to equal prerogatives, not considering the innovations lately introduced by them, and the military force by which their authority was supported. In England, that power almost unlimited, which had been exercised for above a century, especially during the late reign, he ascribed solely to royal birth and title, not to the prudence and spirit of the monarchs, nor to the conjectures of the times. Even the opposition, which he had struggled with in Scotland, encouraged him still further in his favourite notions, while he there saw that the same resistance which opposed regal authority violated all law and order, and made way either for the ravages of a barbarous nobility, or for the more intolerable insolence of seditious preachers. In his own person, therefore, he thought all legal power to be centred by an hereditary and a divine right, and this opinion might have proved dangerous, if not fatal, to liberty, had not the firmness of the persuasion, and its seeming evidence, induced him to trust solely to his right, without making the smallest provision, either of force or politics, in order to support it. Such were the opposite dispositions of Parliament and Prince at the commencement of the Scottish line, dispositions just beginning to exist and to appear in the Parliament, but thoroughly established and openly avowed on the part of the Prince. The spirit and judgment of the House of Commons appeared, not only in defence of their own privileges, but also in their endeavour, though at this time in vain, to free trade from those shackles which the high exerted prerogative, and even in this respect the ill-judged tyranny of Elizabeth, had imposed upon it. James had already, of his own accord, called in and annulled all the numerous patents for monopolies which had been granted by his predecessor, and which extremely fettered every species of domestic industry. But the exclusive companies still remained, another species of monopoly by which almost all foreign trade, except that to France, was brought into the hands of a few rapacious engrossers, and all prospect of future improvement in commerce was forever sacrificed to a little temporary advantage of the sovereign. These companies, though arbitrarily erected, had carried their privileges so far that almost all the commerce of England was centred in London, and it appears that the customs of that port amounted to £110,000 a year, while those of all the kingdom beside yielded only 17,000. Nay, the whole trade of London was confined to about 200 citizens who were easily enabled, by combining among themselves, to fix whatever price they pleased both to the exports and imports of the nation. The committee appointed to consider this enormous grievance one of the greatest which we read of in English story, insist on it as a fact well known and avowed, however contrary to present received opinion, that shipping and seamen had insensibly decayed during all the preceding reign. And though nothing be more common than complaints of the decay of trade, even during the most flourishing periods, yet is this a consequence which might naturally result from such arbitrary establishments at a time when the commerce of all the other nations of Europe, except that of Scotland, enjoyed full liberty and indulgence. While the commons were thus attempting to give liberty to the trading part of the nation, they also endeavoured to free the landed property from the burden of wardships, and to remove those remains of the feudal tenures under which the nation still laboured. A just regard was shown to the crown in the conduct of this affair, nor was the remedy sought for considered as a matter of right, but merely of grace and favour. The profit which the king reaped, both from wards and from respite of homage, was estimated, and it was intended to compound for these prerogatives by a secure and independent revenue. But after some debates in the House, and some conferences with the Lords, the affair was found to contain more difficulties than could easily at that time be surmounted, and it was not then brought to any conclusion. The same fate attended an attempt of a like nature to free the nation from the burden of purveyance. This prerogative had been much abused by the purveyors, and the Commons showed some intention to offer the king £50,000 a year for the abolition of it. Another affair of the utmost consequence was brought before the Parliament, where the Commons showed a greater spirit of independence than any true judgment of national interest. The union of the two kingdoms was zealously and even impatiently urged by the king. He justly regarded it as the peculiar felicity of his reign that he had terminated the bloody animosities of these hostile nations, and had reduced the whole island under one government, enjoying tranquillity within itself, and security from all foreign invasions. He hoped that, while his subjects of both kingdoms reflected on past disasters, besides regarding his person as infinitely precious, they would entertain the strongest desire of securing themselves against the return of like calamities by a thorough union of laws, parliaments, and privileges. He considered not that this very reflection operated as yet in a contrary manner on men's prejudices, and kept alive that mutual hatred between the nations, which had been carried to the greatest extremities and required time to allay it. The more urgent the king appeared in promoting so useful a measure, the more backward was the English Parliament in concurring with him, while they ascribed his excessive zeal to that partiality in favour of his ancient subjects, of which they thought that, on other occasions, they had reason to complain. Their complaisance for the king, therefore, carried them no further than to appoint 44 English to meet with 31 Scottish commissioners in order to deliberate concerning the terms of a union, but without any power of making advances towards the establishment of it. The same spirit of independence, and perhaps not better judgment, appeared in the House of Commons when the question of supply was brought before them by some members attached to the court. In vain was it urged that, though the king received a supply which had been voted to Elizabeth, and which had not been collected before her death, yet he found it burdened with a debt contracted by the queen, equal to the full amount of it. That peace was not yet thoroughly concluded with Spain, and that Ireland was still expensive. On his journey from Scotland, amidst such a concourse of people, and on that of the Queen and royal family, he had expended considerable sums, and that, as the courtiers had looked for greater liberalities from the prince on his accession, and had imposed on his generous nature, So the prince, in his turn, would expect at the beginning some mark of duty and attachment from his people, and some consideration of his necessities. No impression was made on the House of Commons by these topics, and the majority appeared fully determined to refuse all supply. The burden of government at that time lay surprisingly light upon the people, and that very reason, which to us at this distance may seem a motive of generosity, was the real cause why the Parliament was, on all occasions, so remarkably frugal and reserved. They were not, as yet, accustomed to open their purses in so liberal a manner as their successors, in order to supply the wants of their sovereign, and the smallest demand, however requisite, appeared in their eyes unreasonable and exorbitant. The Commons seem also to have been desirous of reducing the crown to still further necessities by their refusing a bill sent down to them by the Lords for entailing the crown lands forever on the king's heirs and successors. The dissipation made by Elizabeth had probably taught James the necessity of this law, and shown them the advantage of refusing it. In order to cover a disappointment with regard to supply, which might bear a bad construction both at home and abroad, James sent a message to the House, in which he told them that he desired no supply, and he was very forward in refusing what was never offered him. Soon after he prorogued the Parliament, not without discovering in his speech visible marks of dissatisfaction. Even so early in his reign, he saw reason to make public complaints of the restless and encroaching spirit of the Puritanical party, and of the malevolence with which they endeavoured to inspire the Commons. Nor were his complaints without foundation, or the Puritans without interest, since the Commons, now finding themselves free from the arbitrary government of Elizabeth, made application for a conference with the Lords, and presented a petition to the king, the purport of which was to procure in favour of the Puritans a relaxation of the ecclesiastical laws. The use of the surplice and of the cross in baptism is there chiefly complained of, but the remedy seems to have been expected solely from the king's dispensing power. In the papers which contain this application and petition, we may also see proofs of the violent animosity of the Commons against the Catholics, together with the intolerating spirit of that assembly. This summer the peace with Spain was finally concluded, and was signed by the Spanish ministers at London. In the conferences previous to this treaty, the nations were found to have so few claims on each other that, except on account of the support given by England to the Low Country provinces, the war might appear to have been continued more on account of personal animosity between Philip and Elizabeth than any contrariety of political interests between their subjects. Some articles in the treaty which seemed prejudicial to the Dutch Commonwealth were never executed by the king, and as the Spaniards made no complaints on that head, it appeared that, by secret agreement, the king had expressly reserved the power of sending assistance to the Hollanders. The Constable of Castile came into England to ratify the peace, and on the part of England the Earl of Hertford was sent into the Low Countries for the same purpose, and the Earl of Nottingham, High Admiral, into Spain. The train of the latter was numerous and splendid, and the Spaniards, it is said, were extremely surprised when they beheld the blooming countenances and graceful appearance of the English, whom their bigotry, inflamed by the priests, had represented as so many monsters and infernal demons. Though England, by means of her naval force, was perfectly secure during the latter years of the Spanish War, James showed an impatience to put an end to hostilities, and soon after his accession, before any terms of peace were concerted or even proposed by Spain, he recalled all the letters of marque. In this respect, James's peace was more honourable than that which Henry IV himself made with Spain, This latter prince stipulated not to assist the Dutch, and the supplies which he secretly sent them were in direct contravention to the treaty which had been granted by Queen Elizabeth. Archduke Albert had made some advances of a like nature, which invited the king to take this friendly step. But what is remarkable in James's proclamation, for that purpose he plainly supposes that as he had himself, while King of Scotland, always lived in amity with Spain, peace was attached to his person, and that merely by his accession to the crown of England, without any articles of treaty or agreement, he had ended the war between the kingdoms. This ignorance of the law of nations may appear surprising in a prince who was 36 years of age, and who had reigned from his infancy, did we not consider that a king of Scotland, who lives in close friendship with England, has few transactions to manage with foreign princes, and has little opportunity of acquiring experience. Unhappily for James, his timidity, his prejudices, his indolence, his love of amusement, particularly of hunting, to which he was much addicted, ever prevented him from making any progress in the knowledge or practice of foreign politics, and in a little time diminished that regard which all the neighbouring nations had paid to England during the reign of his predecessor. End of section 48, chapter 45, part 3. Recording by Asterix.
Section 49 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito, Crasto. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 49, Chapter 46, Part 1. James I. We are now to relate an event, one of the most memorable that history has conveyed to posterity, and containing at once a singular proof both of the strength and weakness of the human mind, its widest departure from morals, and most steady attachment to religious prejudices. It is the gunpowder treason of which I speak, a fact as certain as it appears incredible. The Roman Catholics had expected great favour and indulgence on the accession of James, both as he was descended from Mary, whose life they believed to have been sacrificed to their cause, and as he himself, in his early youth, was imagined to have shown some partiality towards them, which nothing, they thought, but interest and necessity had since restrained. It is pretended that he had even entered into positive engagements to tolerate their religion as soon as he should mount the throne of England. Whether their credulity had interpreted in this sense some obliging expressions of the king's, or that he had employed such an artifice in order to render them favourable to his title. Very soon they discovered their mistake, and were at once surprised and enraged to find James on all occasions express his intention of strictly executing the laws enacted against them, and of persevering in all the rigorous measures of Elizabeth. Catesby, a gentleman of good parts and of an ancient family, first thought of a most extraordinary method of revenge, and he opened his intention to Piercy, a descendant of the illustrious house of Northumberland. In one of their conversations with regard to the distressed condition of the Catholics, having broken into a sally of passion, and mentioned assassinating the king, Catesby took the opportunity of revealing to him a nobler and more extensive plan of treason, which not only included a sure execution of vengeance, but afforded some hopes of restoring the Catholic religion in England. In vain, said he, would you put an end to the king's life. He has children, who would succeed both to his crown and to his maxims of government. In vain would you extinguish the whole royal family, the nobility, the gentry, the parliament, are all infected with the same heresy. He has children who would succeed both to his crown and to his maxims of government. In vain would you extinguish the whole royal family. the nobility, the gentry, the parliament are all infected with the same heresy, and could raise to the throne another prince and another family, who, besides their hatred to our religion, would be animated with revenge for the tragical death of their predecessors. To serve any good purpose, we must destroy at one blow the king, the royal family, the lords, the commons, and bury all our enemies in one common ruin. Happily, they are all assembled on the first meeting of the Parliament, and afford us the opportunity of glorious and useful vengeance. Great preparations will not be requisite. A few of us, combining, may run a mine below the hall in which they meet, and choosing the very moment when the king harangues both houses, consign over to destruction these determined foes to all piety and religion. Meanwhile, we ourselves, standing aloof, safe and unsuspected, shall triumph in being the instruments of divine wrath, and shall behold with pleasure those sacrilegious walls, in which were passed the edicts for proscribing our church and butchering her children, tossed into 1,000 fragments, while their impious inhabitants, meditating, perhaps, still new persecutions against us, pass from flames above to flames below, there forever to endure the torments due to their offences. Piercy was charmed with the project of Catesby, and they agreed to communicate the matter to a few more, and among the rest to Thomas Winter, whom they sent over to Flanders in quest of Fawkes, an officer in the Spanish service, with whose zeal and courage they were all thoroughly acquainted. When they enlisted any new conspirator, in order to bind him to secrecy, they always, together with an oath, employed the communion, the most sacred rite of their religion. And it is remarkable, and no one of these pious devotees ever entertained the least compunction with regard to the cruel massacre which they projected, of whatever was great and eminent in the nation. Some of them only were startled by the reflection that of necessity many Catholics must be present, as spectators or attendants on the king, or as having seats in the House of Peers. But Tesmond, a Jesuit, and Garnet, a superior of that order in England, removed these scruples, and showed them how the interests of religion required that the innocent should here be sacrificed with the guilty. All this passed in the spring and summer of the year 1604, when the conspirators also hired a house in Piercy's name, adjoining to that in which the Parliament was to assemble. Towards the end of that year, they began their operations. That they might be less interrupted, and give less suspicion to the neighbourhood, they carried in store of provisions with them, and never desisted from their labour. Obstinate in their purpose, and confirmed by passion, by principle, and by mutual exhortation, they little feared death in comparison of a disappointment, and having provided arms together with the instruments of their labour, they resolved there to perish in case of a discovery. Their perseverance advanced the work, and they soon pierced the wall, though 3 yards in thickness, but on approaching the other side, they were somewhat startled at hearing a noise which they knew not how to account for. Upon inquiry, they found that it came from the vault below the House of Lords, that a magazine of coals had been kept there, and that, as the coals were selling off, the vault would be let to the highest bidder. The opportunity was immediately seized, the place hired by Piercy, 36 barrels of powder lodged in it, the whole covered with faggots and billets, the doors of the cellar boldly flung open, and everybody admitted as if it contained nothing dangerous. Confident of success, they now began to look forward, and to plan the remaining part of their project. The king, the queen, Prince Henry, were all expected to be present at the opening of Parliament. The duke, by reason of his tender age, would be absent, and it was resolved that Piercy should seize him or assassinate him. The Princess Elizabeth, a child likewise, was kept at Lord Harrington's house in Warwickshire, and Sir Everard Digby Rookwood Grant, being let into the conspiracy, engaged to assemble their friends on pretence of a hunting match, and seizing the princess immediately to proclaim her queen. So transported were they with rage against their adversaries, and so charmed with the prospect of revenge, that they forgot all care of their own safety, and trusting to the general confusion which must result from so unexpected a blow, they foresaw not that the fury of the people, now unrestrained by any authority, must have turned against them, and would probably have satiated itself by a universal massacre of the Catholics. The day so long wished for now approached, on which the Parliament was appointed to assemble. The dreadful secret, though communicated to above 20 persons, had been religiously kept during the space of near a year and a half. No remorse, no pity, no fear of punishment, no hope of reward, has as yet induced any one conspirator either to abandon the enterprise or make a discovery of it. The holy fury had extinguished in their breast every other motive, and it was an indiscretion at last, proceeding chiefly from these very bigoted prejudices and partialities, which saved the nation. 10 days before the meeting of Parliament, Lord Monteagle, a Catholic, son to Lord Morley, received the following letter, which had been delivered to his servant by an unknown hand. My lord, out of the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore I would advise you, as you tender your life, to devise some excuse to shift off your attendance at this Parliament, for God and man have concurred to punish the wickedness of this time. And think not slightly of this advertisement, but retire yourself into your country, where you may expect the event in safety. For though there may be no appearance of any stir, yet, I say, they will receive a terrible blow to this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them. This counsel is not to be contemned, because it may do you good, and can do you no harm, for the danger is past as soon as you have burned the letter, and I hope God will give you the grace to make good use of it, unto whose holy protection I commend you. Monteagle knew not what to make of this letter, and though inclined to think it a foolish attempt to frighten and ridicule him, he judged it safest to carry it to Lord Salisbury, Secretary of State. Though Salisbury, too, was inclined to pay little attention to it, he thought proper to lay it before the king, who came to town a few days after. To the king it appeared not so light a matter, and from the serious, earnest style of the letter, he conjectured that it implied something dangerous and important. A terrible blow, and yet the authors concealed; a danger so sudden, and yet so great. These circumstances seemed all to denote some contrivance by gunpowder, and it was thought advisable to inspect all the vaults before the Houses of Parliament. This care belonged to the Earl of Suffolk, Lord Chamberlain, who purposely delayed the search till the day before the meeting of Parliament. He remarked those great piles of wood and faggots which lay in the vault under the upper house, and he cast his eye upon Fawkes, who stood in a dark corner, and passed himself for Piercy's servant. The daring and determined courage which so much distinguished this conspirator, even among those heroes in villainy, was fully painted in his countenance, and was not passed unnoticed by the Chamberlain. Such a quantity also of fuel for the use of one who lived so little in town as Piercy appeared a little extraordinary, and upon comparing all circumstances, it was resolved that a more thorough inspection should be made. About midnight, Sir Thomas Knevet, a justice of peace, was sent with proper attendants, and before the door of the vault finding Fawkes, who had just finished all his preparations, he immediately seized him, and turning over the faggots, discovered the powder. The matches and everything proper for setting fire to the train were taken in Fawkes' pocket, who, finding his guilt now apparent, and seeing no refuge but in boldness and despair, expressed the utmost regret that he had lost the opportunity of firing the powder at once, and of sweetening his own death by that of his enemies. Before the council he displayed the same intrepid firmness, mixed even with scorn and disdain, refusing to discover his accomplices, and showed no concern but for the failure of the enterprise. This obstinacy lasted 2 or 3 days, but being confined to the Tower, left to reflect on his guilt and danger, and the rack being just shown to him, his courage, fatigued with so long an effort, and unsupported by hope or society, at last failed him, and he made a full discovery of all the conspirators. Catesby, Pierce, and the other criminals who were in London, though they had heard of the alarm taken at a letter sent to Monteagle, though they had heard of the Chamberlain's search, yet were resolved to persist to the utmost, and never abandon their hope of success. But at last, hearing that Fawkes was arrested, they hurried down to Warwickshire, where Sir Everard Digby, thinking himself assured that success had attended his confederates, was already in arms in order to seize the Princess Elizabeth. She had escaped into Coventry, and they were obliged to put themselves on their defence against the country, who were raised from all quarters and armed by the sheriff. The conspirators, with all their attendants, never exceeded the number of 80 persons, and being surrounded on every side, could no longer entertain hopes either of prevailing or escaping. Having therefore confessed themselves and received absolution, they boldly prepared for death, and resolved to sell their lives as dear as possible to the assailants. But even this miserable consolation was denied them. Some of their powder took fire and disabled them for defence. The people rushed in upon them. Piercy and Catesby were killed by one shot. Digby, Rookwood, Winter, and others, being taken prisoners, were tried, confessed their guilt, and died, as well as Garnet, by the hands of the executioner. Notwithstanding this horrid crime, the bigoted Catholics were so devoted to Garnet that they fancied miracles to be wrought by his blood, and in Spain he was regarded as a martyr. Neither had the desperate fortune of the conspirators urged them to this enterprise, nor had the former profligacy of their lives prepared them for so great a crime. Before that audacious attempt, their conduct seems in general to be liable to no reproach. Catesby's character had entitled him to such regard that Rookwood and Digby were seduced by their implicit trust in his judgment, and they declared that, from the motive alone of friendship to him, they were ready on any occasion to have sacrificed their lives. Digby himself was as highly esteemed and beloved as any man in England, and he had been particularly honoured with a good opinion of Queen Elizabeth. It was bigoted zeal alone, the most absurd of prejudices masked with reason, the most criminal of passions covered with the appearance of duty, which seduced them into measures that were fatal to themselves, and had so nearly proved fatal to their country. The Lords Mordaunt and Stoughton, 2 Catholics, were fined, the former £10,000, the latter £4,000, by the Star Chamber, because their absence from Parliament had begotten a suspicion of their being acquainted with the conspiracy. The Earl of Northumberland was fined £30,000, and detained several years prisoner in the Tower, because, not to mention other grounds of suspicion, he had admitted Piercy into the number of gentlemen pensioners without his taking the requisite oaths. The king, in a speech to the Parliament, observed that, though religion had engaged the conspirators in so criminal an attempt, yet ought we not to involve all the Roman Catholics in the same guilt, or suppose them equally disposed to commit such enormous barbarities. Many holy men, he said, and our ancestors among the rest, had been seduced to concur with that church in her scholastic doctrines, who yet had never admitted her seditious principles concerning the Pope's power of dethroning kings or sanctifying assassination. The wrath of heaven is denounced against crimes, but innocent error may obtain its favour, and nothing can be more hateful than the uncharitableness of Puritans, who condemn alike to eternal torments even the most inoffensive partisans of popery. For his part, he added that conspiracy, however atrocious, should never alter in the least his plan of government. While with one hand he punished guilt, with the other he would still support and protect innocence. After this speech he prorogued the Parliament till the 22nd of January. The moderation, and, I may say, magnanimity of the king immediately after so narrow an escape from a most detestable conspiracy was nowise agreeable to his subjects. Their animosity against popery, even before this provocation, had risen to a great pitch, and it had perhaps been more prudent in James, by a little dissimulation, to have conformed himself to it. His theological learning, confirmed by disputation, has happily fixed his judgment in the Protestant faith, yet was his heart a little biased by the allurements of Rome, and he had been well pleased, if the making of some advances could have effected a union with that ancient mother church. He strove to abate the acrimony of his own subjects against the religion of their fathers. He became himself the object of their diffidence and aversion. Whatever measures he embraced, in Scotland to introduce prelacy, in England to enforce the authority of the established church and support its rites and ceremonies, were interpreted as so many steps towards popery, and were represented by the Puritans as symptoms of idolatry and superstition. Ignorant of the consequences, or unwilling to sacrifice to politics his inclination, which he called his conscience, he persevered in the same measures, and gave trust and preferment, almost indifferently, to his Catholic and Protestant subjects. And finding his person, as well as his title, less obnoxious to the Church of Rome than those of Elizabeth, he gradually abated the rigour of those laws which had been enacted against that church, and which were so acceptable to his bigoted subjects. but the effects of these dispositions on both sides became not very sensible till towards the conclusion of his reign. At this time, James seems to have possessed the affections even of his English subjects, and in a tolerable degree their esteem and regard. Hitherto their complaints were chiefly levelled against his too great constancy in his early friendships, a quality which, had it been attended with more economy, the wise would have excused, and the candid would even, perhaps, have applauded. His parts, which were not despicable, and his learning, which was great, being highly extolled by his courtiers and gownmen, and not yet tired in the management of any delicate affairs for which he was unfit, raised a high idea of him in the world. Nor was it always through flattery or insincerity that he received the title of the second Solomon. A report which was suddenly spread about the time of his being assassinated visibly struck a great consternation into all orders of men. The Commons also abated, this session, somewhat of their excessive frugality, and granted him an aid, payable in 4 years, of 3 subsidies and 6/15, which Sir Francis Bacon said in the House might amount to about £400,000, and for once the king and parliament parted in friendship and good humour. The hatred which the Catholics so visibly bore him gave him at this time an additional value in the eyes of his people. The only considerable point in which the Commons incurred his displeasure was by discovering their constant goodwill to the Puritans, in whose favour they desired a conference with the Lords, which was rejected. The chief affair transacted next session was the intended union of the 2 kingdoms. Nothing could exceed the king's passion and zeal for this noble enterprise, but the Parliament's prejudice and reluctance against it. There remain 2 excellent speeches in favour of the union, which it would not be improper to compare together, that of the king and that of Sir Francis Bacon. Those who affect in everything such an extreme contempt for James will be surprised to find that his discourse, both for good reasoning and elegant composition, approaches very near that of a man who was undoubtedly, at that time, one of the greatest geniuses in Europe. A few trivial indiscretions and indecorums may be said to characterize the harangue of the monarch, and mark it for his own. And in general, so open and avowed a declaration in favour of a measure, while he had taken no care, by any precaution or intrigue, to ensure success, may safely be pronounced an indiscretion. But the art of managing parliaments by private interest or cabal, being found hitherto of little use or necessity, had not as yet become a part of English politics. In the common course of affairs, government could be conducted without their assistance, and when their concurrence became necessary to the measures of the crown, it was, generally speaking, except in times of great faction and discontent, obtained without much difficulty. End of section 49, chapter 46, part 1. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 50 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 50, Chapter 46, Part 2. The king's influence seems to have rendered the Scottish Parliament cordial in all the steps which they took towards the Union. Though the advantages which Scotland might hope from that measure were more considerable, yet were the objections too, with regard to that kingdom, more striking and obvious. The benefit which must have resulted to England, both by accession of strength and security, was right despicable, and as the English were by far the greater nation, and possessed the seat of government, the objections, either from the point of honour or from jealousy, could not reasonably have any place among them. The English Parliament, indeed, seemed to have been swayed merely by the vulgar motive of national antipathy, and they persisted so obstinately in their prejudices that all the efforts for a thorough union and incorporation ended only in the abolition of the hostile laws formerly enacted between the kingdoms. Some precipitate steps which the king, a little after his accession, had taken, in order to promote his favorite project, had been here observed to do more injury than service. From his own authority, he had assumed the title of King of Great Britain, and had quartered the arms of Scotland with those of England, in all coins, flags, and ensigns. He had also engaged the judges to make a declaration that all those who, after the union of the crowns, should be born in either kingdom, were for that reason alone naturalized in both. This was a nice question, and according to the ideas of those times, susceptible of subtle reasoning on both sides. The king was the same, the parliaments were different. To render the people before the same, we must suppose that the sovereign authority resided chiefly in the prince, and that these popular assemblies were rather instituted to assist with money and advice than endowed with any controlling or active powers in the government. It is evident, says Bacon in his pleadings on the subject, that all other commonwealths, monarchies only excepted, do subsist by a law precedent. For where authority is divided amongst many officers, and they not perpetual, but annual or temporary, and not to receive their authority but by election, and certain persons to have voices only in that election, and the like, these are busy and curious frames, which of necessity do presuppose a law precedent, written or unwritten, to guide and direct them. But in monarchies, especially hereditary, that is, when several families or lineages of people do submit themselves to one line, imperial or royal, the submission is more natural and simple, which afterwards, by law subsequent, is perfected and made formal, but that is grounded upon nature. It would seem from this reasoning that the idea of an hereditary limited monarchy, though implicitly supposed in many public transactions, had scarcely ever as yet been expressly formed by any English lawyer or politician. Except the obstinacy of the parliament with regard to the union, and an attempt on the king's ecclesiastical jurisdiction, most of their measures during this session were sufficiently respectful and obliging, though they still discover a vigilant spirit and a careful attention towards national liberty. The votes also of the Commons show that the House contained a mixture of Puritans who had acquired great authority among them, and who, together with religious prejudices, were continually suggesting ideas more suitable to a popular than a monarchical form of government. The natural appetite for rule made the Commons lend a willing ear to every doctrine which tended to augment their own power and influence. A petition was moved in the lower house for a more rigorous execution of the laws against popish recusants, and an abatement towards Protestant clergymen who scrupled to observe the ceremonies. Both these points were equally unacceptable to the king, and he sent orders to the House to proceed no further in that matter. The Commons were inclined at first to consider these orders as a breach of privilege, but they soon acquiesced when told that this measure of the king's was supported by many precedents during the reign of Elizabeth. Had they been always disposed to make the precedents of that reign the rule of their conduct, they needed never have had any quarrel with any of their monarchs. The complaints of Spanish depredations were very loud among the English merchants. The lower house sent a message to the lords, desiring a conference with them in order to their presenting a joint petition to the king on the subject. The lords took some time to deliberate on this message, because, they said, the matter was weighty and rare. It probably occurred to them at first that the parliaments interposing in affairs of state would appear unusual and extraordinary. And to show that in this sentiment they were not guided by court influence, after they had deliberated, they agreed to the conference. The House of Commons began now to feel themselves of such importance, that on the motion of Sir Edwin Sandys, a member of great authority, they entered for the first time an order for the regular keeping of their journals. When all business was finished, the king prorogued the parliament. About this time there was an insurrection of the country people in Northamptonshire, headed by one Reynolds, a man of low condition. They went about destroying enclosures, but carefully avoided committing any other outrage. This insurrection was easily suppressed, and though great lenity was used towards the rioters, yet were some of the ringleaders punished. The chief cause of that trivial commotion seems to have been, or itself, far from trivial. the practice still continued in England of disusing tillage and throwing the land into enclosures for the sake of pasture. By this means the kingdom was depopulated, at least prevented from increasing so much in people as might have been expected from the daily increase of industry and commerce. Next year presents us with nothing memorable. But in the spring of the subsequent, after a long negotiation, was concluded, by a truce of 12 years, that war which for near half a century had been carried on with such fury between Spain and the states of the United Provinces. Never contest seemed at first more unequal. Never contest was finished with more honor to the weaker party. On the side of Spain were numbers, riches, authority, discipline. On the side of the revolted provinces were found the attachment to liberty and the enthusiasm of religion. By her naval enterprises, the republic maintained her armies, and, joining peaceful industry to military valor, she was enabled by her own force to support herself, and gradually rely less on those neighboring princes, who, from jealousy to Spain, were at first prompted to encourage her revolt. Long had the pride of that monarchy prevailed over her interest, and prevented her from hearkening to any terms of accommodation with her rebellious subjects. But finding all intercourse cut off between her provinces by the maritime force of the states, she at last agreed to treat with them as a free people, and solemnly to renounce all claim and pretension to their sovereignty. This chief point being gained, the treaty was easily brought to a conclusion, under the joint mediation and guarantee of France and England. All exterior appearances of honor were paid equally to both crowns. But very different were the sentiments which the states, as well as all Europe, entertained of the princes who wore them. Frugality and vigor, the chief circumstances which procure regard among foreign nations, shone out as conspicuously in Henry as they were deficient in James. To a contempt of the English monarchy, Henry seems to have added a considerable degree of jealousy and aversion, which were sentiments altogether without foundation. James was just and fair in all transactions with his allies, but it appears from the memoirs of those times that each side deemed him partial towards their adversary, and fancied that he had entered into secret measures against them. So little equity have men in their judgments of their own affairs, and so dangerous is that entire neutrality affected by the King of England. The little concern which James took in foreign affairs renders the domestic occurrences, particularly those of Parliament, the most interesting of his reign. A new session was held this spring, the king full of hopes of receiving supply, the Commons of circumscribing his prerogative. The Earl of Salisbury, now created treasurer on the death of the Earl of Dorset, lay open the king's necessities, first to the peers, then to a committee of the lower house. He insisted on the unavoidable expense incurred in supporting the navy, and in suppressing a late insurrection in Ireland. He mentioned 3 numerous courts which the king was obliged to maintain, for himself, for the queen, and for the Prince of Wales. He observed that Queen Elizabeth, though a single woman, had received very large supplies in the years preceding her death, which alone were expensive to her, and he remarked that during her reign she had alienated many of the crown lands, an expedient which, though it supplied her present necessities without laying burdens on her people, extremely multiplied the necessities of her successor. From all these causes, he thought it nowise strange that the king's income should fall short so great a sum as £81,000 of his stated and regular expense, without mentioning contingencies, which ought always to be esteemed a fourth of the yearly charges. And as the crown was now necessarily burdened with a great and urgent debt of £300,000, he thence inferred the absolute necessity of an immediate and large supply from the people. To all these reasons, which James likewise urged in a speech addressed to both houses, the Commons remained inexorable. But not to shock the king with an absolute refusal, they granted him 1 subsidy and 1/15, which would scarcely amount to £100,000. And James received the mortification of discovering in vain all his wants, and of begging aid of subjects who had no reasonable indulgence or consideration for him. Among the many causes of disgust and quarrel, which now daily and unavoidably multiplied between prince and parliament, this article of money is to be regarded as none of the least considerable. After the discovery and conquest of the West Indies, gold and silver became every day more plentiful in England, as well as in the rest of Europe, and the price of all commodities and provisions rose to a height beyond what had been known since the declension of the Roman Empire. As the revenue of the crown rose not in proportion, the prince was insensibly reduced to poverty amidst the general riches of his subjects, and required additional funds in order to support the same magnificence and force which had been maintained by former monarchs. But while money thus flowed into England, we may observe that at the same time, and probably from that very cause, arts and industry of all kinds received a mighty increase, and elegance in every enjoyment of life became better known and more cultivated among all ranks of people. The king's servants, both civil and military, his courtiers, his ministers, demanded more ample supplies from the impoverished prince, and were not contented with the same simplicity of living which had satisfied their ancestors. The prince himself began to regard an increase of pomp and splendor as requisite to support the dignity of his character, and to preserve the same superiority above his subjects which his predecessors had enjoyed. Some equality, too, and proportion to the other sovereigns in Europe, it was natural for him to desire. And as they had universally enlarged their revenue and multiplied their taxes, the king of England deemed it reasonable that his subjects, who were generally as rich as theirs, should bear with patience some additional burdens and impositions. Unhappily for the king, those very riches, with the increasing knowledge of the age, bred opposite sentiments in his subjects, and begetting a spirit of freedom and independence, disposed them to pay little regard either to the entreaties or menaces of their sovereign. While the barons possessed their former immense property and extensive jurisdictions, they were apt at every disgust to endanger the monarch and throw the whole government into confusion. But this confusion often in its turn proved favourable to the monarch, and made the nation again submit to him in order to re-establish justice and tranquillity. After the power of alienations, as well as the increase of commerce, had thrown the balance of property into the hands of the commons, the situation of affairs and the dispositions of men became susceptible of a more irregular plan of liberty, and the laws were not supported singly by the authority of the sovereign. And though in that interval, after the decline of the peers, and before the people had yet experienced their force, the princes assumed an exorbitant power, and had almost annihilated the constitution under the weight of their prerogative, as soon as the commons recovered from their lethargy, they seem to have been astonished at the danger, and were resolved to secure liberty by firm barriers than their ancestors had hitherto provided for it. Had James possessed a very rigid frugality, he might have warded off this crisis somewhat longer, and waiting patiently for a favourable opportunity to increase and fix his revenue, might have secured the extensive authority transmitted to him. On the other hand, had the commons been inclined to act with more generosity and kindness towards their prince, they might probably have turned his necessities to good account, and have bribed him to depart peaceably from the most dangerous articles of his prerogative. But he was a foreigner, and ignorant of the arts of popularity. They were soured by religious prejudices, and tenacious of their money, and in this situation it is no wonder that during this whole reign we scarcely find an interval of mutual confidence and friendship between prince and parliament. The king, by his prerogative alone, had some years before altered the rates of the customs, and had established higher impositions on several kinds of merchandise. This exercise of power will naturally to us appear arbitrary and illegal, yet, according to the principles and practices of that time, it might admit of some apology. The duties of tonnage and poundage were at first granted to the crown by a vote of parliament, and for a limited time, and as the grant frequently expired and was renewed, there could not then arise any doubt concerning the origin of the king's right to levy these duties, and this imposition, like all others, was plainly derived from the voluntary consent of the people. But as Henry V. and all the succeeding sovereigns had the revenue conferred on them for life, the prince, so long in possession of these duties, began gradually to consider them as his own proper right and inheritance, and regarded the vote of parliament as a mere formality, which rather expressed the acquiescence of the people in his prerogative than bestowed any new gift or revenue upon him. The parliament, when it first granted poundage to the crown, had fixed no particular rates. The imposition was given as a shilling in a pound, or 5% on all commodities. It was left to the king himself and the privy council, aided by the advice of such merchants as they should think proper to consult, to fix the value of goods, and thereby the rates of the customs. And as that value had been settled before the discovery of the West Indies, it was become much inferior to the prices which almost all commodities bore in every market in Europe, and consequently the customs on many goods, though supposed to be 5%, was in reality much inferior. The king, therefore, was naturally led to think that rates which were now plainly false ought to be corrected, that the valuation of commodities fixed by one act of the Privy Council might be amended by another, that if his right to poundage were inherent in the crown, he should also possess of himself the right of correcting its inequalities. If this duty were granted by the people, he should at least support the spirit of the law by fixing a new and juster valuation of all commodities. But, besides this reasoning, which seems plausible, if not solid, the king was supported in that act of power by direct precedents, some in the reign of Mary, some in the beginning of Elizabeth. Both these princesses had, without consent of Parliament, altered the rates of commodities, and as their impositions had all along been submitted to without a murmur, and still continued to be levied, the king had no reason to apprehend that a further exertion of the same authority would give any occasion of complaint. That less umbrage might be taken, he was moderate in the new rates which he established. The customs during his whole reign rose only from £127,000 a year to 190,000, though, besides the increase of the rates, there was a sensible increase of commerce and industry during that period. Every commodity, besides, which might serve to the subsistence of the people, or might be considered as a material of manufactures, was exempted from the new impositions of James. But all this caution could not prevent the complaints of the Commons. A spirit of liberty had now taken possession of the House. The leading members, men of an independent genius and large views, began to regulate their opinions more by the future consequences which they foresaw than by the former precedents which were set before them, and they less aspired at maintaining the ancient constitution than at establishing a new one, and a freer and a better. In their remonstrances to the king on this occasion, they observed it to be a general opinion, that the reasons of that practice might be extended much further, even to the utter ruin of the ancient liberty of the kingdom, and the subjects' right of property in their lands and goods. Though expressly forbidden by the king to touch his prerogative, they passed a bill abolishing these impositions, which was rejected by the House of Lords. In another address to the king, they objected to the practice of borrowing upon privy seals, and desired that the subjects should not be forced to lend money to his majesty, nor give a reason for their refusal. Some murmurs likewise were thrown out in the House against a new monopoly of the license of wines. It must be confessed that forced loans and monopolies were established on many an ancient as well as recent precedents, though diametrically opposite to all the principles of a free government. End of section 50, chapter 46, part 2. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 51 of Volume 1D of History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. History of England from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688 by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 51, Chapter 46, Part 3. The House likewise discovered some discontent against the king's proclamations. That proclamations were not of equal force with laws, yet he thought it a duty incumbent on him, and a power inseparably annexed to the crown, to restrain and prevent such mischiefs and inconveniences as he saw growing on the state, against which no certain law was extant, and which might tend to the great detriment of the subject, if there should be no remedy provided till the meeting of a parliament. And this prerogative, he adds, our progenitors have in all times used and enjoyed. The intervals between sessions, we may observe, were frequently so long as to render it necessary for a prince to interpose by his prerogative. The legality of this exertion was established by uniform and undisputed practice, and was even acknowledged by lawyers, who made, however, this difference between laws and proclamations, that the authority of the former was perpetual, that of the latter expired with the sovereign who emitted them. But what the authority could be which bound the subject, yet was different from the authority of laws and inferior to it, seems inexplicable by any maxims of reason or politics. And in this instance, as in many others, it is easy to see how inaccurate the English constitution was before the Parliament was enabled by continued acquisitions or encroachments to establish it on fixed principles of liberty. Upon the settlements of the Reformation, that extensive branch of power which regards ecclesiastical matters, being then without an owner, seemed to belong to the first occupant, and Henry VIII failed not immediately to seize it, and to exert it even to the utmost degree of tyranny. The possession of it was continued with Edward, and recovered by Elizabeth, and that ambitious princess was so remarkably jealous of this flower of a crown, that she severely reprimanded the Parliament if they ever presumed to intermeddle in these matters, and they were so overawed by her authority as to submit and to ask pardon on these occasions. But James's parliaments were much less obsequious. They ventured to lift up their eyes and to consider their prerogative. They there saw a large province of government possessed by the king alone, and scarcely ever communicated with the Parliament. They were sensible that this province admitted not of any exact boundary or circumscription. They had felt that the Roman pontiff in former ages, under pretence of religion, was gradually making advances to usurp the whole civil power. They dreaded still more dangerous consequences from the claims of their own sovereign, who resided among them, and who, in many other respects, possessed such unlimited authority. They therefore deemed it absolutely necessary to circumscribe this branch of prerogative, and, accordingly, in the preceding session, they passed a bill against the establishment of any ecclesiastical canons without consent of Parliament. But the House of Lords, as is usual, defended the barriers of the throne and rejected the bill. In this session, the Commons, after passing anew the same bill, made remonstrances against the proceedings of the High Commission Court. It required no great penetration to see the extreme danger to liberty arising in a regal government from such large discretionary powers as were exercised by that court. But James refused compliance with the application of the Commons. He was probably sensible that, besides the diminution of his authority, many inconveniences must necessarily result from the abolishing of all discretionary power in every magistrate, and that the laws, were they ever so carefully framed and digested, could not possibly provide against every contingency, much less where they had not as yet attained a sufficient degree of accuracy and refinement. But the business which chiefly occupied the Commons during this session was the abolition of wardships and purveyance, prerogatives which had been more or less touched on every session during the whole reign of James. In this affair, the Commons employed the proper means which might entitle them to success. They offered the king a settled revenue, as an equivalent for the powers which he should part with, and the king was willing to hearken to terms. After much dispute, he agreed to give up these prerogatives for £200,000 a year, which they agreed to confer upon him. And nothing remained towards closing the bargain, but that the Commons should determine the funds by which this sum should be levied. This session was far too advanced to bring so difficult a matter to a full conclusion, and though the Parliament met again towards the end of the year, and resumed the question, they were never able to terminate an affair upon which they seemed so intent. The journals of that session are lost, and as the historians of this reign are very negligent in relating parliamentary affairs, of whose importance they were not sufficiently apprised, we know not exactly the reason of this failure. It only appears that the king was extremely dissatisfied with the conduct of the Parliament, and soon after dissolved it. This was his first Parliament, and it sat near 7 years. Amidst all the attacks, some more, some less violent, on royal prerogative, the king displayed as openly as ever all his exalted notions of monarchy and the authority of princes. Even in a speech to the Parliament, where he begged for supply, and where he should naturally have used every art to ingratiate himself with that assembly, he expressed himself in these terms: "I conclude, then, the point touching the power of kings with this axiom of divinity, that, as to dispute what God may do, is blasphemy. But what God wills, that divines may lawfully and do ordinarily dispute and discuss. So is it sedition in subjects to dispute what a king may do in the height of his power. But just kings will ever be willing to declare what they will do, if they will not incur the curse of God. I will not be content that my power be disputed upon, but I shall ever be willing to make the reason appear of my doings, and rule my actions according to my laws. Notwithstanding the great extent of prerogative in that age, these expressions would probably give some offence. But we may observe that, as the king's despotism was more speculative than practical, so the independency of the commons was at this time the reverse, and though strongly supported by their present situation as well as disposition, was too new and recent to be as yet founded on systematical principles and opinions. This year was distinguished by a memorable event which gave great alarm and concern in England, the murder of the French monarch by the poniard of the fanatical Ravaillac. With his death, the glory of the French monarchy suffered an eclipse for some years, and as that kingdom fell under an administration weak and bigoted, factious and disorderly, the Austrian greatness began anew to appear formidable to Europe. In England, the antipathy to the Catholics revived a little upon this tragical event, and some of the laws which had formerly been enacted in order to keep these religionists in awe began now to be executed with greater rigour and severity. 1611. Though James's timidity and indolence fixed him during most of his reign in a very prudent inattention to foreign affairs, there happened this year an event in Europe of such mighty consequence as to rouse him from his lethargy and summon up all his zeal and enterprise. A professor of divinity named Vorstius, the disciple of Arminius, was called from a German to a Dutch university, and as he differed from his Britannic Majesty in some nice questions concerning the intimate essence and secret decrees of God, he was considered as a dangerous rival in scholastic fame, and was at last obliged to yield to the legions of that royal doctor, whose syllogisms he might have refuted or eluded. If vigour was wanting in other incidents of James's reign, here he behaved even with haughtiness and insolence, and the states were obliged, after several remonstrances, to deprive Vorstius of his chair, and to banish him their dominions. The king carried no further his animosity against that professor, though he had very charitably hinted to the states that, as to the burning of Vorstius for his blasphemies and atheism, he left them to their own Christian wisdom. But surely never heretic deserved better the flames. It is to be remarked that at this period all over Europe, except in Holland alone, the practice of burning heretics still prevailed, even in Protestant countries, and instances were not wanting in England during the reign of James. To consider James in a more advantageous light, we must take a view of him as the legislator of Ireland, and most of the institutions which he had framed for civilizing that kingdom being finished about this period, it may not here be improper to give some account of them. He frequently boasts of the management of Ireland as his masterpiece, and it will appear upon inquiry that his vanity in this particular was not altogether without foundation. After the subjection of Ireland by Elizabeth, the more difficult task still remained, to civilize the inhabitants, to reconcile them to laws and industry, and to render their subjection durable and useful to the crown of England. James proceeded in this work by a steady, regular, and well-concerted plan, and in the space of 9 years, according to Sir John Davis, he made greater advances towards the reformation of that kingdom than had been made in the 440 years which had elapsed since the conquest was first attempted. It was previously necessary to abolish the Irish customs, which supplied the place of laws, and which were calculated to keep that people forever in a state of barbarism and disorder. By the Brehon law or custom, every crime, however, was punished not with death, but by a fine or pecuniary mulct, which was levied upon the criminal. Murder itself, as among all the ancient barbarous nations, was atoned for in this manner, and each man, according to his rank, had a different rate or value affixed to him, which if any one were willing to pay, he needed not fear assassinating his enemy. This rate was called his eric. When Sir William Fitzwilliams, being Lord Deputy, told Maguire that he was to send a sheriff into Fermanagh, which a little before had been made a county, and subjected to the English law, "Your sheriff," said Maguire, "shall be welcome to me, but let me know beforehand his eric or the price of his head, that if my people cut it off, I may levy the money upon the county." As for oppression, extortion, and other trespasses, so little were they regarded, that no penalty was affixed to them, and no redress for such offences could ever be obtained. The customs of gavel kinder and tanistry were attended with the same absurdity in the distribution of property. 1612. The land, by the custom of gavel kinder, was divided among all the males of the sept or family, both bastard and legitimate, and, after partition made, if any of the sept died, his portion was not shared out among his sons, but the chieftain, at his discretion, made a new partition of all the lands belonging to that sept, and gave every one his share. As no man, by reason of this custom, enjoyed the fixed property of any land, to build, to plant, to enclose, to cultivate, to improve, would have been so much lost labour. The chieftains and the tannists, though drawn from the principal families, were not hereditary, but were established by election, or more properly speaking, by force and violence. Their authority was almost absolute, and notwithstanding that certain lands were assigned to the office, its chief profit resulted from exactions, dues, assessments, for which there was no fixed law, and which were levied at pleasure. Hence rose that common byword among the Irish, that they dwelt westward of the law, which dwelt beyond the river of the Barrow, meaning the country where the English inhabited, and which extended not beyond the compass of 20 miles, lying in the neighbourhood of Dublin. After abolishing these Irish customs, and substituting English law in their place, James, having taken all the natives under his protection, and declared them free citizens, proceeded to govern them by a regular administration, military as well as civil. A small army was maintained, its discipline inspected, and its pay transmitted from England, in order to keep the soldiers from preying upon the country, as had been usual in former reigns. When Odogarthic raised an insurrection, a reinforcement was sent over, and the flames of that rebellion were immediately extinguished. All minds being first quieted by a general indemnity, circuits were established, justice administered, oppression banished, and crimes and disorders of every kind severely punished. As the Irish had been universally engaged in the rebellion against Elizabeth, a resignation of all the rights which had been formerly granted them to separate jurisdiction were rigorously exacted, and no authority but that of the king and the law was permitted throughout the kingdom. A resignation of all private estates was even required, and when they were restored, the proprietors received them under such conditions as might prevent for the future all tyranny and oppression over the common people. The value of the dues which the nobles usually claimed from their vassals was estimated at a fixed sum, and all further arbitrary exactions prohibited under severe penalties. The whole province of Ulster having fallen to the crown by the attainder of rebels, a company was established in London for planting new colonies in that fertile country. The property was divided into moderate shares, the largest not exceeding 2,000 acres. Tenants were brought over from England and Scotland. The Irish were removed from the hills and fastnesses and settled in the open country. Husbandry and the arts were taught them, a fixed habitation secured, plunder and robbery punished, and by these means Ulster, from being the most wild and disorderly province of all Ireland, soon became the best cultivated and most civilized. Such were the arts by which James introduced humanity and justice among a people who had ever been buried in the most profound barbarism. Noble cares, much superior to the vain and criminal glory of conquest, but requiring ages of perseverance and attention to perfect what had been so happily begun. A laudable act of justice was about this time executed in England upon Lord Sankabir, a Scottish nobleman, who had been guilty of the base assassination of Turner, a fencing master. The English nation, who were generally dissatisfied with the Scots, were enraged at this crime, equally mean and atrocious, but James appeased them by preferring the severity of law to the intercession of the friends and family of the criminal. End of section 51, chapter 46, part 3, read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 52 of Volume 1D of History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. History of England, from the Invasion of Julius Caesar to the Revolution of 1688, by David Hume, Volume 1D, Section 52, Chapter 47, Part 1. James I. This year, the sudden death of Henry, Prince of Wales, diffused a universal grief throughout the nation. Though youth and royal birth, both of them strong allurements, prepossess men mightily in favor of the early age of princes, it is with peculiar fondness that historians mention Henry, and in every respect his merit seems to have been extraordinary. He had not reached his 18th year, and he had already possessed more dignity in his behavior and commanded more respect than his father, with all his age, learning, and experience. Neither his high fortune nor his youth had seduced him into any irregular pleasures. Business and ambition seem to have been his sole possession. His inclinations as well as exercises were martial. The French ambassador, taking leave of him and asking his commands for France, found him employed in the exercise of the pike. "Tell your king," said he, "in what occupation you left me engaged." He had conceived great affection and esteem for the brave Sir Walter Raleigh. It was his saying, "Sure, no king but my father would keep such a bird in a cage." He seems indeed to have nourished too violent a contempt for the king on account of his pedantry and pusillanimity, and by that means struck in with the restless and martial spirit of the English nation. The unhappy prepossession which men commonly entertain in favor of ambition, courage, enterprise, and other warlike virtues, engages generous natures, who always love fame. In such pursuits, all destroy their own peace and that of the rest of mankind. Violent reports were propagated, as if Henry had been carried off by poison, but the physicians, on opening his body, found no symptoms to confirm such an opinion. The bold and criminal malignity of men's tongues and pens spared not even the king on the occasion. But that prince's character seems rather to have failed in the extreme of facility and humanity, than in that of cruelty and violence. His indulgence to Henry was so great, and perhaps imprudent, by giving him a large and independent settlement, even in so early youth. The marriage of Princess Elizabeth with Frederick, Elector Palatine, was finished some time after the death of the prince, and served to dissipate the grief which arose on that melancholy event. But this marriage, though celebrated with great joy and festivity, proved itself an unhappy event to the king, as well as to his son-in-law, and had ill consequences on the reputation and fortunes of both. The elector, trusting to so great an alliance, engaged in enterprises beyond his strength, and the king, not being able to support him in his distress, lost entirely, in the end of his life, what remained of the affections and esteem of his own subjects. Except during sessions of parliament, the history of this reign may more properly be called the history of the court than that of the nation. An interesting object had for some years engaged the attention of the court. It was a favorite, and one beloved by James with so profuse and unlimited an affection as left no room for any rival or competitor. About the end of the year 1609, Robert Carr, a youth of 20 years of age and of a good family in Scotland, arrived in London after having passed some time in his travels. All his natural accomplishments consisted in good looks, all his acquired abilities in an easy air and graceful demeanour. He had letters of recommendation to his countryman, Lord Hay, and that nobleman no sooner cast his eye upon him than he discovered talents sufficient to entitle him immediately to make a great figure in the government. Apprised of the king's passion for youth and beauty and exterior appearance, he studied how matters might be so managed that his new object should make the strongest impression upon him. Without mentioning him at court, he assigned him the office, at a match of tilting, of presenting to the king his buckler and device, and hoped that he would attract the attention of the monarch. Fortune proved favourable to his design by an incident which bore at first a contrary aspect. When Carr was advancing to execute his office, his unruly horse flung him and broke his leg in the king's presence. James approached him with pity and concern. Love and affection arose on the sight of his beauty and tender years, and the prince ordered him immediately to be lodged in the palace, and to be carefully attended. He himself, after the tilting, paid him a visit in his chamber, and frequently returned during his confinement. The ignorance and simplicity of the boy finished the conquest begun by his exterior graces and accomplishments. Other princes have been fond of choosing their favourites from among the lower ranks of their subjects, and have reposed themselves on them with the more unreserved confidence and affection. because the object has been beholden to their bounty for every honour and acquisition. James was desirous that his favourite should also derive from him all his sense, experience, and knowledge. Highly conceited of his own wisdom, he pleased himself with the fancy that his raw youth, by his lessons and instructions, would, in a little time, be equal to his sagest ministers, and be initiated into all the profound mysteries of government on which he set so high a value. And as this kind of creation was more perfectly on his own work than any other, he seems to have indulged an unlimited fondness for his minion, beyond even that which he bore to his own children. He soon knighted him, created him Viscount Rochester, gave him the Garter, brought him into the Privy Council, and though at first without assigning him any particular office, bestowed on him the supreme direction of all his business and political concerns. Agreeable to this rapid advancement in confidence and honour were the riches heaped upon the needy favourite, and while Salisbury and all the wisest ministers could scarcely find expedients sufficient to keep in motion the overburdened machine of government, James, with unsparing hand, loaded with treasures this insignificant and useless pageant. It is said that the king found his pupil so ill-educated as to be ignorant even of the lowest rudiments of the Latin tongue, and that the monarch, laying aside the sceptre, took the birch into his royal hand and instructed him in the principles of grammar. During the intervals of this noble occupation, affairs of state would be introduced, and the stripling, by the ascendant which he had acquired, was now enabled to repay on political what he had received in grammatical instruction. Such scenes and such incidents are the more ridiculous, though the less odious, as the passion of James seems not to have contained in it anything criminal or flagitious. History charges herself willingly with a relation of the great crimes, and still more with that of the great virtues of mankind, but she appears to fall from her dignity when necessitated to dwell on such frivolous events and ignoble personages. The favourite was not at first so intoxicated with advancement as not to be sensible of his own ignorance and inexperience. He had recourse to the assistance and advice of a friend, and he was more fortunate in his choice than is usual with such pampered minions. In Sir Thomas Overbury he met with a judicious and sincere counsellor, who, building all hopes of his own preferment on that of the young favourite, endeavoured to instil into him the principles of prudence and discretion. By zealously serving everybody, Carr was taught to abate the envy which might attend his sudden elevation. By showing a preference for the English, he learned to escape the prejudices which prevailed against his country. And so long as he was content to be ruled by Overbury's friendly counsels, he enjoyed, what is rare, the highest favour of the prince without being hated by the people. To complete the measure of courtly happiness, naught was wanting but a kind mistress, and where high fortune concurred with all the graces of youth and beauty, this circumstance could not be difficult to attain. But it was here that the favourite met with that rock on which all his fortunes were wrecked, and which plunged him forever into an abyss of infamy, guilt, and misery. No sooner had James mounted the throne of England than he remembered his friendship for the unfortunate families of Howard and Devereux, who had suffered for their attachment to the cause of Mary and to his own. Having restored young Essex to his blood and dignity, and conferred the titles of Suffolk and Northampton on two brothers of the house of Norfolk, he sought the further pleasure of uniting these families by the marriage of the Earl of Essex with the Lady Frances Howard, daughter of the Earl of Suffolk. She was only 13, he 14 years of age, and it was thought proper, till both should attain the age of puberty, that he should go abroad and pass some times in his travels. He returned to England after 4 years' absence, and was pleased to find his countess in the full lustre of beauty, and possessed of the love and admiration of the whole court. But when the earl approached and claimed the privileges of a husband, he met with nothing but symptoms of aversion and disgust, and a flat refusal of any further familiarities. He applied to her parents, who constrained her to attend him into the country, and to partake of his bed, but nothing could overcome her rigid sullenness and obstinacy, and still she rose from his side without having shared the nuptial pleasures. Disgusted with reiterated denials, he at last gave over the pursuit, and separating himself from her, thenceforth abandoned her conduct to her own will and discretion. Such cold and aversion in Lady Essex arose not without an attachment to another object. Her favourite had opened his addresses, and had been too successful in making impression on the tender heart of the young countess. She imagined that, so long as she refused the embraces of Essex, she never could be deemed his wife, and that a separation and divorce might still open the way for a new marriage with her beloved Rochester. Though their passion was so violent, and their opportunities of intercourse so frequent, that they had already indulged themselves in all the gratifications of love, they still lamented their unhappy fate, while the union between them was not entire and indissoluble, and the lover, as well as his mistress, was impatient till their mutual ardour should be crowned by marriage. So momentous an affair could not be concluded without consulting Overbury, with whom Rochester was accustomed to share all his secrets. While that faithful friend had considered his patron's attachment to the Countess of Essex merely as an affair of gallantry, he had favoured its progress, and it was partly owing to the ingenious and passionate letters which he dictated that Rochester had met with such success in his addresses. Like an experienced courtier, he thought that a conquest of this nature would throw a lustre on the young favourite, and would tend still further to endear him to James, who was charmed to hear the amours of his court, and listened with attention to every tale of gallantry. But great was Overbury's alarm when Rochester mentioned his design of marrying the countess, and he used every method to dissuade his friend from so foolish an attempt. He represented how invidious, how difficult an enterprise to procure her a divorce from her husband, how dangerous, how shameful, to take into his own bed a profligate woman, who, being married to a young nobleman of the first rank, had not scrupled to prostitute her character, and to bestow favours on the object of a capricious and momentary passion. And in the zeal of friendship he went so far as to threaten Rochester that he would separate himself from him if he could so far forget his honour and his interest as to prosecute the intended marriage. Rochester had the weakness to reveal this conversation to the Countess of Essex, and when her rage and fury broke out against Overbury, he had also the weakness to enter into her vindictive projects, and to swear vengeance against his friend for the utmost instance which he could receive of his faithful friendship. Some contrivance was necessary for the execution of their purpose. Rochester addressed himself to the king, and after complaining that his own indulgence to Overbury had begotten in him a degree of arrogance which was extremely disagreeable, he procured a commission for his embassy to Russia, which he represented as a retreat for his friend, both profitable and honourable. When consulted by Overbury, he earnestly dissuaded him from accepting this offer, and took on himself the office of satisfying the king if he should be anywise displeased with the refusal. To the king again he aggravated the insolence of Overbury's conduct, and obtained a warrant for committing him to the Tower, which James intended as a slight punishment for his disobedience. The lieutenant of the Tower was a creature of Rochester's, and had lately been put into the office for this very purpose. He confined Overbury so strictly that the unhappy prisoner was debarred the sight even of his nearest relations, and no communication of any kind was allowed with him during near 6 months which he lived in prison. This obstacle being removed, the lovers pursued their purpose, and the king himself, forgetting the dignity of his character and his friendship for the family of Essex, entered zealously into the project of procuring the countess a divorce from her husband. Essex also embraced the opportunity of separating himself from a bad woman by whom he was hated, and he was willing to favour their success by any honourable expedient. The pretence for a divorce was his incapacity to fulfil the conjugal duties, and he confessed that, with regard to the countess, he was conscious of such an infirmity, though he was not sensible of it with regard to any other woman. In her place, too, it is said, a young virgin was substituted under a mask to undergo a legal inspection by a jury of matrons. After such a trial, seconded by court influence, and supported by the ridiculous opinion of fascination or witchcraft, the sentence of divorce was pronounced between the Earl of Essex and his countess. And to crown the scene, the king, solicitous lest the lady should lose any rank by her new marriage, bestowed on his minion the title of Earl of Somerset. Notwithstanding this success, the Countess of Somerset was not satisfied till she could further satiate her revenge on Overbury, and she engaged her husband, as well as her uncle, the Earl of Northampton, in the atrocious design of taking him off secretly by poison. Fruitless attempts were reiterated by weak poisons, but at last they gave him one so sudden and violent that the symptoms were apparent to every one who approached him. His interment was hurried on with the greatest precipitation, and though a strong suspicion immediately prevailed in the public, the full proof of the crime was not brought to light till some years after. The fatal catastrophe of Overbury increased or begot the suspicion that the Prince of Wales had been carried off by poison given him by Somerset. Men considered not that the contrary inference was much juster, if Somerset was so great a novice in this detestable art, that during the course of 5 months, a man who was his prisoner, and attended by none but his emissaries, could not be dispatched but in so bungling a manner, how could it be imagined that a young prince living in his own court, surrounded by his own friends and domestics, could be exposed to Somerset's attempts, and be taken off by so subtile a poison, if such a one exist, as could elude the skill of the most experienced physicians? The ablest minister that James ever possessed, the Earl of Salisbury, was dead. Suffolk, a man of slender capacity, had succeeded him in his office, and it was now his task to supply from an exhausted treasury the profusion of James and of his young favourite. The title of baronet invented by Salisbury was sold, and 200 patents of that species of knighthood were disposed of for so many £1,000. Each rank of nobility had also its price affixed to it. Privy seals were circulated to the amount of £200,000, benevolences were exacted to the amount of £52,000, and some monopolies of no great value were erected. But all these expedients proved insufficient to supply the king's necessities, even though he began to enter into some schemes for retrenching his expenses. However small the hopes of success, a new parliament must be summoned, and this dangerous expedient, for such it was now become, once more be put to trial. When the Commons were assembled, they discovered an extraordinary alarm, on account of the rumour which was spread abroad concerning undertakers. It was reported that several persons attached to the king had entered into a confederacy, and having laid a regular plan for the new elections, had distributed their interest all over England, and had undertaken to secure a majority for the court. So ignorant were the Commons that they knew not this incident to be the first infallible symptom of any regular or established liberty. Had they been contented to follow the maxims of their predecessors, who, as the Earl of Salisbury said to the last Parliament, never but thrice in 600 years refused a supply, they needed not dread that the crown should ever interest itself in their elections. Formerly, the kings even insisted that none of their household should be elected members, and though the charter was afterwards declared void, Henry VI., from his great favour to the city of York, conferred a peculiar privilege on its citizens, that they should be exempted from this trouble. It is well known that in ancient times a seat in the house being considered as a burden, attended neither with honour nor profit, it was requisite for the counties and boroughs to pay fees to their representatives. About this time a seat began to be regarded as an honour, and the country gentlemen contended for it, though the practice of levying wages for the Parliament men was not altogether discontinued. It was not till long after, when liberty was thoroughly established, and popular assemblies entered into every branch of public business, that the members began to join profit to honour, and the crown found it necessary to distribute among them all the considerable offices of the kingdom. End of section 52, chapter 47, part 1, read for you by Chiquito, Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.